Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just draw your attention? We are shortly going to start with our conclave. Our guest of honor, Honorable Minister Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, is already here with us, and he will be joining us shortly in the hall. In the meantime, I'm going to request all of you to please be seated. Quickly, if you can help us in getting ready to welcome our guests of honor. We will start the session as soon as all of you are settled. Request you all to please join us. Please be seated inside the hall. And just a few hall hygiene calls here. Need you all to keep your phones on silent mode. That will be really grateful. At the same time, it's also mandatory for us to inform you about the emergency exits. Please identify the nearest gate to where you are seated, and please do not hesitate in using it in case of any emergency. The 6th Auto Retail Conclave of FADA is shortly going to start. We are all set with it, and I'm just waiting for all of you to please be seated so that we can start. Hello, everyone. Once again, requesting all of you to please settle on your seats as soon as possible. We already have our guest of honor, Honorable Minister Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, in-house. So he will be shortly joining us inside the auditorium. For us to quickly have a seamless start to our conclave, we would request you to kindly take your seats and help us in starting the conclave on time. If you can hear me at the back of the auditorium and on my left as well, please take the seats as soon as you can.
एक फोटो तो बनती है ना मेमोरी के लिए, हाँ? अब स्माइली फेस नहीं, सीरियस फेस।
हो गया? अब चले?
अरे एक मिनट बेटा, एक मिनट। हेलो लता, ये जुगनू बाहर जा रहा है, इसका फेवरेट गाजर का हलवा तो बना दो।
पापा हम निकल रहे हैं, और सुबह सुबह हलवा कौन खाता है?
अच्छा बेटा, तो अपनी माँ से तो बात करता जाना, अब पता नहीं फिर बात हो ना हो।
पापा सुबह सुबह क्या बोल रहे हो?
अच्छा, और तुम लोग जो बिना सीट बेल्ट लगाए जा रहे हो
तो सीधे बोल देते ना, इतना मेलोड्रामा करने की क्या जरूरत थी?
बोला तो 1000 बार है, लेकिन बिना ड्रामा के तुम्हें समझ में आता है क्या? अब सीट बेल्ट लगाओ जल्दी, और हाँ पीछे वालों तुम सब भी।
ठीक है।
हैप्पी जर्नी बेटा।
Rosmerta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Rosmerta Technologies has firmly established itself as a leader in automotive technology. Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas: identification, high security registration plates (HSRP), a tamper-proof solution for national security. With over 16 crore cumulative fitments, RTL is the #1 player in HSRP for the Indian automotive market. Smart card-based TL plus RC solutions, revolutionizing identification in India. Rosmerta has issued more than 150 million smart cards. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks. As the first and largest player in India, Rosmerta has set up 12 model stations in 9 states, leading the way in reliable vehicle inspection. Automated driving test tracks, utilizing advanced sensor and video analytics. Rosmerta ensures accurate, transparent driving skill testing in real time. Connected electronics, telematics solutions, transforming public and transport logistics with featuring an emergency button. Our advanced dashcam uses AI for driver monitoring and ADAS, while our OBD tracker and other innovations elevate the retail car segment. Smart card manufacturing. With India's largest facility, Rosmerta produces 8 million banking and ID cards and 17 million telecom cards monthly. Digital services. Digitally enabled services have 2 segments: vehicle ownership solutions. Through the Urja app, Rosmerta streamlines registration and HSRP delivery, making vehicle ownership easier. My Rasta car service. Serving over 10,000 customers, Rosmerta is bridging the gap in automotive components distribution. Sustainability. RVSF, one of the largest in NCR, handling up to 30,000 vehicles annually, ensuring safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, DEF Ros Blue, with a 24 million liters capacity, Rosmerta ensures emission compliance with availability in 23 states and 4 union territories. Pollution under control, PUC, pioneering online pollution testing with real-time alerts and Vahan data integration, all via cutting-edge tech and a user-friendly app. Rosmerta's journey has positioned the company as a dominant force in every industry it touches. Driven by a vision to explore new horizons and shape a technologically advanced future. As pioneers in mobility, we've been the part of major auto events that focus on sustainable mobility, road and rider safety and aftermarket opportunities. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting the future in mobility.
अरे इतनी जल्दी पापा?
हाँ भाई, टाइम पास मंडली कहाँ चल दी है सुबह सुबह?
पापा मौसम अच्छा था तो सोचा लॉन्ग ड्राइव पे चले जाए लोनावाला।
मौसम तो अच्छा है। एक मिनट रुको बेटा, एक फोटो तो बनती है ना मेमोरी के लिए। हाँ, अब स्माइली फेस नहीं, सीरियस फेस।
हो गया, अब चले?
अरे एक मिनट बेटा, एक मिनट। हेलो लता, ये जुगनू बाहर जा रहा है, इसका फेवरेट गाजर का हलवा तो बना दो।
पापा हम निकल रहे हैं। और सुबह सुबह हलवा कौन खाता है?
अच्छा बेटा, तो अपनी माँ से तो बात करता जाना। अब पता नहीं फिर बात हो ना हो।
पापा सुबह सुबह क्या बोल रहे हो?
अच्छा, और तुम लोग जो बिना सीट बेल्ट लगाए जा रहे हो
तो सीधे बोल देते ना, इतना मेलो ड्रामा करने की क्या जरूरत थी?
बोला तो 1000 बार है, लेकिन बिना ड्रामा के तुम्हें समझ में आता है क्या? अब सीट बेल्ट लगाओ जल्दी, और हाँ पीछे वालों तुम सब भी।
ठीक है, जाए।
हैप्पी जर्नी बेटा।
ऑटो,
मैं ड्रॉप कर दूं?
जाना तो था, लेकिन तुम रेडी नहीं लग रहे।
रेडी नहीं? रेडी तो हूं।
एक मिनट, ये लो तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Rosmerta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Rosmerta Technologies has firmly established itself as a leader in automotive technology. Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas. Identification, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security. With over 16 crore cumulative fitments, RTL is the #1 player in HSRP for the Indian automotive market. Smart card-based TL plus RC solutions, revolutionizing identification in India. Rosmerta has issued more than 150 million smart cards. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks. As the first and largest player in India, Rosmerta has set up 12 model stations in 9 states, leading the way in reliable vehicle inspection. Automated driving test tracks, utilizing advanced sensor and video analytics. Rosmerta ensures accurate, transparent driving skill testing in real time. Connected electronics, telematics solutions, transforming public and transport logistics with featuring an emergency button. Our advanced dashcam uses AI for driver monitoring and ADAS, while our OBD tracker and other innovations elevate the retail car segment. Smart card manufacturing, with India's largest facility, Rosmerta produces 8 million banking and ID cards and 17 million telecom cards monthly. Digital services. Digitally enabled services have 2 segments. Vehicle ownership solutions. Through the Urja app, Rosmerta streamlines registration and HSRP delivery, making vehicle ownership easier. My Rasta car service. Serving over 10,000 customers, Rosmerta is bridging the gap in automotive components.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both our guests of honor have arrived at the venue, and we will be shortly joined by Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy as well as Mr. Bhupendra Yadav in the hall, and we are just waiting for a go-ahead from their side. As soon as they are ready to join us here in the auditorium, we'll begin the 6th Auto Retail Conclave. Once again, requesting your cooperation, requesting all of you to please take your seats and keep your mobile phones on silent. And another quick reminder that in case of any emergency, please do not hesitate to take the exit which is closest to you, and it'll be helpful if you could identify it right at the outset. Please, a round of applause for our guests of honor. Honorable Ministers, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav and Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy are joining us today Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Federation of Automobile Dealers Association, I, Preeti Dahiya, extend a warm welcome to you all for the 6th Auto Retail Conclave. The 6th edition of Auto Retail Conclave on the theme Transforming Tomorrow, Elevating Customer and Revitalizing Dealer Synergy shall be having discussions to explore strategies to enhance customer-centric practices across sales, after-sales and quality assurance, and also address the evolving needs of automobile consumers. Additionally, it will also focus on strengthening OEM-dealer relationships, aiming to provide a unified voice and strategic direction for all stakeholders involved. It is our absolute honor this morning that we have amongst us Honorable Union Minister of Heavy Industries, Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, and Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav, as our guests of honor. Please, a round of applause for our guests of honor as they have joined us on the stage. We welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining us. At the same time, we also extend a warm welcome to our special guests, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, President ACMA and CMD Subros, and Mr. Karthik V. Nagpal, President Rosmerta Group. All of them with us on the stage. We welcome you all. I also request Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar, President FADA, Mr. Sai Giridhar, Vice President FADA, and Mr. Sahesh Damani, CEO FADA, who are also seated with us on the stage to please extend a welcome to our guests. And we also, at the same time, appreciate the presence of the other dignitaries and special guests who are with us in the hall. Treasurer FADA, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Mr. Amar Jatin Sheth, Secretary FADA, FADA Governing Council members, past presidents, distinguished guests and dealer friends who are present amongst us in this August gathering. Welcome, and let's get started with the 6th Auto Retail Conclave of the FADA. At the outset, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. And with that, let's move towards the traditional lighting of the lamp ceremony. For that, I'm also going to request Mr. Amar Jatin Sheth and Mr. Pradeep Agarwal to join us on the dais as we move towards the lighting of the lamp ceremony with our honorable guests of honor. All the dignitaries. This is the traditional lighting of the lamp ceremony, an auspicious ceremony that's part of Indian culture before any event.
शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate you joining us here on this stage, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Sheth. Let's move on now, and this is something which the FADA has started, and it's called the Sustainable Welcome Initiative. The Federation of Automobile Dealers Association, as you know, is deeply committed to environmental conservation and acknowledges its social responsibility in this regard. Aligned with our sustainable vision, we have introduced this innovative and meaningful approach to welcoming our distinguished guests, termed the Sustainable Welcome Initiative. So in lieu of the traditional flower bouquets, FADA extends a welcome by presenting a certificate to our honorable guests of honor. And for that, I'm going to request Mr. Vigneshwar to welcome the honorable union ministers, Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy and Mr. Bhupendra Yadav with the Sustainable Welcome Initiative. So this is, in fact, in the form of a certificate that Mr. Vigneshwar will be giving to our honorable guests of honor, signifying the planting of a grove of 21 saplings on behalf of both our guests of honor. A separate grove of 21 saplings, our Sustainable Welcome Initiative for Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy and Mr. Bhupendra Yadav. This initiative is in fact done with our partner Give Me Trees Trust. Similarly, I'm going to request Mr. Sai Giridhar to welcome our special guests as well, Dr. V. Ananta Nageshwaran, Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, and Mr. Karthik V. Nagpal with the Sustainable Welcome Initiative. We will be giving all three of them a certificate each, signifying a planting of a separate grove of 11 saplings, each on their behalf through our partner Give Me Trees Trust. In fact, this tree planting endeavor is facilitated through our esteemed partnership with the Give Me Trees Trust, where they are entrusted with the responsibility of nurturing these saplings until they reach a stage of self-sustainability, thereby ensuring their long-term growth and contribution to environmental well-being. Thank you so much, and I'm going to request all of you to please give a huge round of applause to this fantastic initiative by FADA, further cementing our commitment towards environmentally sustainable options. And now I'm going to request Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar to kindly present the presidential address. Sir.
Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, who although unable to attend, has shared his passionate thoughts in a video message. Guest of honor, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, Honorable Minister for Heavy Industries, Government of India. Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister for Environment. Special guest, Shri Ananta Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Shri Shraddha Suri Marwa, President, ACMA. Respected Governing Council members, members of the Federation, fellow dealers, esteemed guests, industry leaders, and friends from the media, Vanakkam. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as I assume the role of the 37th President of the Federation of Automobile Dealers Associations, FADA, as we celebrate 60 years in FADA. Here, we reflect on an extraordinary journey marked by remarkable growth, innovation, and the strengthening of the automobile retail sector in India. Our industry has evolved tremendously, and today, FADA represents a network of over 15,000 automobile dealers with 30,000 dealership touchpoints, accounting for 90% of the automobile retail industry coverage in India. Together, we employ over 50 lakh people across dealerships and workshops, contributing not just to the economy, but to the very fabric of the Indian society by providing employment opportunities and fostering inclusive growth. As we look to the future, I want to highlight two key elements that will define the next phase of our journey: passion and intent. I'm not here to talk about my passion and intent, but I want to focus on yours. The passion you bring to our dealerships and the intent behind every decision you have made will now drive us forward as an industry. Passion alone will not sustain us. We must have intent that's focused and purposeful in all that we do, especially in areas that will shape the future of auto retail in India. FADA's highest policy priorities for the next 2 years will be the Retail Protection Act and the Model Dealer Agreement. These are not just legislative matters, they are foundational to securing the future of dealerships across our country. But these are just the beginning. The success of these initiatives depends on your passion and, more importantly, your intent. How we address these challenges today will have a lasting consequence for generations of dealers. I call upon every dealer, manager, and employee of dealerships to channel their passions into actionable intent, united in protecting our dealerships and consumers we serve. As your president, my individual legacy is not what matters. But what matters is a collective legacy we can build together, one that ensures the protection and prosperity of auto retail in India. The discussions we make and the actions we take today will determine the future of our industry for years to come. I ask you to engage with FADA and contribute to transforming as we are striving for. Together, we can create a legacy that will be remembered long after we are gone. As we move forward, it is crucial to address the challenges that impact us all. To the Honorable Minister for Environment, Shri Bhupender Yadav, we urge your support, sir, in reclassifying auto dealer workshops from orange zone to green zone. Today, our workshops practice zero discharge, recycling of water, and increasingly relying on solar power, making them environmentally sustainable. To the Honorable Minister for Heavy Industries, Shri H.D. Kumarasamy ji, we thank you for your continued work on auto policy and the introduction of subsidies under schemes like FAME and EMPS. We are eagerly awaiting the announcement for FAME 3. Sir, we need your support, and hence we request legislative safeguards to prevent OEMs from exiting our country abruptly, leaving dealers, employees, and customers stranded. The employment provided by dealerships is immense. In fact, the top 5 dealerships of the largest passenger vehicle OEM alone employ as many people as the OEM itself. Our success lies in our partnerships. I urge my fellow dealers to engage with OEMs at individual level to expedite and adopt the Model Dealer Agreement. Let us also engage the members of Parliament in our respective constituencies to advance the cause of Retail Protection Act. In auto retail, we must partner cohesively with all stakeholders, including financiers, insurance companies, and suppliers. Only through collaboration can we ensure sustainable growth in this ever-changing industry. To our OEM partners, I ask you to use the findings of the Dealer Satisfaction Survey and also the Customer Experience Index studies wisely. These reports are mirrors that reflect the health of your relationship with dealers and your customers. When both dealers and customers are satisfied, your success will follow. Over the years, FADA has made significant strides in policy advocacy, data sharing, and regulatory reform. Some of our key achievements include the proactive auto retail data sharing via Vahan dashboard influencing policymakers, strong engagements with government authorities and securing critical policy reform, the extension of BS4 sales ensuring smoother transition during the pandemic, the introduction of the Model Dealer Agreement ensuring OEM-dealer relations that are equitable, recognition of auto leaderships under MSME status, enhancing industry support, legal victories such as the favorable orders in Tamil Nadu regarding the implementation of CMVR. As we continue to build on these achievements, I request the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, to ensure strong directives to state government for the full implementation of CMVR. I also thank Gadkari ji and his ministry for bringing in world-class highways that allow us to sell more vehicles and for the path-breaking new CMVR Act in our country. The introduction of the 5-year trade certificate has also greatly helped in the ease of doing business for dealerships. I am committed to representing every single one of our dealers, our industry partners, and our customers. With your support, I have no doubt that together we can navigate the challenges ahead and create a brighter, more prosperous future for Indian auto retail. Thank you, and let's build on this legacy together. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vigneshwar. And with that, I'm going to once again request Mr. Amar Sheth and Mr. Pradeep Agarwal to join us on the dais as we prepare to unveil the FADA Digest 2024. Can I please request for the copies to be sent on the stage as our guests of honor, Honorable Ministers Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy ji and Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji will be jointly unveiling the FADA Digest 2024. And as you know, FADA Digest is published biannually, and this is the 3rd edition. The digest pledges to highlight FADA's initiatives and showcase quality articles from esteemed figures within the auto industry with a special focus on the realm of auto retail. A round of applause, please, for the 3rd edition of the FADA Digest. Fantastic. Now, I'm going to request Mr. Damani, perhaps you have 2 magic switches with you that have to be handed over to our guests of honor for unveiling of the Auto Dealers Day 2024 theme and logo. There is much suspense around this every year that we have the Auto Retail Conclave. So 2 switches will be handed over. Yeah, okay. And as the Minister presses it, we will unveil the Auto Dealers Day 2024 theme and logo. So, can we play that? The theme for this year focuses on health checkup for employees. And at the same time, there's another bit of work that you will have to do, sir. I'm so sorry I'm bothering you repeatedly. But that magic switch also takes us to the FADA's corporate video that we will be playing next with your help, sir. We are ready with the corporate video.
India is home to millions of vehicles, with lakhs of Indians walking into showrooms every day to get their dream vehicle. For years, dealerships have been the eyes and ears of the automotive system, representing the world's global brands to the Indian consumer. And at the heart of it is the Federation of Automobile Dealers Associations since 1964. FADA has been the driving force behind India's automobile dealership industry, ensuring its growth and sustainability. Dealerships today fuel dreams, drive the economy, and create millions of jobs, providing livelihoods for over 5 million people across the country. An important aspect of the Governing Council is that it has representation from all states, ensuring that all geographies are covered and every region's needs are addressed.
FADA has reached to all the last mile dealerships as well. Apart from this, we have given them power in terms of the state budgets, where they can independently do spending in terms of the CSR activities, in terms of liaising with the state governments, and more importantly, liaising with the state transport departments and all the RTOs, which effectively means that 1600 plus RTOs are covered and are in touch with FADA officials at the state level on a day-to-day basis.
FADA's advocacy has led to significant achievements, protecting the interests of dealers and driving policy reforms. A landmark victory was securing Supreme Court approval to extend the sale of BS4 vehicles, safeguarding dealers from financial losses.
Around March, COVID started spreading across many states, and that is when FADA decided to once again appeal to the court, as we saw that these stocks would not be liquidated, resulting in many dealerships getting into financial problems. and some might even shut down if the stocks were not sold. Across India during the COVID period on hundreds of Zoom calls, the FADA team, our state chairmen, the regional directors of each and every state had online meetings with the entire dealer community and collected this data over many nights, sometimes into the wee hours of the morning. And finally, we were able to convince the Supreme Court with the data given that our case was genuine.
To sustain this growth, FADA established the FADA Academy, an institution dedicated to elevating the standards of leadership and operational excellence within the automotive retail sector. The Academy empowers leadership dealers with cutting-edge skills and knowledge to thrive in a competitive market, ensuring continuous improvement and excellence. Among the flagship initiatives of the FADA is the GenX certification program, designed to prepare the next generation of leaders in the automotive dealership industry. This program focuses on fostering entrepreneurial skills, aligning HR practices, and promoting design thinking to enhance dealership operations.
The idea to make dealers future-proof, that's where the vertical FADA GenX was born. The idea that could bring the second generation together to learn from each other and learn from the values and the experiences of the rich experience that FADA members have. That's how this whole vertical was created a couple of years back, when it was Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Rishabh and myself thought about it and put the ball rolling.
In the past 2 years, we have now trained around some 90-100 GenX kids who were and some were even not interested to come into auto. We lured in a lot of big brands like Narsi Mohanji, IIT Delhi, so that they get interested in with such big names that they'll get a certificate out of that.
Collaboration is our strength. Partnering with SIAM and ACMA, we formed the Automotive Skills Development Council to address industry skill needs. Women in FADA are not just participants. They are leaders, innovators, and trailblazers.
First biggest challenge that we faced, and we tried to tell them that you need to be seen so that people see you and get encouraged. This whole tag of the auto industry being the boys club has to go. When we started this journey way back in 2022, we were 15, and I'm happy to say today we are 100.
The GenX program plays a crucial role in nurturing these future leaders, ensuring that women in the automotive industry are empowered to drive progress and innovation. From monthly vehicle registration reports to in-depth market analysis, FADA's data is a vital tool for the industry.
The industry was initially governed by wholesale numbers, and we were kind of, we never knew what exactly is happening in the market. This data, what we are releasing, it's phenomenal. We know the exact situation of the industry, where exactly industry is moving, and where as a dealer we stand in the market. So that has helped us tremendously.
For the past 3 years, we are doing dealer satisfaction study, and it has become a very credible and an important thing for planning how the manufacturer will look about the future in satisfying the dealers and giving them the support to in turn satisfy the customers. This year, we have also started the Customer Engagement Index, and it has gone off well. The results are out.
See, right now, right from Ministry of Heavy Industries to RBI, to Chief Economic Advisor, they have been using our data, and they have been calling our office to further categorize data.
At FADA, we believe in being the voice of dealerships, providing the help, support, and guidance needed for continued growth. And as we look into the future, the roadmap is clear with multiple agendas on the table.
There are a couple of things which we probably need to work on. One which we are already doing it and we want to strengthen it would be the trainings which we have for our dealer principals and our dealer staff. We want to make sure that our trainings are strong enough which reflect the requirements of the market and also which make sure that the customer delight is done seamlessly. The CMVR rules have been passed by the Parliament, but the implementation across the states have been quite uneven. Our goal is to make sure that we work with state governments and to see that the CMVR rules are implemented across.
For over 60 years, FADA has been the voice of Indian automotive retail. Through initiatives like the FADA Academy, GenX program, and the empowerment of women leaders, we are not just preparing for the future, we are shaping it, ensuring a vibrant, competitive and sustainable industry.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vigneshwar did speak about it in his presidential address, and we have it ready. We have a very special video message for all of you from Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. He could not join us here for the conclave today, but he has been gracious enough to send us a video message. Let's play that now.
Namaskar. Respectable my colleague, Mr. Kumar Swamiji, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav ji, V. Ananta Nageshwaran, Sri V.G. Vigneshwar, Sri Sai Girdhar, Ms. Shraddha Suri, Marwa, and all respected dignitaries and dear friends. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations to FADA on completing 60 years of remarkable service to the nation and celebrating its Diamond Jubilee in such a professional and impactful manner. With over 15,000 dealerships employing more than 50 lakh people, FADA has consistently contributed to regional development, social inclusion, and economic growth through its network. It provides employment opportunities closer to home for many, fostering social upliftment and contributing significantly to India's economic resilience. The auto retail sector is a major pillar of our economy, contributing sustainability to our GDP with annual revenue of around 40,000 crore and contributing 95,000 crore in various taxes and levies to both the central and the state government. Its influence extends beyond the automotive sphere to sectors like finance, insurance, and all, creating a multiplier action across the economy. FADA's leadership, particularly in advocating for import policy reform, has been crucial to ensuring fairness, transparency, and sustainability across the industry. The government vision for the future of mobility is one of the sustainability innovations and safety. We are working towards making into a global leader in green mobility solution. FADA focus on environmentally friendly dealership practices as well as the scrappage policy aligning with this vision. The road safety remains one of our top priorities. I am pleased to see FADA actively promoting safety through initiative like the Buckle Up campaign, emphasizing the use of seat belt and helmets, the adoption of the new CMV rules 1989, and efforts to streamline their implementation will also contribute to making our roads safer, more efficient, and easier to navigate. The theme of this year's conclave, Transforming Tomorrow, Elevating Customer and Revitalizing Dealers Synergy, is timely and aligns with the government's push towards a customer-centric approach in the automotive sector. The automotive industry is the cusp of the revolution, and as we look to the future, it is critical that the sector continues to innovate, especially in areas like customer service, after sales, and quality assurance. As a distributor of automobiles, you play a pivotal role in the government mission and Make in India and contribute significantly to realizing our vision of self-reliant India. I want to assure you that the government remains committed to supporting the auto retail sector in every possible way, and we deeply value the role that FADA and its members play in driving the growth of the Indian economy, and we look forward to working closely with all stakeholders to achieve our shared goals. It's really a happy moment for me that you are completing 60 years, and also it is very unfortunate for me I am physically, because of my various appointments and reasons, I am not in Delhi. So I am making my apology for that and giving all of you best wishes. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Gadkari ji. We definitely are missing him here in this hall, but it's always good to hear his encouraging words, no matter what the medium. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to request Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, immediate past president of FADA, to please join us on stage. Sir, it's with immense gratitude that the FADA fraternity is delighted to present its gesture of appreciation to you for having served as the president of FADA during the years 2022-24. We are delighted to share that the past 2 years under your leadership have been momentous for FADA, from the recognition gained as the apex representative body in the automobile retail industry to our increased and fruitful engagement with the government, manufacturers, and the entire automotive retail ecosystem. Your vision of a unified and strengthened FADA gives us an astute direction to the future course. On behalf of over 15,000 dealers across 28 states and 8 union territories of our nation, we thank you for your impeccable leadership. It has been an honor. Please join us on the stage as I'm going to request Mr. Kumaraswamy ji to present Mr. Singhania with the kaleidoscope. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, the immediate past president of FADA. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhania. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumaraswamy ji. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to request Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, former chairman, FADA Academy and Research, to join us on the dais. As first president of FADA Academy and Research, under your extraordinary leadership, the Academy and Research has not only grown but has flourished, setting new benchmarks in innovation and excellence within the automobile retail industry. Your relentless pursuit of excellence has been the driving force behind forming that has enriched the educational experience. Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji presenting Mr. Gulati with the kaleidoscope. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I can't hear your applause. Is the audio too loud for it? Thank you so much, sir. We stand in deep appreciation of your unparalleled service and monumental contributions to the FADA. Thank you so much to both our guests of honor for doing the honors. And with that, I'm now going to invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance. I'm going to hand over the mic to him to address the August gathering, sir.
Honorable Ministers, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy Sir, Minister for Heavy Industries, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Mr. Bhupendra Singh Yadav, the past President of FADA, the incoming President, Mr. Vignesh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this important milestone in your journey as a dealers association. It must be a matter of satisfaction that your organization has completed 6 decades. Of course, in human life, completing 6 decades means you are entering into the twilight zone. But in the life of an organization, completing 6 decades means you are still very young and have plenty of milestones to further achieve and cross. I was going through the publication that was released by the Honorable Ministers a few minutes ago. It's very interesting that there is more than one article penned by the legal advisor on GST, on warranties, etc. So in that gives me an important insight that FADA should continue to play. It is not only an information exchange between the manufacturer and the consumer. It also is a repository of information for policymakers and also for economic analysis such as ourselves. Mr. Singhania did mention in his video remarks that we have worked with FADA, and in your monthly press releases, there used to be this data on aggregate sale of all kinds of passenger vehicles in the national level, at the national level, from two-wheelers to four-wheelers to tractors, etc. At our request, FADA did considerable research and has started presenting the data in terms of rural and urban split. So my heartfelt and sincere thanks to FADA for taking up our request and beginning to present this data both in terms of urban and rural India. Because automobile sales is a very important barometer of consumer demand and private consumption in the country. And especially being able to see in terms of rural and urban India. In fact, I must say that FADA's initiative has given us the inspiration, and tomorrow I'm visiting NABARD in Mumbai, asking them to come up with other indicators of rural demand. Whereas FADA was able to give us the automobile-based indicator of rural demand. And as you all have seen, in the first 5 months of this year, financial year, rural sale of passenger vehicles, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, tractors has outpaced the sale in urban India. But I'm confident that in the coming months, sale in urban India will also pick up, because the first 3 months of the financial year, we had a mammoth election, and government's capital expenditure also was relatively slower. But as this kicks into the high gear and more contracts are awarded, that there is a flow of liquidity, flow of contracts and employment generation that will happen along with private sector capital formation, which will automatically lead to improvement in urban demand as well in the coming months with respect to automobile sales. I did mention your role as information exchange between consumers and producers, but you can also act as a valuable feedback mechanism gathering global trends, because one of the issues that we found with the Indian automobile manufacturing, regardless of the fact that it is a very, very important segment of Indian manufacturing landscape itself, is that not all Indian brands, automobile brands, do very well with respect to passenger safety. In the new car tests that are conducted every year, very few Indian models pass the test of passenger safety. There can be no compromise, and it is up to the passengers to be able to choose between safety and the price point. But the offering from the manufacturers should be complete in terms of safety, and the information disclosure that you people will continue to make to the Indian public about the safety features has to be paramount. And the second aspect related to safety, and this is where you can play the role of a major information provider to the manufacturers, is that safety is not only with respect to the products that they make, but also with respect to the operating practices inside the car manufacturing plants. Worker safety also has to be taken very seriously, and some of the ways in which worker productivity is tied to the cost efficiencies and as well as the final price points are very closely linked to the worker safety practices in Indian car manufacturing. So, while you step into your 7th decade under the leadership of a new president, I wish you all the very best and success in your role as intermediaries in the automobile landscape, and continue to also provide valuable inputs and feedback, not only to policymakers such as the honorable ministers here, but also to economic analysis people such as ourselves. I wish you all the very best. Thank you once again for having me here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nageshwaran. I'm going to now request Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, President ACMA, and CMD Subros to please present her keynote address. Ma'am.
नमस्कार, Shri Bhupinder Yadav ji, Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Shri Kumaraswamy ji, Honorable Minister for Heavy Industries. Dr. Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Mr. Vigneshwar, President FADA. Mr. Sai Giridhar, Vice President FADA. Mr. Karthik Nagpal and Mr. Saharsh Damani. At the outset, let me congratulate Mr. Vigneshwar on assuming the position of President FADA and Mr. Sai Giridhar as Vice President of FADA as it completes its milestone 60 years. I'm confident that under your able leadership, FADA will continue to grow and to be strong and effective voices for vehicle dealers. I commend all the past presidents and leadership at FADA for their collective efforts in creating a credible institution that has earned its rightful place in the automotive ecosystem. It is indeed a pleasure to have the distinguished ministers with us here today. The combined impact of the policies from your respective ministries, sir, is driving the automotive industry towards greater localization and global competitiveness. We are seeing increased initiatives and a stronger commitment from our industry in areas like safety, emission, recycling, scrappage, and circularity. Additionally, the post-pandemic growth in vehicle sales is promising for both the component industry as well as dealerships. While I understand that there are concerns over rising inventory levels, we remain optimistic that the upcoming festive season will help us navigate through these challenges. As you all know, the automotive industry is undergoing a profound change driven by technological advancements, environment concerns, and evolving consumer preferences. As a dealership owner, I believe navigating industry transformations requires for us to wholeheartedly embrace electric mobility by investing in EV training, infrastructure, and partnerships with manufacturers. Digitization is also crucial. We need to strengthen our online presence, enhancing user experiences, and embracing e-commerce for sales and service bookings. Further, diversifying revenue streams through new opportunities like EV charging infrastructure and maintenance services will position our dealerships for long-term success in this evolving environment, eventually delivering exceptional customer service both online and offline. Adapting to these changes is indeed challenging, but only those who evolve will thrive. With the right strategies and a forward-thinking approach, vehicle dealers can not only survive, but excel in the new landscape. It is essential to view these challenges and opportunities for growth and innovation. FADA will play an even more crucial role in guiding its members through this transformation, ensuring they emerge stronger. As I close, I wish you all the very best for the event and for a bright future. Our hopes are strongly tied to the success of our friends in the auto dealership. You do good, we do good. Thank you for having me, and I wish FADA continued success in all its endeavors. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marwa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Honorable Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav, as I invite him to please share a few words with the gathering. So please.
आज की फैडा की इस 6th ऑटो रिटेल कॉन्क्लेव में उपस्थित हमारे भारत सरकार के वरिष्ठ मंत्री सम्माननीय HD कुमारस्वामी साहब, यहाँ पर उपस्थित एसोसिएशन के सभी पदाधिकारीगण, आपके प्रेसिडेंट श्री कार्तिक वी नागपाल जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित श्रद्धा सूरी जी, भारत सरकार के मुख्य आर्थिक सलाहकार श्री वी अनंतन जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सभी को बधाई देना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि जब से मैंने आपके इस कैंपस में प्रवेश किया, आपके ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस मेरे को सुनने को मिली, तो मैं बधाई देना चाहूँगा कि आप लोग इस दृष्टि से बहुत अच्छा प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और आप सब लोगों ने मुझे अभी आने से पहले बातचीत में बताया भी कि आप कम से कम कार्बन एमिशन में कैसे जीरो फुटप्रिंट हो उसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं। और दुनिया में इस समय जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है वो क्लाइमेट चेंज की है, क्योंकि हमारा जो कंजम्पशन पैटर्न है वो कंजम्पशन पैटर्न निश्चित रूप से क्लाइमेट को तो इम्पैक्ट करता है। इसलिए ग्रोथ के साथ हम लोगों को इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के साथ इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस की भी आवश्यकता है। मैं जब दुनिया भर में एनवायरनमेंट की बातचीत में जाता हूं, लोगों से मिलता हूं, तो सामान्यतः दो तरह के लोग मुझे मिलते हैं। एक तो वो है जो कैटास्ट्रोफिक है, शिकायती करते हैं कि कुछ नहीं होगा, सब बिगड़ जाएगा, सब चला जाएगा। दूसरे वो है जो टेक्नो ऑप्टिमिस्ट है, मेरा वर्ड है कि टेक्नोलॉजी सबको सुधार देगी। मुझे लगता है प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो ग्लासगो में पूरी दुनिया के सामने विषय रखा वो इसके बीच का रास्ता है कि हमको लाइफ माने एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली लाइफस्टाइल को अपनाना पड़ेगा, और जिसका सिंपल सॉल्यूशन है कंजम्पशन करने को हम मना नहीं कर रहे, लेकिन चीजों का माइंडफुल यूटिलाइजेशन होना चाहिए रेदर देन माइंडलेस कंजम्पशन। और इसलिए देश के स्तर पे तो सरकारों के द्वारा मिटिगेशन मेजर्स अपनाए जाते हैं, सोसाइटी के स्तर पर एडेप्टेशन के प्रयास होते हैं, लेकिन इंडिविजुअल स्तर पर हम लोग अगर एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्शियसनेस रखते हैं, मैं कई बार ये कहता हूं कि जैसे सिविक सेंस हम बच्चों के अंदर सिखाते हैं, ऐसे ही अगर हम एनवायरमेंटल सेंस सिखाएं तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी हम कैसे ले सकते हैं और विकल्पों पर कैसे जा सकते हैं एनर्जी को लेकर के। इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज को अपने ग्रोथ के लिए एनर्जी की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि जब तक एक्सेस ऑफ एनर्जी कॉमन व्यक्ति तक नहीं पहुंचेगा, हम उसको जो गरिमापूर्ण जीवन देना चाहते हैं, लाइफ विद डिग्निटी, वो हम उसको नहीं पहुंचा सकते। और इसलिए डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज ने जो आज डेवलपमेंट के मुकाम हासिल किए हैं, उनको ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि उन्होंने धरती का सबसे ज्यादा कार्बन एमिशन के स्पेस को घेरा भी है। और इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि दो चीजें डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज को करनी चाहिए। पहला, जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं दुनिया की वार्ताओं में, उनको क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस उपलब्ध कराया जाना चाहिए, और दूसरा टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर भी करना चाहिए, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी एक अर्थ में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है। और अभी जब आपके फैडा के प्रेसिडेंट बोल रहे थे तो आग्रह कर रहे थे कि हमारी वर्कशॉप को ऑरेंज से ग्रीन में लेके आइए। मैं मानता हूं कि आपके पास भी आपकी एसोसिएशन सेमिनार करने के साथ एक हिस्सा अगर टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च में लगाए, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में लगाए, नॉलेज शेयरिंग में लगाए, क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम में लगाए, तो मुझे लगता है आप में इतनी क्षमता है कि आप ज़्यादा बेहतर परिणाम लेके आ सकते हो। और भारत ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में करके दिखाया है। 2015 में जब दुनिया में वापस से UNFCCC के एग्रीमेंट को रीडिफाइन किया गया और उसको पेरिस एग्रीमेंट का नाम दिया गया, तो दुनिया के सभी देशों के लिए CBDRC के प्रिंसिपल को लागू किया गया। CBDR के प्रिंसिपल, कॉमन बट डिफरेंशिएटेड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। हम सबका लक्ष्य एक है, सब चीजों का लक्ष्य एक है कि दुनिया का तापमान कम होना चाहिए, पर हम अपने अपने देश की कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से इस क्षमता की वृद्धि करेंगे। और दुनिया के सभी देशों को कहा गया कि वो अपने अपने एनडीसीज देवें, नेशनल डिटरमिन्ड कंट्रीब्यूशन, और भारत ने भी अपने 8 एनडीसीज दिए। 3 हमारे जो एनडीसीज थे वो क्वांटिटेटिव थे, 5 एनडीसीज हमारे क्वालिटेटिव थे। जो हमारे क्वांटिटेटिव एनडीसी थे उसमें 2 प्रमुख थे। पहला, हम अपने कार्बन एमिशन को 2005 का जो पॉइंट था उससे 40% रिड्यूस करेंगे। दूसरा, हम अपने रिन्यूएबल की क्षमता को भी 45% पे, उस कंजम्पशन पे पैटर्न जो 2005 में था उस पर लेकर के जाएंगे। और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है और हमारे देश का ये गौरव है कि जो एनडीसीज के लक्ष्य हमने 2030 के लिए रखे थे, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने 9 साल पहले 2021 में ही प्राप्त किए। ये भारत की उपलब्धि है कि दुनिया के 17-17% पॉपुलेशन हमारे पास है। कई बार हम लोग भी घबरा जाते हैं कि हम 4थे नंबर पे सबसे पॉल्यूटेड कंट्री हो गए। ऐसा हमारा कंजम्पशन पैटर्न नहीं दिखाता है। हम 17% पॉपुलेशन है, हमारा 4% के थोड़ा ज़्यादा कार्बन एमिशन का कंजम्पशन है, 4थे नंबर पे है। लेकिन दुनिया के जितने डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ हैं जो अपने आप को डेवलप्ड में बहुत आगे हैं, उनकी अगर पॉपुलेशन को मिला दिया जाए तो उनकी जो 17% पॉपुलेशन है उनका कार्बन एमिशन 60% है, हम उसको टच भी नहीं कर सकते। तो हमारा देश का कंजम्पशन पैटर्न अलग है। उसके बावजूद भी दुनिया में जब एनडीसीज के साथ बातचीत के बाद दुनिया के हर देश को अपना जो ग्रीन गैस का जो सीएचजी जो उनको है वो प्रस्तुत करना होता है कि आपके यहाँ ग्रीन गैस को लेकर के आपका पैटर्न क्या है। और ये बाइनियल होता है, द्विवार्षिक होता है। भारत ने 2019 के आधार पे शर्म एल शेख में जो हमारा कॉप हुआ उसमें हमने प्रेजेंटेशन रखा और हमने दुनिया को ये सिद्ध किया कि हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ और ग्रीन ग्रोथ ये दोनों बराबर चल रही है, जबकि दुनिया की 17% आबादी को हम रखते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में कई क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम भारत ने 2015 के बाद किए हैं। जब हम रिन्यूएबल की बात करते हैं तो भारत ने फ्रांस के साथ मिलकर इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस बनाया, उसका हेडक्वार्टर भी भारत में है। आज दुनिया के 137 से ज़्यादा कंट्री उसके मेंबर हैं। जब हम आज जो पूरा क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जो हम इम्पैक्ट देखते हैं डिजास्टर का, तो भारत ने CDRI कोलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया ताकि हम नॉलेज शेयरिंग कर सके, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कर सके, और वो भी आज दुनिया का अच्छा क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम बना। जो हार्ड टू अबेट इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, चाहे स्टील सेक्टर हो, चाहे कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर हो, चाहे ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर हो, वहाँ भी स्वीडन के साथ मिलकर भारत ने लेड IT लीडरशिप फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन बनाया। दुनिया की बड़ी जो कंपनियां हैं और उसके साथ साथ जो बड़े देश हैं वो आज उसके सदस्य बने हैं। और जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस जो दुनिया का हो रहा है, उस बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस को देखते हुए भारत ने जो दुनिया की 7 बिग कैट है उसके लिए इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस बनाया है। और हमारा ये मानना है कि देश में दोनों चीज़ों में लगातार बढ़ने का काम होना चाहिए। हमारी इकोलॉजी भी सुरक्षित रहनी चाहिए, उसके साथ ही साथ हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ भी होनी चाहिए। मुझे जानकर के खुशी हुई कि आप लोग रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट के साथ आजकल एक पेड़ भी देने लग गए हैं। ये तो बड़ी खुशी की बात है। इस समय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक इस साल जो 5 जून को जो इंटरनेशनल एनवायरनमेंट डे था उस पर उन्होंने एक प्रोग्राम शुरू किया है, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम। मैं सब जगह इस बात को कहता हूँ, धरती पर हम 2 लोगों का हमारे पे सबसे बड़ा हमारे पे उपकार है, और उनके प्रति हमारी जो कृतज्ञता होगी, जो ग्रेटिट्यूड होगा, वो हमारे जीवन को सफल बनाएगा। पहला, धरती पे हमको जन्म हमारी माँ ने दिया है, हम इस समय हमेशा से उनके प्रति हमेशा ऋणी होना पड़ेगा, उसको हम चुका नहीं सकते। और दूसरा, इस धरती पर जो हम रह रहे हैं, इस धरती पे सबसे बड़ा उपकार धरती माँ का है। आपके 15,000 डीलर हैं, वो कार बेच सकते हैं, वाहन बेच सकते हैं, पर कोई भी दुनिया का ऐसा इंडस्ट्री नहीं खड़ा हुआ है जो गेहूं बना सकता हो। हम जो कुछ करते हैं नेचर से लिए हुए चीज का एडिशन करते हैं। हम नेचर में कुछ पैदा नहीं कर सकते। नेचर के में जब हम पैदा नहीं कर सकते तो इतना जरूर कर सकते हैं कि जिसको हम काटते हैं मकान बनाने के लिए, इंडस्ट्री बनाने के लिए, उस पेड़ को कम से कम एक पेड़ अपनी माँ के नाम पे जरूर लगाएं। वो अपनी माँ के प्रति और धरती माँ के प्रति सबसे बड़ा ग्रेटिट्यूड होगा। आप ये कर रहे हैं, लेकिन और ज़्यादा सब लोगों के साथ सामूहिक रूप से आके करें तो मुझे लगता है आपकी एसोसिएशन एक बड़ा और महत्वपूर्ण काम कर पाएगी। दूसरा जो विषय है वो हमारे देश में इस बात पर है कि हम एक पेड़ माँ के नाम जैसा अभियान किया है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम किया है, लेकिन देश के स्तर पर भी हम चाहते हैं कि देश में रीयूज और रीसाइकल इसके ऊपर हम जोर दें। भारत सरकार स्क्रैप पॉलिसी लेकर के आई है, उसको बहुत अच्छे तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी करना चाहिए। रीयूज और रीसाइकिल और जो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी है वो आने वाले समय की सबसे बड़ी हकीकत है। हम सारी चीज़ें हमेशा धरती से नहीं ले सकते और हम ऐसा भी नहीं कर सकते कि धरती से जो कुछ लें वो हम बेस्ट लें और धरती को जो कुछ दें वो हम गार्बेज के रूप में दें। हमें इससे अलग हटना होगा और इसलिए सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को लेकर के हमारी मिनिस्ट्री में रबड़ से लेकर के और बाकी चीज़ों में जितने भी सर्कुलर हैं, एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री ने पूरा पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन करते हुए सबके सामने उसको लागू करने का प्रयास किया है। और जैसे एक पेड़ माँ के नाम है, आजकल मैं आईटी के बच्चों में जा रहा हूँ और स्टूडेंट्स में जा रहा हूँ, यूथ में जा रहा हूँ। हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ने 15 अक्टूबर तक एक और इनिशिएटिव लिया है, आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ। आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ का अर्थ है हमारे जीवन के बहुत सारे क्षेत्र हैं। सेव एनर्जी, एनर्जी को हम कैसे रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं। सेव वाटर, वाटर का हम माइंडफुल यूटिलाइजेशन कैसे कर सकते हैं। सेव फूड, फूड का जो वेस्टेज है वो हमारे लैंडफिल्स को बहुत ज़्यादा भरने का काम करता है। क्लीन एयर, उसको हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। वेस्ट, आजकल जो सॉलिड वेस्ट जो सबसे बड़ा सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का आधार है, उसके लिए हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। और एक और जो वेस्ट है वो उससे अलग है, ई वेस्ट। ई वेस्ट के बारे में हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। हेल्दी लाइफ स्टाइल, मेरा आपसे भी आग्रह है, आपके जो 15,000 डीलर हैं, आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ के लिए लोगों को प्रेरित करें, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम के लिए प्रेरित करें, मिशन लाइफ के लिए प्रेरित करें और आप तरक्की करें। देश की इकोनॉमी में आप 15,000 डीलर्स के साथ जो एक बहुत बड़ा, नितिन जी कह रहे थे 95,000 करोड़ का या कितने का, इकोनॉमिक एडवाइज़र ज़्यादा अच्छा डाटा बता सकते हैं, लेकिन देश के जॉब क्रिएशन में, इकोनॉमी में और देश की गति देने में जो आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं, आप सबको बधाई। और हम इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी को साथ लेकर के चलें, उसमें आपका योगदान मिले। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत शुक्रिया भूपेंद्र यादव जी, आपके शब्दों की रोशनी में और आपके और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारी संस्था भी आगे बढ़ने की यूं ही कोशिश करती रहेगी। इसी के साथ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आई एम गोइंग टू रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज वेलकम ऑन द डायस मिस्टर H.D. कुमारस्वामी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ हेवी इंडस्ट्रीज, एज आई रिक्वेस्ट हिम टू एड्रेस द गैदरिंग। सर प्लीज।
My cabinet colleague, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, Dr. Anant Nageshwaran, Economic Advisor to Finance Ministry, Shri C.S. Vigneshwar, Shri Sai Giridhar, Ms. Sharda Surimarav, Shri Karthik V. Nagpal, Shri Saresh Damani. A good afternoon, a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and all esteemed guests. It is a pleasure to be here at 6th Auto Retail Conclave of FADA under the theme Transforming Tomorrow, Elevating Customer and Revitalizing Dealer Synergy. Today, we gather at a momentous time, a time when India is taking significant strides towards transforming its economy and strengthening its global leadership. I would like to congratulate FADA on completing 60 remarkable years and celebrating its Diamond Jubilee in a meaningful manner. FADA, representing over 15,000 automobile dealerships and employing more than 5 million people, has been instrumental in fostering growth and inclusivity by ensuring employment opportunities close to home for many. FADA is contributing not only to economic growth but also to social inclusion and regional development. The auto retail sector contributes significantly to India's GDP and also contributes approximately 95,000 crores in taxes, road tax and other levies to both central and the state governments. Its impact on the insurance, finance and oil sectors is far-reaching, creating a ripple effect throughout the economy. It is also worth noting that the auto retail sector is 3.5 times larger than the organized retail sector, underscoring its vast economic footprint. The sector's investments in real estate and infrastructure further highlight its importance in state-level economies across India. The theme of this year's event, Transforming Tomorrow, Elevating Customer and Revitalizing Dealer Synergy, resonates deeply with the government's vision for the automotive sector. As India moves towards becoming a global leader in mobility solutions, it is crucial that we continue to support initiatives that enhance customer-centric practices across sales, after-sales, and quality assurance. The government remains committed to working closely with industry stakeholders to ensure that the Indian auto retail industry continues to grow in a sustainable and customer-friendly manner. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have seen bold reforms that are driving the transformation of our industries. To further boost the industry's vision, the government has rolled out several key initiatives to further accelerate growth. One such initiative is PLI scheme for automobile and auto component industry, launched in 2021, has been instrumental in attracting 74,850 crore in proposed investments. Of this, 17,896 crore has been actually invested by March 2024. This has already generated 30,502 employments. Similarly, the production-linked incentive scheme for advanced battery cells, which plays a pivotal role in promoting the development of new generation energy storage technologies. With a budgetary outlay of 18,100 crore, the scheme aims to achieve a manufacturing capacity of 50 gigawatt hour, with 3 companies already committing to 30 gigawatt of capacity. Recently, that's on 4th September, we have also awarded 10 gigawatt more capacity. We are also witnessing the impact of the FAME2 scheme, which promotes the adoption of electric and hybrid vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with a total budget of 11,500 crore. This initiative is driving the electrification of public transportation across India. Furthermore, the Electric Mobility Promotion Scheme, launched in March 2024, is providing an additional boost to the 2 and 3 wheelers EV segment with a 78 crore outlay. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the Indian government is fully committed to creating a business-friendly ecosystem for the automotive sector. We are aware of the challenges that lay ahead, but I am confident that with continued collaboration between the government, OEMs and dealers, India will achieve its vision of becoming a global leader in sustainable and customer-friendly mobility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumaraswamy. With your government's commitment towards making ease of business as its priority, I'm sure all the industries would benefit from that. I'm going to now request Mr. Karthik V. Nagpal, President Rosmerta Group, to present the keynote address. Sir.
Good afternoon to our guests of honor, Honorable Union Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupinder Yadav ji, Honorable Union Minister of Heavy Industries and Steel, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, our special guests, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Dr. Nageswaran, President ECMA and CMD Subros, Mrs. Shraddha Suri Marwa, President of FADA, Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar, Vice President, Mr. Sai Girdhar, and CEO, Mr. Sahesh Damani, and valued members of our dealer community. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to our esteemed ministers for their invaluable presence today. Your leadership and commitment are vital to the ongoing growth, innovation, and sustainability of the industry. The MOEF has been instrumental in advancing sustainability within the automotive sector. Your leadership in implementing the EPR rules, which shall be pivotal in promoting responsible recycling of end-of-life vehicles and fostering circularity in our industry. Under the EPR framework, OEMs and the dealer community especially will play a crucial role in educating customers and facilitating the collection of ELVs. To the Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries, I extend my deepest thanks for your unwavering support of our sector. Initiatives like the production-linked incentives, FAME 2, and many others have driven significant investment in new technologies, positioning us at the forefront of global automotive innovation. I would like to request the Honorable Ministers to consider an incentive scheme similar to the PLI for automatic testing stations and vehicle scrapping programs. Just as the manufacturing sector has been galvanized through PLIs, these emerging sectors also require greater support from the government. Both the ATS and RVSF initiatives will complement the government's ongoing efforts towards sustainable growth in the automotive sector. I must also take a moment to acknowledge and commend the FADA, a prominent and impactful organization that has consistently supported and empowered the dealer community across India. With a strong focus on upskilling, best practices, and now next-gen leadership, these programs ensure the continuous development and upliftment of the dealer community, a critical component of the India's automotive sector. A special thanks to Mr. Manish Singhania for his exemplary leadership in advancing FADA's progressive vision over the past 2 years. Under your guidance, numerous initiatives focusing on sustainability, dealer upliftment, and overall community growth have been launched. Your efforts have made a lasting impact, laying a strong foundation for future progress. As we look ahead, I warmly welcome Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar as the newly elected President of FADA, along with the incoming state chairs. We are eager to collaborate with you in strengthening the bond between the dealer community and the Rosmerta Group. Together, we can build on the momentum of the past successes and explore new avenues for innovation and partnership within the industry. I express my deepest gratitude to the dealer fraternity. Your unwavering support has been instrumental in the successful implementation of key projects in the transport domain, including the High Security Registration Plates Initiative. The dealer community is not merely a point of sale of vehicles. It is a key influencer in the automotive ecosystem, serving as a bridge between manufacturers and consumers. Dealers play a pivotal role in shaping consumer behavior, especially when it comes to critical societal issues like road safety and environmental sustainability. By leveraging their position as trusted advisors, dealers can play a transformative role in shaping consumer mindsets and educating the public on vital issues of road safety and sustainability. Their efforts not only enhance consumer awareness, but also contribute to a safer and more sustainable future for all. As I stand before you today, I am filled with immense pride and optimism for the future of our industry. The road ahead is one of opportunity. Opportunity to innovate, to lead, and to create lasting change. It is through our collective efforts as government leaders, industry pioneers, and the tireless dealer community that we will drive this transformation. At Rosmerta, we are not just committed to serving our customers. We are dedicated to advancing the very fabric of our nation's transportation ecosystem. Together, we have the power to make a profound impact, not just on the roads we build or the vehicles we produce, but on the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. As we forge ahead, let us remember that every step we take towards sustainability Every initiative we launch for road safety and every partnership we cultivate brings us closer to the future where innovation and responsibility go hand in hand. Thank you once again for your unwavering support, your dedication and commitment to excellence. Together we will drive the change that defines the future of our industry and our nation. Let's move forward, united in purpose, and make India a safer, more sustainable place for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nagpal. And with that, I'm going to request Mr. Vigneshwar to kindly extend a token of thanks to our honorable guests of honor this afternoon. Can we please have a memento as we felicitate Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy. Sir, it was a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon, and this is just a gesture of thanks from our side. Similarly, I'm going to request Mr. Vigneshwar to please felicitate Mr. Bhupendra Yadav as well. Please bring the memento. Yeah. It was a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon, sir. Mr. Vigneshwar felicitating Mr. Bhupendra Yadav. And now I'm going to request Mr. Sai Giridhar to felicitate Mr. Nageshwaran. Can we please request the mementos to be sent up on the stage? Mr. Sai Giridhar, extending a token of thanks to Mr. Nageshwaran. Thank you, sir. Please send the memento for Ms. Marwa, as Mr. Sai Giridhar will felicitate ma'am as well. And Mr. Sai Giridhar will also extend a token of thanks for Mr. Nagpal. Please send the memento. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to quickly request Mr. Sai Giridhar, Vice President FADA, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With immense gratitude and blessing of Almighty, we come to the successful conclusion of the 6th Auto Retail Conclave. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, Union Minister of Heavy Industry, and Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Sir, your presence today signifies the importance of auto retail in building our nation. Your valuable insights have set a strong foundation for the rest of the conclave. भूपेंद्र यादव जी, सर, जो आपने ग्रीन हमारा FADA के जो ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव्स को जो आपने सराहा, उसका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया. एंड आज इस मंच के माध्यम से मैं आपको एक एश्योरेंस देना चाहता हूँ. हमारी एसोसिएशन ऑलरेडी एनवायरनमेंट के लिए और ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए बहुत काम करती है और करती आएगी. बट जैसा कि आपने अभी फरमाया, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी इनिशिएटिव है, हमारी एसोसिएशन उसके साथ भी जुड़ेगी और उसके साथ भी काम करेगी. एंड हमारा जो पूरा नेटवर्क है, 15,000 तो डीलरशिप्स हैं सर, लेकिन अगर आउटलेट्स की बात करें तो करीब करीब 30,000 से ज़्यादा आउटलेट्स हैं हमारे. तो हमारा ये सारा का सारा जो आउटलेट्स हैं, हम सारा इसके अंदर लगाएंगे. और आपने एक और चीज़ फरमाई थी सर, रीयूज़ एंड रिसाइकल. मेरा ये मानना है कि हमारे ऑटो सेक्टर के अंदर में ये बहुत ही यूजफुल चीज़ है और हमें इसके ऊपर में और काम करना चाहिए. हमारे कुछ OEMs हैं जो इसके ऊपर बहुत अच्छा सराहनीय काम कर रहे हैं, बट एज अ एसोसिएशन वी एश्योर यू दैट वी विल बी वर्किंग ऑन दिस. सर, Honorable Minister Kumaraswamy ji, sir, thank you for enlightening us, and we assure you that we will always continue to be a responsible organization and play a vital role in overall growth of our country. Our special guest, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, President ACMA and CMD Subros, and Mr. Karthik Nagpal, President Rosmata. We thank you for your support and for sharing your thoughts today. Mr. Nageshwaran, thanks for acknowledging the data analysis and research work which we do in reporting the auto retail numbers, which we further segregate into rural and urban demand. Sir, we will continue to work on this data as it gives the actual pulse of auto retail in India. I am confident that the knowledge and learning from today's session will be instrumental in guiding us as we transform for a better and a brighter tomorrow. We have many exciting events lined up, and I am eagerly looking forward for the conversations and progress ahead. Thank you again for your time and contribution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Girdhar. Thank you so much, Honorable Ministers, for joining us this afternoon. A quick group photograph, if we can request your presence for another 1 minute for a group photograph, as all of you are already with us on the stage. It was a pleasure hearing all of you this afternoon. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are also concluding our inaugural session of the 6th Auto Retail Conclave. As we say thank you to the Honorable Ministers, can we have a round of applause? They are taking a leave from the auditorium, and with that, we are also announcing a 20-minute tea-coffee break. I request all of you to please assemble back sharp at 2:50 p.m. after the tea-coffee break. And in the meantime, we will continue to play the AVs of FADA and our partners this afternoon.
innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence, Rosmerta Technologies has firmly established itself as a leader in automotive technology. Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas. Identification, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security. With over 16 crore cumulative fitments, RTL is the #1 player in HSRP for the Indian automotive market. Smart card-based TL plus RC solutions, revolutionizing identification in India. Rosmerta has issued more than 150 million smart cards. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks. As the first and largest player in India, Rosmerta has set up 12 model stations in 9 states, leading the way in reliable vehicle inspection. Automated driving test tracks, utilizing advanced sensor and video analytics. Rosmerta ensures accurate, transparent driving skill testing in real time. Connected electronics, telematics solutions, transforming public and transport logistics with featuring an emergency button. Our advanced dashcam uses AI for driver monitoring and ADAS, while our OBD tracker and other innovations elevate the retail car segment. Smart card manufacturing. With India's largest facility, Rosmerta produces 8 million banking and ID cards and 17 million telecom cards monthly. Digital services. Digitally enabled services have 2 segments. Vehicle ownership solutions. Through the Urja app, Rosmerta streamlines registration and HSRP delivery, making vehicle ownership easier. My Rasta Car Service. Serving over 10,000 customers, Rosmerta is bridging the gap in automotive components distribution. Sustainability. RVSF. One of the largest in NCR, handling up to 30,000 vehicles annually, ensuring safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, DEF RosBlue. With a 24 million litres capacity, Rosmerta ensures emission compliance with availability in 23 states and 4 union territories. Pollution under control, PUC, pioneering online pollution testing with real-time alerts and Vahan data integration, all via cutting-edge tech and a user-friendly app. Rosmerta's journey has positioned the company as a dominant force in every industry it touches. Driven by a vision to explore new horizons and shape a technologically advanced future. As pioneers in mobility, we've been the part of major auto events that focus on sustainable mobility, road and rider safety and aftermarket opportunities. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting the future in mobility.
अरे इतनी जल्दी पापा?
हाँ भाई, टाइम पास मंडली कहाँ चल दी है सुबह सुबह?
पापा मौसम अच्छा था तो सोचा लॉन्ग ड्राइव पे चले जाए लोनावाला।
मौसम तो अच्छा है। एक मिनट रुको बेटा, एक फोटो तो बनती है ना मेमोरी के लिए। हाँ, अब स्माइली फेस नहीं, सीरियस फेस।
हो गया?
Hello everyone, if you can hear me at the back of the hall. I hope you've enjoyed your tea coffee break. I know we're still away from 2:50. I'm giving you a few more minutes to finish your refreshments and then take your seats back here in the hall, as we would like to start our second session of the day pretty much on time. So just a gentle reminder to all of you, please join us back here in the hall as soon as you can. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request you all to please join us back in the hall. We would like to start our second session this afternoon as soon as you are seated with us back in here. I request you all to please be seated. I hope you've had your refreshments. Please join us back in the hall. Once again, requesting you all to please take your seats as we are all set to start our second session of the day. If you can hear me at the back of the hall, I really request you to please take your seats. Mr. Soumitra Raj, sir, if you're here. Yeah? Okay. We are going to start with your presentation shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, it's my humble request to all of you to please take your seats. We've wrapped up the first tea coffee break this afternoon, and we are all set to start with our second session of the conclave. So welcome once again. And after a packed inaugural session, we are now heading towards an equally informative and engaging afternoon. Let's begin by inviting Mr. Soumitra Raj, Vice President and Business Head, Acko Drive Service Center, to come on the dais and present the partner showcase. Gentlemen, once again, it's my request to please take your seats. We will have plenty of time for networking. Mr. Soumitra Raj, can I please call you on stage for the partner showcase? Please.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hopefully, everyone is settled in and we can get started. I'll maybe give another 20 seconds for folks to settle in. All right, great. Okay, hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here at such an engaging event, with so many thought leaders, distinguished guests, and a big congratulations to the organizing team at FADA for pulling this off, such an amazing event, right? So I'm here representing Acko. I head the business of Acko Drive Service Center. Now you may be wondering what is Acko, an insurance company that does not sell through agents or through dealerships, doing here at this event. I'll try and answer that, but let me start with the quick AV first. If you can have the AV, please.
With 90 crore active online users and 4.3 crore shoppers, India is online. From movie tickets to education, diapers to diamonds, food to furniture, everything is being sold online. Just to give you a perspective, over 50 lakh food orders, 20 lakh cab rides, 85% of air ticket bookings, 72% of hotel bookings are happening every single day. And the cars are no different. 85% Indians research cars online before buying. 20% wish to have their entire buying journey online. Car servicing queries peak to 32 lakh searches per month. And over 1 lakh go ahead and book car servicing online. Top that with millions of reviews and buying tips on YouTube, Reels on Insta, autoblogs and portals. The list is endless. And the consumers are loving it. Why not? It makes everything quick, convenient and cost effective. We at Acko are well poised to meet and exceed these new consumer expectations. As the protection destination of emerging India, we are providing end-to-end solutions from insurance purchase to claim registration and beyond. We have issued over 1 billion policies across car, bike, health, life, gadgets and travel. All online. A fun fact, of nearly 5 million car insurance policies sold online in India so far, more than half are issued by Acko. No wonder some of the world's biggest investors put their faith in us. But we don't stop here. As consumers shift preferences online, from consumer expert reviews and latest auto news, from buying a new car to selling an old one, from paying traffic challans to recharging their FASTags, we are building for them every step of the way. And now we invite you to join hands with us as we scale up Acko Drive Service Centers, a network of world-class service centers offering unparalleled consumer experience where your on-ground expertise and our online prowess can come together in a winning combination. Acko's captive demand helps you hit a break-even point quicker and helps generate an ROI that's simply wow. And more importantly, you will be making the most of the digital tide that's sweeping all over. Already raising the standards in Hyderabad and Bengaluru, Acko Drive Service Centers are ready to woo other major cities too. Join us and together we'll usher in the future of automotive services.
Okay, so yes, we are talking about the changing customer behavior in the multi-brand car service space and the opportunities to partner with dealers, leveraging technologies to drive a change there, right? Now, I'm sure there's still questions. Why is an insurance company getting into car service repair space? Why are other insurance companies not doing it? Multi-brand service is challenging, parts availability is a challenge. This AV was a short one, didn't answer all the questions. I will take a stab at answering most of them over the next 5-7 minutes. Right. So first things first, why is Acko getting into car service, multi-brand car service space? Let me start with the business model, right? So Acko, being a direct-to-customer company, sells policies to its customer directly via its website or its app, right? Now that gives us a couple of advantages. Advantage number one, because we are not giving any commission to agents or intermediaries, that is a saving for us that gets passed on to the customer, right? Which means lower prices for the end consumer. That's number one. Number two, when a vehicle meets with an accident, customers inform Acko first about the accident before taking the vehicle to a service center. Right now, in industry parlance, this is called first notification of loss or FNOL. So the FNOL for Acko is around 70%, which means 70% of our customers, before taking the vehicle to a service center, inform Acko, right? Whereas, to give you a reference, in the rest of the industry, the average is single digits or early double digits, right? Now, what that means is we get a chance to play a role in where does the vehicle go for repair, right? So now, because we have that leverage, we tell the customers, we'll pick up your vehicle, we will take it to a workshop, we'll get it serviced, we will send you updates, we will settle the claim, and we will deliver it back to you at your doorstep, right? And we have a network of workshops across all major cities where we send these vehicles and they get repaired. Now we saw a big opportunity here, right? That if we are sending all these repair vehicles to other workshops, why can't we have our own network of world-class service centers, multi-brand dealerships equivalent, where we can deliver the best-in-class experience to the customer, right? And we basically saw two opportunities. One was delivering that world-class experience to the consumer. Second, the opportunity to build a meaningful, large business in the car multi-brand space. Now, that comes with a few advantages, a few competitive advantages that we have, right? Advantage number one is the captive demand. Now, every month, thousands of claims come to us in each of our target cities, in each of our major cities, and we are able to divert these vehicles to our service centers, which means as soon as the unit goes live, from the very beginning, you have a steady flow of accidental repair vehicles flowing into the service centers, right? That's just one part of the captive demand. The other part is we have lakhs of policyholders, millions of folks coming onto the app website, checking out the offerings, right? And what that means is through our app, more than 5 million downloads, we start getting a lot of demand for service. In fact, in the centers that are live in Bangalore and Hyderabad, our service demand is even higher than the claims demand or the accidental repair demand that come to us, right? So that was the first, the captive demand. The second is multi-brand car repair is an unorganized space. It's a fragmented space, no branded players there, and the brand Acko can play a very huge pull to the end consumer to generate that demand, right? Number three is the customer experience, right? So now everybody talks about technology, we do too. If you're in Bangalore or in Hyderabad, there are centers alive, and go to the app, what you can do is go to the app, check out all the offerings regarding car service, check out the prices, and get your vehicles picked up. It goes to the service center, it gets into the repair process, the service advisors there upload images of the service and the videos of it into the DMS. From the DMS, it comes onto the app directly, right? So it's a seamless end-to-end experience for the end consumers, right? Now, because of these key competitive advantages, we are looking to scale this business meaningfully. So over the next 3 years, we are looking to set up around 100 odd service centers. We've already partnered with around 10 plus dealer partners across multiple cities, and we are looking for more. Right? And that's where, as I said, over the next few years, we'll be engaging with the dealer community even more meaningfully. Right? And what is in it for the dealer partners? Of course, because of the captive demand, quick break even, great ROI. And it is the value add is not just on the demand side, but even on the service side. Even in that fragmented multi-brand space, we come in as our supply chain depth helps partners ensure parts availability. Our training and technology integration ensures great customer experience to the end consumer through the dealers, right? So that's where we wanted to come in here and say that we are looking to build a business that is going to be there for a long run. We are looking to partner with dealers, great operators like yourself, and hope to cater to that space which is largely underserved so far. So I would wrap up there, and any questions, queries, we have a stall outside. Feel free to drop by and have a chat. And thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Soumitra Raj. Now, let's bring to our audience Customer Experience Index Study 2024. And for that, I'm inviting Mr. Shailesh Narayanan, Country Head, Frost & Sullivan, India, to please come up on dais. As you know, this is the inaugural survey conducted by FADA to meticulously analyze every aspect of the customer journey within the passenger vehicle spectrum, encompassing a wide range of vehicles from hatchbacks to luxury vehicles, including SUVs, MPVs, and EVs, including sales, after-sales service, and product quality. This comprehensive examination will provide invaluable insights that will shape the future of automobile industry. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Shailesh Narayanan to present before you Customer Experience Index Study 2024.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers who spoke before, and esteemed audience who are present over here. It's a privilege for Frost & Sullivan to be associated with FADA to present this interesting and landmark study, the Customer Experience Index. This is first of its kind to be done in India, and the focus of this Experience Index is focused on the passenger vehicle segment for all the vehicles brands, both from the mass market and the luxury segment in India. In the next few minutes, I'm going to walk you through the study. While some of these insights were already out in the media, and many of you would have got a glance to look at it, but I'm going to present to you some more insights in terms of what the study is focusing on and what were the highlights that came out. And it'll be something interesting to note that there are some interesting data points that really came out of the study, and it'll be good for the industry to leverage and take this forward. So what is this study all about? What was the objective? When we took the study, what was the objective of the study? What was this? The whole objective of the study, or the index, Customer Experience Index, it was to understand and quantify the customer satisfaction, focusing on the journey on 3 parameters: sales, after sales and service, and product. So we focused on the entire journey that a customer goes through, not stopping with one of them. All the 3 elements or the factors were focused, and focused on the passenger vehicle. We also did the study also focused to access the key drivers of satisfaction, the quantum of contribution to the satisfaction. So it is a very important activity to understand what is the quantum of satisfaction, and also to understand if there are any key barriers of satisfaction that needs to be identified, and areas of improvement that the industry can take as part of customer. The industry today works towards the customer, and this study is an interesting output that typically brings towards improving the customer experience or the customer satisfaction. Who were the respondents? There are several studies that are done. There are several activities the industry does. Who were the respondents? So Frost & Sullivan, in collaboration with FADA, worked on a unique respondent profile. So who were the respondents? The respondents were not given by OEMs. The respondents were not given by dealers. This was a sample that was taken from the marketplace. It had a combination of male and female who were 18 years above. This sample, the respondents were primary users of cars, who were users, personal usages only, and not driven by somebody else. And these were new vehicle owners who had been involved in the purchase of the vehicle in the last 12 months' time. So that was a typical respondent's profile. And typically, from a categorization of how did we do across, for sales and product quality evaluation, the respondents were chosen for people who have bought their car in the last 12 months. The study was commissioned in May 2024, so it was taken in account that May 2023 to May 24 was the period in which we had chosen people who have bought the vehicle. For after sales, it was a longer period. We took a longer period of time for after sales. For after sales, it was considered people who have bought a vehicle in the last 3 years, people who have purchased from an authorized dealer. We ensured that it was people who have bought passenger cars who have got from the authorized dealer in the last 3 years, 12 to 36 months. That was the period. So the respondents were very closely chosen, and this was a respondent profile which was picked up from the marketplace on a random basis. Where were these respondents based? What was the sample size? How are they distributed among all the cities? I mean, is it skewed more towards tier 1, tier 2, or is it spread across? I heard a lot of speakers talking earlier. We had even the panel initially talking about how do we capitalize on improving rural demand, how do we do things across. So the sample was about 8,600 odd sample. From a sales and product, 3,000 and odd people were removed. I'm not going to the exact number. 3,683 people were interviewed for sales and product. For after sales and product, about 5,000 people were interviewed. Combination of male and female people above 18 years. It went across multiple tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 at their equal share, and it was spread in across 26 cities pan-India basis. So what were some of the interesting highlights that came out of the study? So let me take a few minutes to talk to you about some of those interesting highlights. I call this as the voice of customer cloud. So why do I call it as a cloud? I mean, based on some 97 parameters that we analyzed, these were some of those top points that were coming out as the voice of customer. Many of them are known to all of us in our day-to-day. The industry reads, breathes, and lives on many of these. Service is the topmost one, which everybody believes, and that's where a lot of things happen. So service is definitely one. But there are some interesting facts that came out in addition to those one in the size of the font and the colors will differ in terms of the weightages that each of them got in the survey. Service, innovative technology, reliable, comfortable brand, all those things were on the top. But you see some of those important points like looking at things like body, reliable vehicle, talking about safety, design. Still, it was surprising, and it was important to note, it's not surprising, it is important to note that customers are still looking for those segments, because today all of us feel our customer journey is more about providing a lot more of technology in the vehicle. While technology still plays a role, there was some interesting data point that came out that customers still are also looking for steady body, reliable performance of the vehicle, and other stuff that's definitely the reliability of the vehicle. What were some of the delighters? I'm sharing snippets of the study. I'm not sharing the entire study, which is talking about, I'm sharing snippets of the study. What were some of the delighters that really came out? So we tried to group those delighters which were ranked on a scale of 1 to 5. All the scores were ranked on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. And the study was completely based on ensuring that customers get that rating of 5. And who are those people who said 5? The delighters on sales were things from test drive, the test drive experience in the sales process. When somebody goes to buy a vehicle, test drive experience is not in order of any priority, but these are some of those delighters. Test drive experience, responsiveness and knowledge level of the sales team whom they are dealing with was an important parameter. Ease of transaction payment was also one of the delighters. Ease of locating dealership. This was a very important point that came out in tier 2, tier 3 places. In terms of ease of locating dealership was one of the important points, and attractiveness of promotional offers. Festive season is up in the cards, so obviously an important point. I know all OEMs and the industry would have planned for what they wanted to, but this is an important point that did came out as delighters from a sales purchase. From a product standpoint, the topmost one, or the ones in the order, not in the order of priority, I would say, is performance, reliability, seat comfort and legroom, the comfort when they are traveling in that vehicle, fuel efficiency, mileage, good resale value. I mean, today, with the crowd, people, they would like to change, they're looking for good resale value and good warranty terms when they are owning the vehicle. From an after-sales perspective, the delighters were workmanship quality. Service was topmost in the world cloud when you come out. When you look at the service was topmost. So workmanship quality was top. Ease of appointing and scheduling the process. Appointment scheduling process was another thing. I know today we have moved to app world. OEMs have moved to, the dealers are all on an app, and they are all on app, and we feel that app is used for scheduling appointments. That was one of the important points. Post-service follow-up was another important point that really came up over there as a delighters, with fairness of price charge, well-known factor, and ease of registering complaint. These are some of those delighters that came out in the study when we drew it across the respondents that we really talked about. What were some more highlights? While those were all delighters that I talked about on the sample that we did, there were also some more interesting highlights that came from this customer experience. These are again talking a little bit from the different genders that were interviewed. This talks about also the age groups were interviewed, because we interviewed people. We did the study, the respondents were from an age group of 18 to 50 plus. So there were younger age groups, there were older age groups, there were male drivers, there were female drivers, people are there. So I'd like to bring to point 3 important points, while there are several more highlights that are there, but I want to bring on 3 important points, which I felt is important, and it will be good for the industry to take note. Female buyers. I know there are some female drivers out, female people present over here. Female buyers, emphasis the need for relationship management, short lead time to delivery, and efficient addressal of commercial queries, where some of those 3 key points that came out from the female drivers unanimously, the weightages that were the most of the females who were responded gave on this. Younger age groups who were interviewed as part of this respondent profile were influenced by the responsiveness that the sales team gave them in the dealership, value for money, availability of AMCs, and attractive promotional offers, discounts and trade-in offers. That's what they said. The older age groups obviously came with some well-known facts, which we might feel are well-known facts. They felt the test drive experience that they undertake, because this could have been their nth car. We do not end up being the nth car. So they always felt when they are going in for a new car, when they are going for a new vehicle or a new, so for them test drive experience and effective handling of queries was very, very important. Obviously, the older age groups have got a different preference as compared to the younger age groups, and so is a male and female. These are some interesting highlights that came out of the study, which it is few. There are a lot more that could be of helpful to the industry. So what is this customer experience index all about? Now let's go and talk a little bit about what this index was all about. As I talked earlier, we covered 3 categories. Sales, which is the purchasing process that they go through. Yes. We talked about after sales and service, and we talked about product. Now let me go through each of these. I know the results are out. I'm not going to talk much on this. Kia leads in terms of the index. It's an index score. It's not a percentage. It's a sales experience index. Kia leads in the sales experience index with the maximum score, closely followed by MG and Nissan. The scores are very close. The close are very close. It's an index. It's not a percentage. It's not a representative of any percentage. It's an index which is calculated all the parameters. And this is where it stands in the mass market segment. In the luxury brands, BMW leads the index in terms of customer satisfaction, closely followed by Mercedes and Audi. And the luxury brands, we are closely taking care, and the scoring was based on about 100 points on the index that we did. The product experience in it had a different set of profile on the mass market. The OEMs were the same, the brands were the same that we really talk about. Here in the mass market for the product experience, Toyota leads the way in terms of the leader, closely followed by Tata Motors and Maruti Suzuki. So these were the players who won on the product experience index on the mass market. The luxury brands, Audi, BMW and Mercedes were the rank. Audi leads the way in terms of the luxury market segment from a product experience index. This is an experience index given by the customers who bought the vehicle in the last 12 months. That's been there. After sales experience was scored by people who have been using a vehicle for a period of 12 to 36 months. They are people who have been experiencing the vehicle. Kia leads the way over here again with the top score, closely followed by Mahindra and Honda, which are leading out over there. These are the top players. If you see all these scores, you see all these bars, it's sometimes very difficult to get this index calculated. It's been almost a minute difference at a decimal level that has happened across in the mass market space. From an after-sales experience standpoint, it is Audi, followed by Mercedes and BMW. So these were the 3 categories in which we did. And now is the time for us to talk to you about the overall customer experience index. This is a unique approach that we took. While we said we are talking about sales, which is done at several levels, we are talking about product, which is very important, we are talking about after-sales service important. It was very important for us to come up with an overall customer experience index. And the overall customer experience index for mass market, the leader over here is Kia. A big round of applause to Kia. Closely followed by Toyota and Tata Motors. Very narrow margins between the 1 and 2, which you really see out over there, but I know it's really tough point in terms of putting those index together in the mass market. And from a luxury brand segment, Audi scores as the leader out over there. Another round of applause to the luxury brand in terms of Audi, followed by BMW right over there. This is the overall index in terms of what it is, which we really put across based on those activities. Interesting study. I hope this industry is able to leverage this, because the industry is constantly looking to understand and experience the customer journey, or experience a customer centricity approach that they want to do, and create a unique value proposition. We hope this study is going to help you leverage this in the right perspective. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narayanan. And I'm going to request you to please be on stage with us, because you have really set the tone with your presentation, a perfect platform to start our first discussion this afternoon. I'm going to request the stage managers to please start putting the chairs, because we are heading towards our first discussion in this session, the CXO Fireside Chat on Customer Experience Index CEI Study 2024. And in this discussion, one of our panelists, Mr. Shailesh Narayanan, Country Head, Frost & Sullivan, is already with us on the stage. Just bear with us, sir, as I'm going to announce the other panelists who will be joining us for this discussion. We'll have Mr. Jan Bures, Executive Director, Sales, Marketing and Digital, Skoda Auto Volkswagen India Private Limited. Mr. Nalinikant Golagunta, CEO, Automotive Division, Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Mr. Hardeep Singh Brar, Senior VP and Head of Marketing and Sales, Kia India Private Limited. And for this session, it will be moderated by Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, former Chairman, FADA Academy and Research. Gentlemen, please join us on stage. We are just about preparing the stage for the CXO Fireside Chat on Customer Experience Index, or the CEI Study 2024. You just had a glimpse of the entire exercise through the presentation that Mr. Narayanan gave. And now all our esteemed panelists will be discussing all the details on the study during this highly informative and engaging session that we have lined up for you this afternoon. Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, I'm going to hand it over to you, sir.
So good afternoon, everybody. I know it's tough to get the attention just after the lunch, but because this is a historic moment for us, this is the first time FADA has come in such a syndicated study where we had done a customer index survey, customer experience index, and we had covered some 8365 physical surveys done on ground. Like Shailesh has already told you, they were all blind surveys, and it took a lot of time and a lot of effort to do that. So hope this panel discussion shares some insight to you also how things are, and you've already seen the results. Kia has been the winner, so I'll start the question with Kia. Mr. Brar first. So, Mr. Mike there. So, sir, understanding customer pain points and moment of truth is key to improving the customer journey. How are OEM and especially Kia using data analytics, customer journey mapping, and other methodology to identify these critical points and helping dealer to optimize the overall customer experience?
Okay, thank you. Thank you first of all, and I think I must compliment FADA and Frost & Sullivan for this first edition of customer experience. And we are, of course, thrilled to win the first one. And I think this is the first time any OEM has won both sales and after sales. So we are very, very happy to receive the award. And we would like to thank our dealer partners, because they are the ones who really deliver on our behalf. And I think they are the face of the organization. Any Kia dealers here? Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well done. Thank you. So coming to the point, now, we have, usually we look at two aspects of business. One is sales and other is after sales. And usually these are the customers who are already your customers. But we brought in another angle to it, which is called a pre-sales satisfaction index. So out of the 100 customers that come to you, about 15 to 20% really get converted and they are your consumers eventually. But 80% of the consumers actually go out. They don't buy cars from you. So we decided, let's start talking to this 80% of the consumers. Why didn't they buy a car from us? And we created this index, which is pre-sale satisfaction index, to understand from them why they have not really bought car from us. And we are doing that part of survey as well, which of course is not captured here. But I think that is also very critical to understand what is really happening to them. Now, coming to the question, which is about data analytics, I think it's very crucial because I think we are throwing so much of data. And, so for example, we have after-sales index, we have sales index and pre-sales index. Each one of them have about 6 parameters on which we actually rate. We ask the consumer that how do you rate us? So for example, to give you an example, in terms of sales, we ask them how's the KEC behavior, how was your showroom experience, how was your test drive experience, so on and so forth. And every dealer, so you have data based on every city, you have data for every dealer, you have data at the state level, you have data at a region level, you have data at the national level. So I think data analytics is the most important thing because that's what you are capturing. How do you really translate this capturing of data into actual execution is the key. Now, a consumer, I just, since I had an hour, I went to the CP showroom we had. So I found out at that dealership that, they have on the 6 parameters which are there, as I mentioned, the showroom experience, the sales executive experience, the test drive experience, so on and so forth. The average was coming out as 921, which was a great score. But when I looked at, and eventually you ask a customer, okay, you said X, Y, Z for every parameter, and the weighted average is 921. And when I look at the overall satisfaction, which is one final question to the customer, okay, you said this about test drive, this about consultant, tell me how's your overall satisfaction? And the score was 850, right? Which means there's a huge gap when you start taking the weighted average versus the overall satisfaction. And then you find there is a huge gap. But when I looked at another showroom of theirs, they have another showroom in Gurgaon, there the weighted average was 963, and the overall satisfaction is also 962, which means it's in sync, which means overall satisfaction and the weighted average is in sync. So we need to see how the weightages are, how the weighted averages, how the overall satisfaction. I think there is so much of data which is there, but we need to finally translate this data into action. That is the most critical point. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brar. I'll go to Mr. Yan. So basically, from our survey, what we could find that customer was gave priority more to convenience and reach than the over big and expensive dealership infrastructure. Not specific to you, but even specific to you also. How should the OEMs adapt to this about the customer's expectation? And there are some OEMs who talk about 100-foot showroom. There's some talk about 6,000 square foot showroom and so many display. Whereas the customer is wanting more towards the convenience and reach. What should be the way forward?
Many thanks for that question, and good afternoon to everyone. And before I answer that question, many thanks to FADA for the invitation, and many thanks to FADA as well for running this survey. And congratulations to Kia. And I see that he is an ex-Volkswagen employee, which makes us proud that he learned the lesson well and introduced everything he learned at Volkswagen and now at Kia. Now my second question would be, and that is a request to all Audi dealers who are here today, please raise your hands. No Audi franchise dealers? There's 1, 2, are there more? Many thanks to what you guys have done and on behalf of the entire Audi network, because to perform at a level as you have, to have a #1 rank in the premium segment, that is something that I want to congratulate you, and I will take that spirit with me back home, and I will share that also with the Audi team in Mumbai. So having said that, what is keeping people away from entering dealerships, from entering workshop stations, from engaging with us, right? And the answer to that is simple as well as it is difficult, because the action then is to be done on a daily basis. People are afraid of big buildings. People are afraid of authorities. People are afraid of being ripped off because they feel that whatever is on the service bill is what I'm paying in order for maintaining and making that guy rich, maintaining the building and making the guy rich, who sells me that service. However, on the other hand, we have seen that also in that FADA study, customers nowadays have certain expectations, and they don't want to be treated, like in a backyard any longer. So you have to find the middle way, and you have to also offer then customers what it is that they want. Every market is different, so markets and market managers have to find their own approach to that. However, all that has to be in line with the CI/CD guidelines of the manufacturers, right? And we want the brand experience. Otherwise, we would not be scoring with Audi number 1. We want the brand experience here emphasized as well. A couple of things, practical things. Ease of making an appointment. In other words, online, make online appointments possible. Then the service core processes that entail a cost estimate, that entail that the customer is being greeted and is explained the repairs that are to be done, and with that you already establish a certain level of trust with the customer, and then he sees that he is maybe not ripped off, and all that what is being highlighted is really necessary. And then the other thing that I found in the study was the follow-up. So they want to have also a follow-up after the service was done. And if the service was not done right, then give me a way where I can call and where I can complain. All these things are to be done and are to be implemented in order then to have the customer, when he comes next to the workshop or showroom, to have him convinced that there is no reason to be afraid of entering, of engaging with the dealer. So that would be my answer. Be human. Simply, do what you think is right to be done, and follow up with people, and always put yourself into the shoes of the customer, and act as if you are being treated by yourself. That would be my answer.
Thanks, boss.
Kesh, if I may add a couple of points.
Yeah, please, sir, please.
You mentioned the word infrastructure, and I know it's something which is very sensitive topic for dealers at some level. But I do want to make a distinction between digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure, because sometimes we have a very traditional view that when we say infrastructure is just physical. I think increasingly customers are looking for zero-touch approach until they choose to come into a dealership to that extent. So the digital infrastructure, which not only the OEM, but even the dealer needs to build to serve the customer, is critically important as we think about it. So I think it's important for us to think through infrastructure in both those angles, both physical and digital. And the second thing is different formats. I think we need to be a lot more creative in thinking through how do we reach the customer in terms of the retail formats that we have or the service formats that we have. And several of the OEMs have innovated there, but really the point is it's not about one size fits all. We need to have probably 3, 4, 5 different formats as we start to go into tier 2 towns or even some of the congested parts of the urban areas as well. So I just wanted to add that point as well, Venkesh Bhai.
So thanks, boss. I was coming back to you only. This is not a question from a Mahindra dealer to a Mahindra CEO. This has come up in this topic is that, so basically, as you were talking about digital, what we have seen, the number of touch points physical increases, you can say the similar kind of experience reduces. So what are OEMs doing that how to reduce in sales and after sales support things which are more in customer's hand and physical touch point are reduced and their experience is improved with that. What is Mahindra or what are other OEMs doing? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Let me just see at the end of the day, most of the customers want to have as much of the interactions to be self-service to start with. And from a service perspective, honestly, as little of the touch point as they have, unless it's a scheduled service to that extent, right? Just a couple of points we need to look at, and this will increasingly become more relevant as we get into the world where it's software on wheels to that extent, right? A lot of what we put out in our vehicles today as an OEM is broadly software controlled and software tuned to that extent. So unless there's an actual physical part which needs to be replaced or synchronized for, there's really no reason for a customer to show up at a showroom, provided we're able to provide most of those updates over the air. Right? If you see Mahindra, and this is true of most of us now, a lot of our cars are largely connected cars. And a lot of times that is driven from an infotainment perspective, from giving connectivity to the customers. But really the same infrastructure that we're putting in the vehicles can be used for over-the-air updates. Right? Now close to 40% of our vehicles which we're putting it out are actually vehicles which can be largely updated over the air. You don't need to come into the showroom. Right? So the paradigm here is not to think that you want to reduce the number of touch points. You want to do it in a way that the touch point is invisible to the customer. And that's what happens with your phones today. Right? You once in a while get a thing saying that, oh, this app needs to be updated. In fact, you can even automate that process. So the touch points are happening. You just are not aware there's a touch point which has happened between you and the OEM to that extent, right? I think that's the one paradigm we need to rethink about. And the second point, like you said, eventually if the customer does show up at the touch point, how do you make the process as seamless as possible and as predictable and reliable as possible? That's the critical piece, and that's where the journey which Hardeep talked about comes into play, being very, very thoughtful about the journey the customer is going through and making sure that it's a journey they walk away with a lot of delight and joy.
Thank you. Shailesh, coming to you. Once FN has just done a beautiful job. Thanks to you, Priya, Siddharth, and people who are not here today in the hall. So with customer centricity becoming a key differentiator in today's auto world, how does an unbiased end-to-end customer experience survey conducted by your team provide deeper value compared to traditional in-house feedback mechanisms, or what we have knowledge of, a lot of OEMs are doing their proprietary surveys and all that. Why your survey is better than what they are working on?
Sure, thank you. Pretty long question. I will try to answer it as simple and clear as possible. I know it is an interesting journey that we went through when we did this study. But before I talk about the study, I wanted to just acknowledge the panelists who are present over here representing different brands. I'm happy to hear and know that everybody talked about what they want to do from their customer perspective. Whether it be from a technology perspective, whether it be from the data that they gather, whether it from the experience that they want to. Everybody is talking about how do I enrich my customer? How do I focus on my customer? How do I live with my customer who is using my car for a period of time? And the whole objective of the study was from that perspective. Not just look at the purchase process. Not just look at the product. I mean, their products are getting reviewed from day in and day out from various places. The purchase process or the sales process that any customer goes through, the OEMs, the brands are themselves tracking it in terms of what it is. They send out feedbacks, they collect feedback forms. But each of these activities, and so is the after sales. In some case, there are after sales reminders that come saying that you're happy. But is there a single mechanism that can help the brands understand the overall customer experience? Is the journey that Frost & Sullivan got the opportunity to work on this with FADA support, FADA support, and that's where we really came in to bring this. So the differentiator that we're going to bring across on table in simple is not just one process. This is not going to remove out any of the existing process that you do, but it is going to give you another unbiased lens done by a third party who has no relationship to your data, who has got no influence to the data, who does not pick up any data either from the brand or from the dealer, but goes out into the market, does a random sampling, picking up on certain basic data that we have identified and provides you customer feedback. This is the first in the series that could probably the industry could witness, and I feel this is where the core differentiator will come for you to help you create that value proposition that you want to put in place for being a lot more customer-centric brand with focus on your customer.
You want to add something yet?
Yes, I agree. I agree, because you cannot simply, apply one process to all. That has to be differentiated. And then one more thing, which I forgot to mention when I spoke first. We must not forget women. We have Gariba. Gariba, unfortunately, she left. She is one of our Volkswagen dealers in Delhi. And she runs one store with female sales force and service force only. And that is very successful. So we must not forget about that women in the service process particular do pose, skills that men don't have. With both genders, when a woman treats a man, respectfully, and vice versa, then it works wonder. And that is what I meant when I said before, which also sort of correlates with what you said, that you cannot have, one process for all. The team that you have, in your dealerships is what makes the difference. And when you pay your team right and when you train your team right, then they will do what is right for the customer as well. So, in other words, when you find the right talent and when you treat the talent the right way, then they will also make sure that the human factor is always considered, and that they are not selling simply stuff, and that they are not simply fulfilling a job, because they are then doing what they are doing because it is their commitment to you as the employer, and they are not making it just for earning the bread, of course, for that reason as well, but they are also investing themselves into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to Brarsa, to you. Kia is now a mass product and now present in tier 2, tier 3 town dealerships also. But while doing the survey, not specific to Kia, but while doing the survey, we found out that the urban markets or the semi-urban markets are giving better experience in service as compared to the tier 2, tier 3 towns. So tier 1 and metros are giving better service than tier 2 and tier 3 town. Could be their perception that they feel that their urban friends are getting more better service, or could be just as an actual. We can't judge that because in the survey we came out the report. So how do you think it can be addressed, or what should be done, or do you feel is it actually a difference, or it's just a perception, or what has to be done?
So firstly, we have to take customers on the face value. You cannot deny what they have mentioned. So I think we need to put our minds together why it has happened. The first thing that comes to my mind is, I think in metros, the competition is far more intense, right, than probably tier 2 and tier 3. To give you an example, I think for a mass market brand, you will have in excess of 10 to 15 showrooms, whereas in tier 2 and tier 3, it would be 3, 4 setups. So I think the competition is more intense here. Number two, I feel the quality of manpower that you get in metros are relatively better. Of course, the attrition level is higher. So I would say people in the workshop, they would have multiple exposures over their life cycle. You move from brand A to brand B to brand C to brand D probably. So that is the second thing that I can think of why metro markets would be better than tier 2 and tier 3. But frankly, if you had asked me without giving me this information, I wouldn't have said that this would be different, because this one big problem that I'm seeing in metro markets is the capacity utilization is busting on its seams. I think I can see most of our dealers, and also the space is a big constraint. So dealers in metro try to milk the capacity to the maximum possible extent. I can see the capacity is 110, 120, 125%. Then they put more technician, they extend working hours till you really, because it's real estate is very, very expensive in metro towns. So to open the next workshop, you think twice, because a workshop would cost in metro towns anywhere between 10 to 15 lakhs. And before making that investment, you want to milk your existing infrastructure more. So from that perspective, if you ask me, I would have said tier 2 and tier 3 would have better satisfaction because of this. And you will see a lot of cars parked all across. Whereas tier 2 and 3, they have larger infrastructure, so their overall workflow is relatively better. But as I said, we have to take customers on the face value and try to see why it is happening. And those are the two reasons which I mentioned came to my mind why it should be better than tier 1 versus tier 2 and tier 3.
So, Mr. If it is right, whatever the survey is saying, I don't know, you will all have to see the reports in detail to come up. This is what has come up as a summary. How should OEMs come up with some strategy to change this or help dealers change this? It could be a perception, it could be right. But this is what has thrown out of the survey result.
Yeah. So I think Hardeep touched upon it as well. It's the quality of the talent and manpower and the paucity of talent you have in some of the tier 2, tier 3 towns, which causes a little bit of this challenge. For me, I have a bit of a benefit of this perspective coming from healthcare. We have a very similar issue in healthcare when I was there as well. And really the only way you can approach this is through operational excellence in a few areas to that extent. One is for each one of the jobs and what we're putting there should be a very, very strong SOP put in place. And there should be a very strong training and an ongoing rolling training which has to be put in place to make sure that happens. The challenge we have is the attrition is quite high because there's a small amount of talent. The talent keeps getting poached between the different teams. So therefore, you might do regular trainings, but what happens is that if you're not doing on a rolling basis, you're always going to be at a point where 30-40% of the team is not fully trained up. So SOP and make the trainings go up. I think the second piece is we got to do a lot more remote diagnosis. And that is something Mahindra is working very closely on. We have something called an RVD, which is Remote Vehicle Diagnostics tool, which we put out there, so that you take away a lot of the expertise load away from the folks who are in the tier 2, tier 3 towns. And a lot of that is done remotely, centrally, and then we are able to help them so that the experience becomes uniform from an expertise perspective as well.
So let me add 2 more points. I was thinking aloud what else could be there. 2 more things that I can think of. Firstly, I think the OEM visits to the metro markets is higher versus tier 2 and tier 3. So for example, you have regional offices in every metro market. Yeah. So, you would tend to visit far more often than probably you will visit the upcountry market. That is one. And of course, when you have more interaction, more discussion, and if your customer satisfaction goes down in a metro market, you are dead. You cannot recover it because your volumes are so high. So I think the focus is very high and the interaction levels are very high. The second thing that I can think of is the pick and drop in metro markets is far higher than tier 2 and tier 3. So the metro customer does not have enough time. He doesn't get into too many nitty-gritties. You pick my car, you drop it, the car should be clean, you give me the estimate, take the money, don't bother too much. Whereas I think the customer in tier 2 and tier 3, the walk-ins are far higher. In fact, the tier 2 and tier 3 customer also wants to go to the workshop and check how the work is happening on the ground, right? Versus a tier 1 customer. Tier 1 customer is not concerned. And hence the pick and drop is lower in tier 2 and tier 3 and customer is more available, and when he's there, he's more critical. So I think these are 2 points that I can add to the 2 points that I mentioned earlier.
But I feel that's the major problem what we handle when tier 2, tier 3 town, the customer is sitting for 3-4 hours. And whatever we want to hide from him about the product issues or how we are replacing a wire, we are opening all full dashboard. And that is where he starts that my vehicle is just 5,000 kilometers or 500 kilometers. So how to solve that then? Because it's not basically a issue what dealer can think of solving on his own. So somewhere we need those.
So I think we started this initiative of live coverage. So why does customer want to sit? Because sometimes customer doesn't trust the dealership, right? And I don't see that as a problem at the dealership end. The customer in tier 2, 3 town, you can feel that they want to really see what is happening. So if you can put a live telecast of the work which is happening on the car, We have started with one bay in our workshops where if, we can really showcase to the customer that, what is happening. So I think that's what he needs. And I think that can, to some extent, take away that need to be available in the dealership to be there. The second thing, probably I feel, the overall ecosystem of pick and drop is much better in metro towns because there are so many third-party companies which are helping you in pick and drop, whereas tier 2 and 3, it is there, but it is not evolved to that extent. So I think that could also be the reason. I think as the pick and drop will go up, because once customer come to drop it, you need a car to drop him back and then pick him back or drop the car, which is, I think, not as cost effective. So I think you really need to work on that aspect to make sure that customer is not sitting there wherein you have to, of course, when customer is there, then he also expects that you will provide him with lunch when he is available, and that keeps on adding to your overall cost because he's there, if he's there for 3 hours, you have to offer him tea 2 times, a lunch once, and that is adding to your cost. So, and if you are a little bit, you falter in providing that service to him, he's not going to give you a good rating, even if his car is very good. So you have 2 elements to handle there, the car and the individual. Whereas in metros, it is just the car that is what you need to handle.
Yeah, and you want to add something in this?
No, I agree.
Because you handle 3 different, 2 mass products and 1 premium and a lot of other premium also. But
maybe one point to add is when you run networks, then you have to make sure that you have similar processes again, yeah? We are at that one process fits all. No, it does not. But you have at these various touch points. We have for the Volkswagen Group brands, we have roughly 450 touch points in the country. And you have to ensure that the same standard that is important for the customer and for the brand is ensured at each and every of these 450 touch points. That is slightly more difficult to ensure than to have a quality assurance done at the factory at checkpoint 8. Yeah? However, this is always the sort of metric that you have to keep in mind. I do agree with that we have to do more about that we have to do, or that we have to drop our pens more in a way that the customer comes to us because he wants to come to us and not because he's forced to come to us, right? How to do that? There are a couple of ways. I mean, Tesla does that with these over-the-air updates when it comes to software. Yes, we have been doing that as well in case of the premium brands who run software over-the-air features. And where it is not possible, again, we have to treat the customers as it would be our brother, simply as human beings, and you have to explain to them what the expected cost will be. You have to then show them what you said, the transparent, the glass wall between the reception and then the workshop where the customer potentially could be following up the repair costs. They're not trusting us anyways. So that makes sense to do. And then, lunch, breakfast, tea, coffee, the usual amenities that you would expect to see in all brands. Yeah, not only in premium brands, but that is nowadays something that everyone expects also for the non-premium brands. So that would be my take on it. And then, once again, keep the standards up, the CI/CD standards, that is important. We will be, for the Volkswagen Group brands, we will be also having different formats, which lower the cost for the dealer, because you can't have, the same standard in rural areas compared to infrastructure, is what I'm talking about, compared to metro. And then what we have been trying is the service mobile. We have been driving with technicians in a service mobile to tier 3 cities and have been offering this service to customers there too. So there is one service mobile for 1 full week at the main square in those tier 3 cities that has been showing some, not that big success as we have been hoping for, but at least some success. So that would be my take to that.
Mr. Mel, coming back to you, something personal, but okay. So we saw there was an issue whenever we are seeing on the product survey. So whichever products, obviously yours, are on long waiting periods, that is where the OEM has been rated less in product. And waitings and bookings. And then FADA, Manish Rachandania saying that we have 72 days inventory. And the message goes to the customer that the dealers have 72 days inventory, but there are products which are short supplied and bookings and dealers don't know when to deliver. How to enhance the customer journey in this mapping of product availability, product mix, because all of the OEMs as of today are really running, I'll say, launching at least 20 variants every time a new product comes in. 20 variants, 25 colors to automatic AMT and all that, petrol, diesel. There are some 100 lines of individual product line if I talk about. How can a dealer manage that and then actually give a proper customer experience?
I think Vinkesh Bhai is giving all the hard questions for me these days. Listen, I can't solve the inventory problem to that extent. The waiting period of it, I mean, there's two elements to it. One obviously is the fact that if there's an appeal to the product, we like it, but we obviously have to plan for it. Short of increasing capacity, which we have been doing, there's really not much we can do. But the fundamental challenge we have is we want to give customer as much choice as possible, but we want to do it without increasing the complexity of the back end for both the dealer network as well as for ourselves, right? And it's a hard one to solve. It's not an easy one to crack to that extent. Some of the areas where we're working on is around catching some of the field inputs much earlier every month, and we use that as part of our production planning. Right? I'll give you a couple of examples of what we're trying to do. And like I said, I don't think it's a problem which is solved. It's a problem which has been around for a long time. One is anytime we launch a new product now, even before we are opening bookings, we're starting something called Save the Cart or Save Your Preference. And there we are giving them, the customer, a choice of deciding what variant they want, what color they want, transmission, everything to that extent. And this is before we even start the booking. And we are now giving, with Tar Rocks, for example, we are giving almost 6 weeks of Save Your Preference before we even open bookings. What it does is, of course, for the customer, he feels that he's able to proactively save all his choices, and when the day you open bookings, he's able to click and go through. But in the back end, what it does for us is we're able to work through our supply chain and produce much ahead of time exactly the variants that you want to get at. So that helps do some of that. But that's only at launch. Beyond that, what we need to do is, and which is part of what we're digitizing right now, is a monthly process, but we're able to get ground up, dealer by dealer, input in what variants is working and what is not working. And then we run through the process every cycle and come back. It's almost like a digital twin of the physical process we have done today. And we're using tools, globally available tools to do that. And as soon as we get enough baseline data put in, at least what the vendor is promising is he will be able to start to predict with seasonality and all of that stuff. We're not there yet, but eventually we'll get to that point. You look in some of the advanced markets that's already there, they are able to predict for seasonality, and they're able to predict for certain colors going up and certain regions starting to come out, right? Today, it's all in our heads. It's heuristics we run with, seasonality in Kerala, we know what will happen in Punjab. So we need to start to digitize some of those pieces.
So there's paucity of time, but one important question is left. I know it's a double whammy for dealers also. One of the main points which customer came up with a good test drive. And the problem is, am I just taking an example? Even if a dealer is selling one Carnival, he has to keep one test drive Carnival vehicle. And if he's selling 10 vehicles, he has to keep 2 of petrol, 2 of diesel, 1 manual, 1 automatic and all that. So in turn, it slowly leads to a dealer who becomes a taxi company, because selling 50, 60 vehicle and having 12 test drive vehicles which are to be replaced every 1 year, and some vehicles, no doubt, which are in demand, gives you profit or in break even. If they are not in demand and you have reduced prices after that year, it's a loss. Even when dealer knows that this is an important tool to sell vehicle, but this is a big cost and a stress on dealers. And still all the OEMs think about, so thanks to all of you, so many variants, so you would want at least one of each top models to be kept. Even if a place is a tier 3 town and it sells only manual, then too the OEM wants to keep the automatic version so that the customer should try and feel and then buy, upgrade themselves and all that. Do you feel there is some other, because we also accept this is it is needed. We need to give a test drive. Without test drive, a new product can't be accepted. But is there any via media where this can be solved without putting in so much cost on the dealer and even getting the customer experience done? This question is to all three of you, one by one, please.
So firstly, I think we need to provide what customer wants, right? If you have 3 transmissions, you have a naturally aspirated petrol engine, then you have a turbo engine, then you have a diesel engine. The customer wants to experience the car which he wants to drive, right? If you give him a NA engine and you tell him, no, I don't have NA, can you drive turbo? He says, I want to experience that. So I think the customer requirement is to drive the car that he wants to buy. That is period, right? So we cannot do anything about not keeping that. Now let's try to see how do we solve for it. The first thing is there is a huge amount of working capital which gets, not working capital, or capital which gets blocked because you are buying it upfront. The solution for that is, I think there are a lot of finance companies or leasing companies which provide lease on the test drive car. I would recommend rather than blocking your capital, go for the leasing option because your outflows are much lower when you go for because most of the dealers, they take test drive through the working capital. Now, your X part of your working capital is always blocked. That means you can't rotate your funds and eventually, somewhere you get jammed, especially in a period like festival when you are on one side, you are taking ad hoc limits. On the other side, you have your working capital blocked because of the test drive cars. So you need to look at alternate options like leasing. For the high ticket items, I would recommend, for example, we are launching this EV9, which is 1 crore plus. We are looking at option how it can be divided between multiple dealers because you don't have so many test drive cars. For example, Carnival, we can look at that. But then we check with the dealers, you want to take car or you want to go for a pool kind of a system where you keep one Carnival in smaller towns and then you can keep on taking by turn and keep giving test drives. So that is solution number 2 that I can think of. There was another point which I'm forgetting. Probably I'll come back after we listen to our co-panelists.
Thank you, Hardeep. I'm just going to pick up on your second point, Hardeep, you mentioned. I do think infrastructure sharing, and I'm using this phrase loosely, is an interesting one. Vinkesh, you mentioned the word taxi company. You don't want to be a taxi company. And in the past, I have asked some of our DPs to think about this. There's no harm in talking to taxi companies to actually manage the fleet for you. You could have Uber, or because they anyway have the platform, they have the app in front of them, right? If there is a way you can start to think about it, it could be a tripartite conversation with an Uber or Ola or any of these other platforms. And you don't even have to go to a large-scale platform. There are smaller platforms who can do it for us as well. I think it's probably time for us to have to think about how to share that infrastructure. I think we are very open to it. I think that's a conversation we need to have.
You want to add something?
Well, leasing, right? That is one option. The other one is sharing fleets of demo cars among dealers. And then maybe a third option is if dealers are strong enough and want to create their own company, their own rental car company for these purposes, that would also work as another thought. But to add to the dilemma of the dealers, we are now adding, and you mentioned EV9, yeah? EV9 was mentioned. We as well, we will be launching, or we have launched the BEVs, the battery electric vehicles. And that is another level of complexity that you not only then have BEVs, normally aspirated cars, you have turbo cars, you have all these different powertrains, but that then is adding another level of complexity and cost once again associated with it. The answer to that is only synergies, and the answer to that is only to run that test car or the test drive business as efficient as somehow possible. How to do that? Yeah, KPIs and measure it. That would be my answer. And by the way, we are talking about BEVs, right? That was also mentioned with the minister before. When we do not start to promote BEVs more. And when dealers do not start to install also charging stations together with the manufacturers, obviously, then we will be losing, some of the developments that are very important. Because when the BEVs, what the government says is by 2030 they want to have 30% of the vehicle fleet of the sold cars to be BEV vehicles. BEV vehicles will have a significant impact on after-sales revenue. What we see so far is that our BEV cars do generate 40% less service revenue than our ICE cars. And that obviously is also to be prepared. And we have to, as manufacturers, we have to prepare the network, the dealers accordingly. Yeah? So test drives, leasing, synergies, and maybe one of the dealers also think about founding a rental car company. And then, in my mind, we also have to be prepared when it comes to BEVs.
Yeah. So I think you spoke about the profitability. I think at the end of it, irrespective of what cost you have, whether you have high interest costs or high discounts or high demo cars, the bottom line is the profitability is the key, right? Despite having all the challenges, if you're profitable, good, right? But if these are causing pain and causing negative or losses, then it's a problem. But coming to standalone test drive cars, for example, in our case, we give 20% discount on a test drive car, and our replacement timeline is 1 year. And we know our RV at the end of 1 year is less than 20%. So eventually, you do not lose money on a test drive car. So that is point number one. You need to see, are you losing money on the test drive car? In that case, I think OEM should come forward and help so that you don't lose money on your test drive car. But if you're losing, the second thing is, are you overall profitable? If you are, then fine. Plus, minuses do happen. The second thing you need to look at, we did a recent check, the demo car cost as a percentage of your turnover is 0.2%. Right? If it is anything more than that, now 0.2% on, of course, we count every points when we come to profitability. Your interest cost is 1 to 1.5%. Your manpower cost is 3% of your turnover. If you look at your expenses, they are about, if your top line, of course, it varies from OEM to OEM. It anywhere varies from 12 to 13%, your gross margins from all of them. Your expenses, they vary from anywhere between 10 to 12%. So you make anywhere between 1 to 3% as your net margin. Out of that, your demo car cost, if you go back and look at your balance sheets, it is not more than 0.2% of your turnover, which is very, very low. You have bigger issues to solve in your balance sheet than the demo car, because how much will you save? 0.2 will become 0.1. I think you should attack your overheads. Overheads I've seen in many dealerships varies from 2 to 3%. In some cases, it is even higher than that. I think those are the elements that you need to attack. You need to see where you can really save money, because this is not going to make much difference. 0.2, 0.3, 0.1, that's it. So
I wasn't going to that way because I know Sharvik in the second session has to cover this topic. So I was just taking myself. So thank you, everybody. Thanks. It's a real good discussion. I hope the dealers would have liked it. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gulati, for moderating this wonderful session. And I'm sure amongst all of you also, there were a lot of questions that were answered in this engaging conversation. So let's felicitate our panelists for this session. And can I just request for you all to bring the mementos? Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, giving a token of thanks to Mr. Narayanan first. Can we please have a round of applause? Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, can I please request you to come up and felicitate Mr. Golagunta? Sir, please. In case we, all right. Mr. Vinkesh Gulati doing the honors there. Ms. Garima Mishra, can I please request you, ma'am? Okay, she's also not here. So, Mr. Gulati, I think I will just request you only to felicitate Mr. Burace as well. Please bring the mementos. Mr. Govind Mewar, are you with us in the audience? Sir, please join us. Thank you so much. I'm going to request Mr. Govind Mewar to felicitate Mr. H.S. Barar. Mr. Bharat Chodia, sir, are you there with us? Okay, I think Mr. Gulati, please, please stay with us because I'm going to request Mr. Govind Barar to felicitate Mr. Gulati. Or Mr. Chodia is here? Okay, sorry for not having spotted you earlier. Token of thanks to Mr. Gulati as well. Perfect. A round of applause for our moderator, please. It was a fantastic session. And as we request all our panelists and our moderator to please stand up for a group photo from the FNS team, I'm also going to invite Ms. Priya and Mr. Siddharth to join us for the group photograph. If you are there in the audience, please come up and join us here. Right, let's go ahead with the photograph then. Yes, they are here. This was a wonderful session, CXO Fireside Chat on Customer Experience Index Study 2024. And with that, we also wrap up the first discussion that we had arranged for you this afternoon. And we move ahead to another engaging session. And this is going to be a presentation on a very interesting topic. Can we please have someone to vacate the chairs now? Yeah. So we will prepare for our next presentation this afternoon. After a wonderful panel discussion, we are moving towards a topic, and the discussion, the presentation, in fact, in this topic will be on impact of current economic affairs on automobile industry from a banker's lens. So you can imagine this is going to be a very interesting topic for which we have our distinguished speaker, Mr. Akhilesh Kumar Roy, Executive VP and Business Head, Auto Loans and Inventory Finance, HDFC Bank Limited, who will be coming up on the stage for this topic and the presentation on it. Mr. Akhilesh Kumar Roy? Yes, sir. Please give a round of applause to our next speaker. Once again, I'm going to tell you the topic, impact of current economic affairs on automobile industry from a banker's lens. Mr. Roy, over to you, sir.
I don't have a presentation, but nonetheless, भारत के इस समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक एवं राजनीतिक कैपिटल दिल्ली के इस सभागार में यहाँ उपस्थित सभी अतिविशिष्ट OEM के अधिकारी और हमारे मीडिया के मित्र, हमारे बैंकिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर के हमारे सहपाठी और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इस क्रम के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी जो हमारे डीलर प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, उन सभी लोगों का मैं हृदय कमल से हार्दिक अभिनंदन एवं आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूं. I can see a lot of puzzled faces, but don't worry, I'll continue from English from here. I just wanted to welcome each one of you in our mother tongue. So I've been allocated 10-12 minutes time. I'll be very conscious of the time, and what I'll do is the way I'll structure my talk, and I don't have a presentation as I mentioned, is to cover what the India story holds for all of us, and then a bit of what the auto and the passenger vehicle segment, a sneak peek into the auto and the passenger vehicle segment, and followed by some of our recommendations and some of our suggestions as to how can we further increase and boost the sales at the dealership level. So that is where we will start. So first, as I mentioned about the India story, and there is so much of this India story is very important and very relevant, and I just wanted to draw everyone's attention because there is so much of despondency, gloom and doom around this automobile industry, and there's so much of adverse media coverage that there's a lot of sluggishness in the OEM sales, and the dealers are saddled with a lot of inventory. While partly it is true, but not everything is as gloomy and as dark as it seems. First of all, let us understand how the India story is unfolding in front of us. And why is India story important? अगर हमारा देश अच्छा चलेगा तो भी सारे industries positively impact होंगे. So let us look at the some of the India matrices. So we continue to be the fastest growing, fastest GDP growth, large economy on the planet. While we are forecasted to grow at about 6.3 to anything between 6.5% as per IMF, and these forecasts are for the next 4 years. There might be certain spikes in the next 4-year cycle. Our debt to GDP is close to 188%, which is amongst the lowest in all the large economies of the world. Everywhere else it is in excess of 250 to as high as 450% for Japan. So we continue to be in a very, very good fiscal position. Our demographics are the strongest. And when I say demographics, our working age population ratio continues to rise, which is currently at about 50%. And when I say working age population, it refers to people in the working age group of 25 to 64. So this percentage as a part of the total population is currently about 50%, likely to move ahead to 55% in the next 1.5 decades. And most importantly, we are going to add 179 million workers to the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very important thing to note. 18 crore people will be added to the workforce, which spells so much of positivity for the country at large. That is another important thing. Inflation is trending downwards from a level of current levels of 4.5% slated to RBI's stated objective, and the target is to bring it down to around 4% consumer price index. And we are well and truly on course to achieve that. And the most important thing, our external situation is also well and truly under control. And when I say the external situation, I'm referring to the current account deficit, which is only about 1.2%. And most importantly, we have a huge forex reserve, and we are likely to add another $53 billion in this financial year, and we might exceed $700 billion of forex reserves. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the very, very important things to take note of. $700 billion of forex reserves means 12 months of import cover. So we continue to be the most stable currency in the world for the last 2 years, and we shall continue to be in this position for the next 3-4 years. There are so many matrices, there are so many statistics that I can quote continuously. The housing cycle is in the midst of an uptick. We are likely to see as a category, housing as a category is going to grow at a CAGR of 10% for the next 5 years. Just imagine 10% growth in the housing sector spells absolute positivity for the auto, and the biggest beneficiaries would be the auto industry. Every new house has a new auto also. They have a passenger vehicle added with every new, multiples of, but at the bare minimum there's one car which gets added to every new house that people purchase. And there's so many other things that we can look forward to. Most importantly, the labor force participation rate, which is the LFPR. Some of our politicians going across the world and saying that हमारे देश में females कम है working population में और लोग आ नहीं रहे हैं, but it is far from what the actual truth is. So we are seeing a very, very significant growth in our LFPR, labor force participation rate for females, currently at 28%. It used to be 18% till about 2016 and 17. So there's so much of positive things going for the country and the economy at large that we can only expect better things in the future. The future is exceptionally bright for all of us. 112 unicorns, my friends, 112 unicorns. We have 112 unicorns as on date, and the bulk of it has been added in the last 5 years. We have about 542 companies with greater than $1 billion of market capitalization, which used to be half of this number in the last 4 years. So from 2018 till 2023, we have seen doubling of this number, companies with greater than $1 billion. So there are so many positive things about the country. So let us not be worried at all about the future of the auto industry being one of the components and one of the most important revenue contributors to the Indian economy. So the auto industry is definitely going to get positively impacted by the way the Indian economy is progressing. Specifically on the auto industry, this is whatever statistics that I quote is based on the research that our subsidiary HDFC Securities Limited does. So the biggest beneficiary of the two-wheeler industry is going to be the two-wheelers industry, which is slated to grow at 14%, and the passenger vehicles also slated to grow at about 7%. But some of the things that we can look forward to, and I know most of you know this statistic, but as a country, we are largely under-penetrated in terms of our passenger vehicle penetration. It is only about 11% at a household level. And all of us know that the Indian households have turned net borrowers in the last 5 years. From only 3.1% of net borrowings at a household level, now the levels are at 5.8% of the total GDP. So every household is a net borrower now. They're not net depositors, which was the case only 7-8 years back. So the important thing to note is that the banks will continue to play a very, very important and vital role in propelling this automobile industry. And some of the things that I can't possibly suggest, but I can only recommend as far as the automobile and the dealer principals are concerned. We can look at, you all should look at leveraging all your tie-ups with all the financial institutions and the bankers. As a bank, for example, we have about 95 million customer base, 9.5 crore customers bank with us. So, and a lot of these customers, almost 1.6 crore of these customers are high net worth customers who keep on changing a lot of cars. So if you partner with banks, not only with a bank like HDFC Bank, but all the other financial partners that you have, it is going to help your cause in terms of selling more and more number of cars. And that is where I would want and I would urge each one of the dealer principals to focus and draw their attention towards that. How do we try and increase our overall car sales? The other thing is that there's so many joint activities that you all should do, all with all these banks, whichever bank that you are banking with. One of the challenges that the overall consumer-facing industry is currently experiencing is the lack of walk-ins. And as a bank, for example, HDFC Bank, we have 9,000 branches. We get about 15 lakh customer walk-ins in a day. 15 lakh customer walk-ins. So there's a huge scope to leverage on those walk-ins and the H&W customer base, high net worth customer base that we have. And there's so much that we can do together to help you sell more and more cars. So that is where I would like to leave you all with. We have a great future ahead of us, and as I said, passenger vehicle, our overall penetration and the ownership also per 1,000 people is even lower than Pakistan, Nepal and Bhutan, countries like our neighboring countries. So there's a huge headroom for growth. So the future, as I said, is bright, and we look forward to partnering with you. And as HDFC Bank, we are the second largest bank of the country, and we will be more than happy to support and partner in your growth story. Thank you so much, and God bless each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akhilesh Kumar Roy. And now we move to our next session this afternoon, which is collaborating on government policies. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Hanif Qureshi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, to present his keynote address for this topic, collaborating on government policies. Please extend a warm welcome to our guest.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here at the FADA interaction and interact with all of you. So, as you know that the Ministry of Heavy Industries has not really been much in contact with the FADA. The industry associations which we normally associate with are CIAM and ACMA, because the manufacturing and the FTAs and the export-import of vehicles that is the kind of issues we are dealing with. But recently, for the, I think, last couple of months, we have been looking at the, in the process of the subsidies which are being given, the customer has to go to the dealers and number of forms have to be signed, paperwork is there. So we wanted to smoothen out that process. And in that regard, I must place my gratitude to the members of FADA who have really explained to us that how each process works. That dealers are the deemed registering authorities and the process is done from their end. And now, as you know, that the Government of India has set a mandate towards sustainable transportation. And our Honorable Prime Minister, starting from COP21, has set an aim of Panchamrit, which includes cleaner fuels, shift towards lesser carbon emissions. And that is why the government has promoted the use of electric vehicles, LNG, CNG, ethanol. So, and that is what really we think that the customers also want, because cleaner transportation, sustainable transportation, and better features, better quality at a competitive price. That is where the industry should be moving. And the industry, I mean, you know more about me than the industry. Indian automobile industry has recently crossed 20 lakh crores, which is about $240 billion. And of course, we are world number 1 in manufacturing three-wheelers, number 2 in two-wheelers. In passenger cars also recently, now we are at world number 3. So a huge market. And this size of the industry contributes more than 7% to the Indian economy. And that is why the importance of the industry is there. That is why about 8 to 9 ministries in various ways are involved with the automobile sector. And since this shift is towards sustainable transportation, clean transportation, electric vehicles are a big part of it. And there is a, what you call it, the allocation of business rules, which says that what work should be done by which ministry. That, under that, the automobiles are listed under Ministry of Heavy Industries. That is why all the FAME or PLI or the SMEC or PSM, all those schemes are under the Ministry of Heavy Industries. But there was no mention of electric vehicles, because electric vehicles were not a big part some time earlier. So last year it was realized that electric vehicles should also be somewhere. So MORTH, Ministry of Power, Environment, Ministry of Petroleum, the Ministry of Heavy Industries, Niti Aayog and all others have given their inputs, and it was decided that electric vehicles should be in the portfolio of Ministry of Heavy Industries. And in November last year, November 2023, a notification was issued that the work of manufacturing, adoption and promotion of electric vehicles should be done by Ministry of Heavy Industries. And for that purpose, it is not that the work of other ministries will be taken over by Ministry of Heavy Industries. For example, electric vehicles need charging infrastructure. So the guidelines and standards of charging infrastructure are made by Ministry of Power. Bureau of Energy Efficiency does that. It will continue to do that. Similarly, safety and performance standards are given by MORTH. It will continue to do that. But the coordination work has to be done by the Ministry of Heavy Industries. And that is why the ministry has formulated 11 task forces which are working towards an automotive mission plan, which is that what should be our vision. So the larger vision of 2047 as a Viksit Bharat has been given by our Honorable Prime Minister. And that has some associated numbers with it. Our size of the economy, size of the automobile sector, manufacturing, exports, our position in the global trading economy, how to progress towards that. For that purpose, the automotive mission plan will be made, and the 11 task forces are on separate sectors. We have one on two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We have one on four-wheelers. We have one on rare earth metals, which are the critical minerals. Then we have another one on skilling. So I'll invite FADA to be a part of one of these task forces, because you are a very important component of the automobile industry. And the growth of the automobile sector may be 6% or 5% or 7%, but when we look at the growth of the clean transportation vehicles, chiefly now electric vehicles, so they'll grow by 49% CAGR till 2030. That is what the Niti Aayog said in its report. And that is what we are seeing in the last couple of years. The growth has been extremely high. We sold about 45,000 electric cars in 22-23 and about 95 to 96,000 in 23-24. It is nearly 100%. Then again, we may hit another 50 or 60 or 70% growth this year. In electric three-wheelers, we already have about 52% of the sales, which are electric. Of course, that includes the lead acid. The lithium-ion advanced batteries are only about 7.5%. In two-wheelers also, we are at about 5.4% of the penetration. And that is also growing very fast. And this is all being made possible due to the innovation and R&D efforts of the Indian industry. And also the support provided by the central government, also of course by the state governments. But you know, it is said that we have achieved this growth, but to maintain that growth is also extremely important and is also very difficult. That is because we have to look at what is the amount of R&D which our OEMs are doing. That is very low at present. Therefore, we have to look to foreign technology and import of foreign components to reduce our cost and to provide better services. Another one of the important areas would be to make the user experience very friendly of buying a vehicle. So for that purpose, of course, the registering is a state level subject and the central government does not have much control over that. But as far as those cases are concerned where subsidies are given, there we are working with FADA. We have had several meetings that how the dealer management software can have an interaction with the portal of the Ministry of Heavy Industries so that paperwork is minimized. So that this is one. And another is the method of authentication by Aadhaar. That also we have talked to UIDAI and we are thinking of introducing face recognition, biometrics, also in addition to the OTP. So first preference should be given to biometric system. And face, what they have told us is you don't need any special equipment for it. They have developed an application, mobile application. You can download it and because for fingerprint you need another equipment which has to be there. But for face, using the mobile phone, it can be authenticated. So that will be a much cleaner and a better accuracy system. So that is the direction in which we are working. So I think that is all I had to say. And I only say that since the time we have interacted with you, we have gained a lot in our experience. And we would like to associate with you. There are several issues which your office bearers have discussed with us. And it is best that we continue to engage such discussions and be in partnership with each other to sort out those issues, whether it may concern the state governments or it may concern different ministries. For example, MORTH is the major one about emission norms, and we have some new norms of battery recycling by Ministry of Environment also. So all those are the issues where we have to work with, and we'll be happy to work with you. And I thank FADA for calling me here and having such a lovely interaction with all of you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Qureshi, I'm going to request you to just stay with us for a moment. I'm going to call Mr. Singhania. Mr. Singhania, please come up on stage to felicitate our guest. Our token of appreciation for Dr. Hanif Qureshi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, who just presented his keynote. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are announcing another quick tea coffee break. And once again, before we get out of this hall, it's a humble request. Let's all stick to time because we have to really come back within 10 minutes and start our next session, the final one for this evening.
In a world of 8 billion people, close to 3 billion experience severe water scarcity for at least 1 month each year. India too may not meet half of its water demands by 2030. 1 in 4 children worldwide, including India, could be living in areas of extremely high water stress by 2040. But do they have to? Not if we intervene today. Welcome to Blueverse, a world where every citizen is conscious of how they use, reuse and conserve water. At Blueverse, we will do this by creating an array of innovative products that build a sustainable future. Our first being this revolutionary automated 2-wheeler washing machine. This indigenous and patented machine is IoT enabled and has an integrated water recycling and effluent treatment system that recycles and reuses up to 98% of the water, further preventing any groundwater contamination. What you get is a high-quality wash and a safer, cleaner environment. This is our first step towards reviving our environment. Every small change leads to a big impact. Join in. Think blue, go green.
Rosmerta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Rosmerta Technologies has firmly established itself as a leader in automotive technology. Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas. Identification, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security. With over 16 crore cumulative fitments, RTL is the #1 player in HSRP for the Indian automotive market. Smart card-based TL plus RC solutions, revolutionizing identification in India. Rosmerta has issued more than 150 million smart cards. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks. As the first and largest player in India, Rosmerta has set up 12 model stations in 9 states, leading the way in reliable vehicle inspection. Automated driving test tracks, utilizing advanced sensor and video analytics. Rosmerta ensures accurate, transparent driving skill testing in real time. Connected electronics, telematics solutions, transforming public and transport logistics with featuring an emergency button. Our advanced dashcam uses AI for driver monitoring and ADAS, while our OBD tracker and other innovations elevate the retail car segment. Smart card manufacturing, with India's largest facility, Rosmerta produces 8 million banking and ID cards and 17 million telecom cards monthly. Digital services. Digitally enabled services have 2 segments. Vehicle ownership solutions. Through the Urja app, Rosmerta streamlines registration and HSRP delivery, making vehicle ownership easier. My Rasta car service. Serving over 10,000 customers, Rosmerta is bridging the gap in automotive components distribution. Sustainability, RVSF, one of the largest in NCR, handling up to 30,000 vehicles annually, ensuring safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, DEF RosBlue, with a 24 million liters capacity, Rosmerta ensures emission compliance with availability in 23 states and 4 union territories. Pollution under control, PUC, pioneering online pollution testing with real-time alerts and Vahan data integration, all via cutting-edge tech and a user-friendly app. Rosmerta's journey has positioned the company as a dominant force in every industry it touches. driven by a vision to explore new horizons and shape a technologically advanced future. As pioneers in mobility, we've been the part of major auto events that focus on sustainable mobility, road and rider safety and aftermarket opportunities. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting the future in mobility.
Hello everyone. Just the first reminder that we need to quickly finish up our tea coffee break so that we can start our sessions once again. Just requesting you all, if you can join us back inside the hall as soon as possible, we will restart our sessions.
With 90 crore active online users and 4.3 crore shoppers, India is online. From movie tickets to education, diapers to diamonds, food to furniture, everything is being sold online. Just to give you a perspective, over 50 lakh food orders, 20 lakh cab rides, 85% of air ticket bookings, 72% of hotel bookings are happening every single day. And the cars are no different. 85% Indians research cars online before buying. 20% wish to have their entire buying journey online. Car servicing queries peak to 32 lakh searches per month. And over 1 lakh go ahead and book car servicing online. Top that with millions of reviews and buying tips on YouTube, Reels on Insta, auto blogs and portals. The list is endless. And the consumers are loving it. Why not? It makes everything quick, convenient and cost-effective. We at Acko are well poised to meet and exceed these new consumer expectations. As the protection destination of emerging India, we are providing end-to-end solutions from insurance purchase to claim registration and beyond. We have issued over 1 billion policies across car, bike, health, life, gadgets, and travel. All online. A fun fact, of nearly 5 million car insurance policies sold online in India so far, more than half are issued by Acko. No wonder some of the world's biggest investors put their faith in us. But we don't stop here. As consumers shift preferences online...
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention. Please, if you can join us back inside the hall. We're running a little behind schedule as well. And I'm sure all of us would want to wrap up our sessions pretty much on time. For that, we need your cooperation. And it'll be great if you could join us back inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, it was a quick 10 minutes coffee break. And in order to start back on time, I really need you all to please join us back here in the hall. Please take your seats as soon as possible so that we can start back on time. The inaugural session was power-packed. Then we had a mid-session this afternoon with a lot of information, discussion, ideas being exchanged. And now we are moving towards the final segment of the 6th Auto Retail Conclave. And once again, it is going to be action-packed with lots in store. But if we have to start on time, I'll need you all to be with us here inside the hall. And please take your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting with the final segment of our 6th Auto Retail Conclave. And in fact, it's now time to bring to you the 4th edition of the Dealer Satisfaction Study, Original Equipment Manufacturers Study 2024. Do I have your attention at the back of the hall? Sir, can you please take your seats? I really request you to please settle down fast so that we can start with this. Right, so let's bring before you the 4th edition of the Dealer Satisfaction Original Equipment Manufacturer Study 2024. For this, let me call upon the dais Mr. Rahul Sharma, COO and Director, Creme Asia, India, and Mr. Amar Jatin Seth, Secretary, FADA. Gentlemen, please join us on the stage, and it will be Mr. Seth who will begin this segment and take us forward with his address. Mr. Seth, over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. If we could have the people at the back please be seated so that we can start the session. So the dealer satisfaction study that FADA conducts for the OEMs, which is very ably conducted by Premonesia, and we have with us Mr. Rahul Sharma here, the CEO of Premonesia, who will take us through the details as to how they conduct the study, what type of analysis they do, and the outputs out of it. No, we will still not at this stage disclose the names of the winners, but we will take you through everything else. That is saved for a little later in the day today. But I'm glad to see that this study has gained so much credibility that people are looking forward to the results, the OEMs are looking forward to the results, and so are the auto dealers. It is a study that is, I think, very credible because of its unbiased and clear method of doing it. And I wish to thank the Premonesia team for it. This study happens without even FADA office bearers knowing who is responding, how are they responding, or what are the results coming out. That maintains its secrecy and that gives it the respect that it deserves. So with that, I would request now Rahulji to please take us through the details and enlighten us on how the study is conducted, what all do we look at, and the whole methodology about it.
Thank you, Amarji, and thank you, FADA, for giving this opportunity to take you through briefly the study. It's been 4 years now. This is the 4th edition. So almost all of us are, well into it. Won't take much time. If I could have the presentation, please. It's a short presentation. I'll take you through that. And once I go through the presentation, I will talk briefly about the methodology and the not the result, the results minus the rankings, as Amarji mentioned. Rankings we'll keep till the awards a little more. So just to take you briefly through the study, about 1,400 odd participants were there. These 1,400 odd participants have been kind of filtered out, I would say, because, some of us started the survey but never actually completed, and that number was huge. The other was that these 1,400 odd dealer principals would actually represent about, I would say, hazard a guess of about 2,800, 3,000 odd dealerships actually that are there in the country. Fairly good spread across regions as well as across the segments. The luxury and the three-wheeler segment is something that all of us on behalf of FADA as well as Premon, we would want you to encourage to, participate in the survey in more, numbers so that we can do a detailed analysis separately for them. Having said that, if you actually look at the participation that we have had over the years, fairly well spread across segments and across the major players within those segments. And I think that is something which FADA has achieved through its, constant building the relationships with all the dealers who are actually, answering the survey and are taking the pains of going through this 40-45 minute online kind of a, web survey that we do. Briefly, how it is done is each year before the survey, we actually look at the questionnaire, put up the learnings that we have had from the last survey, try and do some changes. And those changes are done by actually qualitatively speaking to two sets of dealers across the country and trying to understand, have the pain points or have the, newer things come to kind of challenge the study findings in that sense. So that's how that is the first step that is normally done. Once this is done, the questionnaire is hosted on a web platform. Most of the dealer fraternity that is present here must be already aware of this. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But essentially to come back, the fieldwork, the survey was open, the window was open between July and August of this year. And the analysis happened last week of August starting till today. Today is the release, so as to say, of the report. Just briefly touching upon, this is a very busy slide, but I will not go through the main, just to explain how it is done in a simple this thing. There is the model is based on something called a hierarchical regression, a known statistical open source kind of this thing. What it tries to look at is the causes. Therefore, each attribute, etc., has a cause. Once that is regressed to the overall dependent, which gives out the effect. So that's how the weightage of each attribute, each factor gets calculated. And I think that is what sets the direction for a study of this nature. Having done that, let's just look at some of the highlights. So what has been happening is that the importance of these 6 factors that we have been tracking since 21 has actually been changing over time. So if you see in 21, we had business viability and policy at 27%. Almost, 1/4 or 1/3 of the dealer's mind space was bothered about business viability. And at that point in time, if I can just take you back, that was just around COVID, when COVID was actually being rolled out. Now, because the model is dynamic enough, we can track these changes over time, and therefore you see that the importance of factors keeps on varying with the years, which actually shows the dynamic nature of both the industry and our measurement practice. This year, after sales, and business viability are the 3 important factors as per dealers. They account for almost 2/3 of the dealer mind space, which in itself is a large mind space to look at. Again, it not only varies with the years and as time passes, it also varies by the segments. And therefore, you see that, for example, in 2-wheelers this year, after sales has assumed almost 30%, 27% importance as compared to what it was at an overall level of 25%. So this needs to be tracked, and this helps OEM to kind of, fine-tune their strategies and fine-tune their resources to be put on these elements. What you will also see is this gets reflected in the score. While you see from 21 till 24, these scores have been on an increasing trajectory. Means that dealers have, not only kind of, I would hate to use the word, are getting happier in this forum with the OEMs, but it shows goes on to show that, demonstrate that, there are some actions that are being taken by the OEMs basis such reports that the dealers are actually showing their, appreciation for those efforts. However, if you see, this varies from vehicle segment to segment, and that is also again looking at the current market condition within that segment. Just to give you a overall highlight, so what I was saying was essentially business viability and policy, while it has improved, is still one of the lowest scoring factors amongst all. Within that, if you see, 2-wheeler OEMs need to, look at that more carefully. And therefore, because their dealers have given the lowest scores on it. These these are some of the areas that we think that OEMs need to concentrate on. As they concentrate on, and as we have seen, some of the OEMs who have focused on high impact areas have actually scored higher in such studies. I think that's all, Nitin, I'll have, except for these strengths and weaknesses, which of course you'll come to know as we go along.
Thank you so much, Rahulji, for the details. I think like you all can see, there is a lot of in-depth analysis that happens. For the OEMs in the room, more details will be available with the Premonesia team on your specific OEM. And I would also like to thank our state chairpersons here for their relentless follow-up with our dealer partners to ensure that we have a sizable sample to get. So I think every one of us in the auto industry responds only on a month end. And towards the end of the survey period, we were able to, on the last day, at least reach our numbers that we wanted for the sample size. So thank you everyone who participated in it. And thank you once again, Rahulji, for all these details.
Mr. Sheth, Mr. Rahul Sharma, thank you both. Please bear with us for a few more minutes. Thank you. I'm going to request Mr. Amar Sheth to felicitate Mr. Rahul Sharma for this wonderful presentation. And of course, like you mentioned, sir, there will be more opportunities to know more about the Dealer Satisfaction Study 2024, including our next panel discussion that we are going to start shortly. But for the moment, our token of appreciation to Mr. Rahul Sharma for this presentation. Thank you so much to both of you. And like I promised, we are heading towards, with this platform, we are heading towards our second panel discussion of the day, Dealer Satisfaction Study 2024, Strengths and Opportunities. In this panel, we will be talking in details and answering perhaps all the questions that could be there in your mind at the moment related to strengths and opportunities of DSS 2024. Our panelists for this session, I'm going to introduce to you one by one, but before that, DSS 2024 represents FADA's commitment to fostering alignment and mutual growth among dealers and automobile original equipment manufacturers, or OEMs. DSS 2024 has been conceived and executed to be entirely unbiased and genuine. The survey questions have been designed meticulously to capture the most accurate and authentic reflection of the auto dealer's perspective. The anonymity of the responses ensures confidentiality for dealers to provide candid feedback, offering invaluable insights into the current dynamics and potential areas for improvement within the industry. Mr. Rahul Sharma and Mr. Sheth just had a discussion on briefly on the DSS 2024, and now with that in mind and with those leads in mind, we will move towards our discussion on the strengths and opportunities of DSS 2024. So with that, let me introduce our panelists to you for this session. We will have on stage Mr. Amit Kamath, Chief Commercial Officer, Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles. Please join us on stage, sir. We will also request Mr. Baneshwar Banerjee, VP and National Sales Head, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. If you could also please join us on the stage. Mr. Yogesh Mathur, Director, Sales and Marketing, Honda Motorcycles and Scooter India Private Limited. Please keep the applause going. Mr. Ashutosh Verma will be our next panelist, National Sales Head, Hero MotoCorp. Mr. Diego Graffi, Chairman and Managing Director of Piaggio Vehicles Private Limited. Please join us on stage, sir. Mr. S.S. Gill, Chief Commercial Officer, VE Commercial Vehicles Limited. Mr. Amandeep Singh, President, LCV, International Operations, Defense and Power Solutions, Ashok Leyland Limited. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Sharvik Shah, State Chairperson, FADA Rajasthan, and Dealer Principal, Rajesh Motors Auto Private Limited. A round of applause, please. It's a loaded panel, and I'm sure you are going to have a good time listening to their discussion. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Shah now.
Good evening.
most interesting session of the evening and a really august panel that we have here. We've already seen Mr. Seth and Mr. Rahul Sharma showed us how we have performed in the DSS. I'm saying how the OEMs have performed in the DSS. This is something that as a dealer principal, I've been given a task to, talk to them about their performance, not our performance for a change. We've seen the scores going up since 21 when we started this survey from 600 something overall scores to 780 plus scores. I think that's a great achievement, and it's really good to see the dealer participation also going up and involvement of OEMs. I remember getting call from my OEMs to get the survey filled. So I reckon that the OEMs are also taking this survey seriously, and I hope what we say in this reaches out to them. And just to ponder on them, just to start this session, I'll request one by one, starting with Mr. Gill from your end. You saw the results, and what overall do you think, as compared to last year, what is that difference that you did at your as a OEM to improve the scores or to understand this and change? What caused that change? Yeah.
Yeah, many multiple changes. Thank you first of all also to both invite me here as well as the FADA team who makes sure that such kind of a survey is done independently. And while we have a last couple of years, if you mention about, we have been on a profitable growth journey for the brand, which is including all the people, all the stakeholders involved with it. Of course, our brand promise also is linked to that for partnering prosperity, which is including customers and of course channel partners, financiers, many other people involved, and of course the commercial vehicles itself. So in this profitable growth journey, we found that while the almost like 70% of our channel partners in India, which we are talking about, actually also grew the same way, means better than the industry, better than the markets out there. And that is all was possible with the real collaboration, with the real inputs that we have been getting. We have had a very, very different kind of a, you can call it a family structure, that between the Eicher brand or the Volvo brand and the channel partners that who are associated with us. And they are quite open enough to give feedback on multiple areas. For example, inventory management. You're talking about 60 days. I saw one of the parameters out there, 90 days. It is one of the KPIs of our top management and senior management. It's variable salaries of many of our people in the company, in the OEM, are linked with the dealer's stock and its rotation. So there are many ideas which came up. Or for example, the assets or the demo trucks which are used to convert sales in the market for marketing activities. So some of the dealers proposed some of the changes to be done in the way it can be turned around, and the burden is not there on the dealers. So those were also implemented. There are many of them. I mean, we can go on and on. But then I'm very happy that there are many people who brought up new benchmarks amongst the dealerships to improve productivity of not just the salespeople, but also of the workshop technicians, etc. They also turned around a lot of assets in a much better way. They sweated the assets much better way, which is being from the commercial vehicle industry. One can say that after the BS6 emission norms, a lot of vehicles are coming back into workshops much more in the commercial vehicle space. So there the service capacity needs were also there. However, our dealers joined hands in changing many of the decisions that we normally take to make themselves not only profitable, but more agile and a little more lean, if I may say.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Kamath, on the same.
Firstly, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and I think very happy to meet our dealers here and all the dealers otherwise. Coming to this DSS survey, I think every OEM had their own surveys that they used to carry out for their organization. But I think with this survey, you come to know a comparison with the industry, and I think that's really gives a good insight in where your partners are not happy, or I should say not engaged with you. I think last year when we got this survey and when we started getting into detail of this survey, I think one important point, after point that came in, that there are many areas which we can improve, and industry has those practices. So I think very important first thing was that engaging with partners. I think we openly engaged with our partners, tried to understand those areas more in detail. Like training was an area which came in as a important perspective to us, and we said how do we modernize training? Associated with that is the manpower. I think manpower is becoming a very big challenge in the industry. Getting manpower, retaining them, training them, and finally they leave you. And then you again start with the journey. So these were areas that came in. Logistics came in as a very big area which we thought we should work on. But I think the topmost of among them was, I think, engagements. A regular engagement with partners, a regular discussion with partners is very critical. And it cannot be about the tactical decisions that, or the discussions that we have on a month-end numbers or sales numbers. But how do we look at 6 months, 12 months, 1 year or beyond? How do we engage that future products that are coming in, provide the need of the consumer, and from the consumer centric metrics, how do we adopt in those? So we created various town halls, various SIF forums where we have these discussions. I think that has really helped us, and we believe that's the right way to go. Dealer profitability is very important. While at an OEM level, there are a lot of decisions that we take, but how do they pan out at a field level is pretty different. Cost structures have gone up, cost has gone up. So how do we adapt to that? I think what is the module in which we discuss this? I think this framework and all are very critical aspects where we have engaged with our partners. And I think we have started seeing good responses on that and hope to carry on further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mathur, your views?
First of all, good evening, and thank you for inviting us in this FADA. I believe both of the gentlemen have already covered most of the points, and what we understand, and it was surprise to me as well in terms of seeing the overall score of all the category actually going up, but for two-wheeler it actually has gone down. So we need to definitely introspect whether it is because of the participation of some of the OEM brand which has actually brought down because of the concerns which are there in the market. So we need to dig down in terms of more in regard to what has happened wrong for the two-wheeler market. But on the flip side, based on the last year's score, we did multiple activities in terms of making sure that there's 60% of the overall contribution which comes from sales, after sales, as well as the order planning. So from that perspective, based on the 4P, we have already started working. And what we understand is that this particular kind of DSS survey is basically nothing but a mirror to us. Internally, maybe we will say that we are doing a lot of good activity, but whether it is actually being taken well or not is the true mirror which is being shown through this DSS survey. So we will have more detailed understanding this year's survey result in terms of understanding more. But what we did from last 1 year, based on the last year's overall score, was that the viability of the dealer is a big concern, right? So from that perspective, we started monitoring the overall service absorption ratios at the dealer end. And we try to figure out what are the areas, what are the flaps which can be cut down to make sure that dealer become more agile and viable. So from that perspective, we started doing our service absorption ratios. Also in terms of the other P, in terms of demand planning. So based on the product which are being catered well in the market, we try to tweak our productions in such a way that we are able to cater to the market needs. And that is also being reflecting in terms of churn out of the inventory much faster at the dealer end. And also in terms of the training, I believe this is also very, very important because ultimately the business is being driven by the manpower at the dealership end. So we also did in terms of online training as well as physical training. So make sure that at least all our dealer manpowers are equipped. And if there is a high attrition also, at least there is a robust system to make sure that the next level of the people are also being trained. So all those aspects are already being taken care, and we will continue to evolve in terms of having a healthy relationship so that overall a win-win situation happens both between OEMs and the dealers. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. Mathur. Thank you. Mr. Banerjee?
Yeah, so good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for having me as a part of the panel. Before I talk about DSS, I want to really congratulate the FADA fraternity for doing such a fantastic work. So a big round of applause for all of you. I don't see everybody clapping. I don't know why, but why you are being conservative on clapping, I don't know. Yeah. You guys are doing a fantastic work, and many of the Mahindra dealers are very active members in FADA. So that puts a lot of pressure on us to be, doing things much better. So that's another thing that at Mahindra we kind of look at. But I think some of the things that today FADA is doing, I think is quite visionary. And one being the entire customer experience survey. Knowing that it is going to put pressure back on the dealership, I think it's a great bold move to get that study initiated and understand. And this clearly shows that, we need to put the customer in the center and do everything. As long as we are doing that, I think, everything will fall in place. So in Mahindra, we have two philosophies. One is the approach, we call it outside in, inside out. Okay, the inside out approach is how do you make the dealer viable, profitable, and basis that all our strategies plays in. And if you see, our philosophy has been to grow with our existing dealers. When we look at a channel strategy, we look at very critically, and the first right of refusal is given to our dealers. If not, then we go outside. But that is one strong philosophy that we have built in over the years, and legacy people after people tend to get into that philosophy, and we have seen great results. So I think that is that's one part of the strategy, looking at the inside out approach to ensure that how the profitability, because the industry is cyclic. Today, you have some products doing good, you have other products not doing good. But when you have a long-term approach in terms of how you are expanding, I think that creates a lot of sustainability in terms of how you are going to move over the years. So that's one part of the strategy. The other part of the strategy that we strongly work upon is the outside in, which is keeping customer in mind. The convenience, the reach, everything that you do, the entire process, digitization that you do, how do you lower the cost on the non-productive side versus the productive side. So I think these are the two guiding pillars, and the layer which plays here is, how do you create an ease of business. So everything that we do, we have a very strong DAC. I think there are different panels created who are working on multiple initiatives which is keeping customer in mind. And I think we get great insights, and we are actively listening, and we are quite agile to respond. So I think all this collaboration results into a very strong OEM dealer relationship, and I think that is something which is very key and important. Whether it is the customer centric. Once you are profitable, once you are making money, you start investing in getting the best experience. So I think it's all revolving around these three pillars: the ease of business, the outside in, and inside out approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Verma.
So first of all, thank you FADA for inviting us here. It's always a pleasure. In fact, I've been coming here for the last 3 years, and I'm not sure FADA has been doing it for 3 years or more, probably 3. But every time we come here, the festive goes well. So, so there is a kind of superstition here. So we hope this festive also turns out great. I think the industry needs it. I mean, the way we look at this survey is not so much a dealer satisfaction survey, but for us, our dealers are first customers, so it's a customer satisfaction survey. I mean, how they feel about how our policies are and how we daily govern that is a very good indicator for us to work on fundamentals. I'm glad that's happening just at the cusp of festive. If there is something that needs to be changed lead up to the festive, I think it's an excellent input. So happy there as well. I think two things came out very startling in the survey, and I'm eager to look at the detailed survey to probably pick up something from there. But one, the participation went down, and I think the scores have gone down significantly. So these are little startling facts. I mean, maybe function of several things. Overall industry probably carrying higher inventory than what they normally do. I mean, dealers also should be having a lot of faith in what is being presented and the actions that OEM take on these surveys. So I would urge FADA to probably have a follow-up workshop, let's say maybe 3, 4 months, 5 months down the line, in terms of seeing what's the progress that we're making. And I think some of those feelings might be misplaced, and I think the OEMs can clarify. But in some of these cases, we honestly need to work and improve. So happy to seek that input. Really excited to see what that survey actually unfolds and in detail, but happy to be here.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Amandeep, your views.
Good evening, everyone, and it's so good to be here with you all today. When I saw the scores, it felt really good that all from OEM sides, the scores have improved a lot over the previous years. And I think a lot of credit for this goes to FADA, because they have done very well in creating, creating this forum so that we get the feedback on what needs to be done better. Also on the good practices which other OEMs may be following that can be followed. So I think that credit must go to FADA. And also on the OEM side, particularly from, I'll tell you from Ashok Leyland side, that we do give, and we have been started giving a lot of importance to this. Because one thing I can tell you, that the importance of dealer in this complete chain has increased over the years, and it's only going to increase. Why I say that is that products, and particularly in commercial vehicles from the industry that I come from, is fast becoming commodities. You have similar features, similar performance being given by almost all products. Also, the sophistication, the electronics that are coming in products is increasing. So therefore, one, the differentiation that you need to create with the customer, dealer becomes a very, very important factor in that. The differentiation that we have to create to stand out in the market among so many competitors. And second, on the workshop side also, with this sophistication coming in, with this electronics coming in, how our dealers are equipped, trained, the work force is trained to handle this. I think that has become important and going to become even more important. And therefore, these scores, having motivated, happy dealers is going to be very, very important. On this panel here today, I was here last year also, and I think one thing which we must do to further improve on this, while we have improved, but I think there's still a long way to go to further improve on this. So while we give OEM perspective today here, I think there is a need for us also to look from your point of view, to be in your shoes and then look at it. Similarly, for you to come in our shoes and look at it. Then only a common ground can be found for a lot of problems which are still there, lot of issues which are still there, which is still a cause of dissatisfaction among a lot of dealers. So I think that we should keep in mind while we deliberate here today, so that when we come here next year and year after, we continue to improve on these scores, and we do take these scores very, very seriously and give it the importance that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amandeep. Mr. Diego, please. Thank you. Your views.
Okay. First of all, thanks to FADA again for inviting me for the second consecutive year. I have to start saying that this kind of experience for me with our dealer fraternity is really very much important, because every time that I come here again for the second year, I get a lot of learning experience, a lot of things that we know that we have to improve, and what is even more important is that these are all actions that we as OEM can understand that we can implement starting from tomorrow itself. So this is a very valuable experience, and thanks again for inviting me for that. Coming to the survey, definitely is, even though I saw that the sample size for three-wheeler was quite small. But in any case, I see a lot of commonalities because we have Piaggio being active in a different field. That we are in three-wheeler IC, we are in three-wheeler EV, we are in two-wheeler, we are in a motorbike. So we have three different completely set of channel partner network with similar challenges, but also a lot of different challenges from this point of view. And for example, 2 points that, and so that's why since a couple of years we started also doing our own reviews internally with support of external partner to investigate about consumer experience, engagement, challenges coming from dealer partner, and areas of improvement also for us in terms of OEM. And I was mainly seeing two elements that for me are particularly relevant and are common to the challenges that we have seen in our internal survey. One definitely is engagement, is fundamental. Depending by the field in which we are playing, if you are playing three-wheeler, if you are playing two-wheeler, if you are playing in motorbike, the engagement coming from OEM in order to succeed in this challenging competitive environment is definitely the key. And this is definitely an area that, for example, with Piaggio, we have seen that we have a lot of improvement to do, compared, for example, to what our near competitors are doing in terms of number of activities, in terms of support and handhold of dealers, mainly during this period that is festive season that we know for this sector is definitely key for improving sales. The second point that is fundamental is business profitability, and not a surprise to me to see that business profitability is among the lowest in terms of scoring that came out of this survey. And it's not a surprise because it's also what our experience has demonstrated in the last few years, mainly after the introduction of BARA 6, and then furthermore OBD2 Phase A, now OBD2 Phase B that is coming in April 2025. This requires a lot of investment, not only from the OEM, but also from the dealer, because ticket size per vehicle has increased for three-wheeler in the span of at least 25–30%. So working capital and interest of working capital definitely has increased respect to the past, respect to BARA 4 scenario. We talk about EV, but we do not consider that for EV, the cost of one single vehicle, the price of one single vehicle, notwithstanding subsidy from government, is 35–40% higher than a normal conventional IC. And again, is working capital and interest on working capital. Furthermore, the investment required to service this vehicle, being, for example, in ICE, now all fuel injection technology applied, both for three-wheeler and two-wheeler. Before it was only carburetor, requires specific tool for servicing this vehicle. These are all costs added to make a customer satisfied when coming to a workshop. And so, but not sometimes accompanied, but similar amount of increase in terms of overall sales, in terms of sales numbers. So definitely this is a challenge, and this is an area in which we as OEM has definitely to think about doing something in handhold dealers to make their business profitable, because it's a matter of fact that if dealer is profitable, our business is also successful.
Thank you, Mr. Graff. I think if you look at the highlights and the lowest scoring and the significant score has come in dealer viability, we all agree that dealers invest heavily into the dealerships, and at one end we have demanding customers, other hand we have more demanding OEMs or our principals who want us to have a better reach, a stronger market share, give very good service to our customers. And there is a third angle that is, which I think lately when we did a small survey, I understand that we came under 29 acts, 29 to 30 acts that a dealership comes under. And around 75 odd policies that we have to satisfy, and we have to file in monthly, quarterly, and annual returns. So there is a demanding government that is also pushing us to do the business in the right way. And to balance all that and also earn money is the biggest challenge that we dealers face. And prominently what dealers again have been feeling that OEMs engagement of dealers into policy forming is not adequate, and how whatever policies that come in and are translated to dealers eventually are not in sync with what the ground realities are. So I would like to take these points with you individually. If I look at the two-wheeler segment, there was another specific thing that came in. A concern is of having sub-dealers and how how the OEMs are working with the main dealer and the sub-dealer, and also certain direct payouts going to the sales team and this. So I think on two-wheelers, if I move to you, Ashutosh ji, if you could also share some thoughts on this.
So honestly, incentives going directly to the sales staff, I'm not sure if I understand the question right. I thought people are largely appreciating it, but I think it turns out that people are not appreciating it so much, so we really need to double click.
So yeah? The survey has reflected no.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Okay. See, the idea here is that, I mean, ultimately, I mean, there's one question on those incentives and the other question is on sub-dealers. I think by sub-dealers you mean multi-brand outlets?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can speak for Hero, and my sense is that largely true for the industry as well, that as OEMs and as dealers, we never want to promote the multi-brand outlets. In fact, Manishji, you were part of it, Nikunji, you were part of it in the last FADA meet when it came up very strongly. We were the first ones to actually take a call on this, and I mean, to an extent, we lost share, right? I mean, we care about you, and which is why we are ready to take those courageous calls, right? But I think in this point of time, it's not only someone who has to raise his hand, but collectively as an industry, all of us will have to come forward, and only then we solve a problem, right? As leaders, we are ready to take that call, but we want everyone to come together and actually be on the same page. Is there a workaround for it in the absence of that consensus? My sense is yes, and there are several actions that companies are taking today. I mean, one of the things that we wanted to do was to actually set up more and more dealer-owned outlets in these markets. I understand there is a cost limitation to it for which it might not be as big and as well spread out as I would ideally want. But then we have worked, for example, we have started working with e-com companies where we have tried to drive a perfectly symbiotic relationships in terms of saying that can we obviate the need of huge presence with e-commerce, right, and direct demand to our channel partners so that we solve some of these issues. And I mean, a case in point is, for example, Bombay, where almost 80-90% of the business happens through multi-brand outlets. Their distance is the key. And there, I guess, e-com is helping us tremendously in terms of directing demand to our channel partners. And we intend to take that forward. And I'm sure, I think this will be more and more bigger as we move forward. So, as I said, I think one, a collective coming together of solving this problem, both the OEMs and the dealers alike. I don't think it's the OEMs only that can probably solve the problem. I mean, everyone will have to come together. And then second, I guess, finding workarounds, smart, innovative workarounds like the one that I just said, which helps solve it to a great extent. I'm sure, I think, on the direct sales incentive, willing to learn a little bit more as to what the real challenges are, and happy to delve deeper and take it more forward.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Mr. Mathur, your views on this thing?
So if I understand your question, there are multiple points which we need to address to. One is in terms of the overall profitability. I think it is a very, very important thing because for a long-term sustainability of any of the business, at Honda, it is always being believed that if you are profitable, definitely OEMs will also become profitable. So from the inception itself, we have been taking it religiously in terms of making sure that our dealers become more profitable. And I believe most of our dealers who became from phase one, they started, taking most of the automobile dealerships based on the profit which they generated from Honda business. So I believe most of them are already sitting here. So that is the kind of, profits which have been generated in our business. And we are very, very careful that despite of the growth of the business, we have to make sure that they become more agile and more profitable so that they can flourish. If they flourish, definitely overall business will flourish. Now, second part is in terms of the MBO business. At HMSI, we are very clear, we never promote any of the MBOs. And we always have, on the flip side, some of the actions being taken in the past, wherein we have even stopped in terms of the, our relationship with those people also who are engaged into such kind of a practices. Because for us, a direct relationship between OEM and dealer is there, and the similar kind of experience we would like to give. Because unless if you are not connected directly with the brand ethos, definitely it becomes a challenge. So we would like to make sure that all the customers are connected at our authorized network to get the same kind of brand ethos what we are always looking at. And as far as dealer salesman incentives are concerned, I think there were certain voices in terms of that why if the customer offers are there or dealer offers are there, why not even the sales staff offers could be there. So I think it's a collective schemes which have been rolled out to make sure that in the entire pipeline everybody remains motivated and overall achieve the higher numbers. So we are also looking at the feedback which will be coming during this festival and looking forward to revising entire schemes going forward for the next fiscal years.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. Now, if I talk about CV, the survey showed a lot of low scores in terms of or concerns from dealers in terms of involving them into the policy making and also cost sharing or providing the right kind of training. With the ever evolving current dynamics industries, you have multi technologies in terms of fuel or in terms of CV dealers are today have to not only take care of BS4, BS6 stage 2, a lot of mechatronics coming in. I think this is common for every OEM, as well as electric, CNG kind of technologies today to be held. And besides that, a lot of inventories in terms of parts as well as vehicle inventories that they have been talking about. Mr. Gill, you spoke about extended warranties and vehicles coming to dealer workshops. At the same time, the warranty labor rates are not sufficient for us to bear these costs that the dealer is facing. So how do you see overcoming those challenges?
So there are multiple pointers onto that. Let me start with something which very interestingly you talked about the training cost. So it didn't start from the cost perspective, but I remember 2019 when we started training for BS6, which was a significant shift from the BS4 emission norm vehicles and electronics, the EAT system, the exhaust after treatment system. So all that was quite complex. So we have something like 10 regional competence development centers, but that was not good enough. We started investing into mobile service training, which means the training workshop, a 32 feet long container, used to go to the dealerships, and that continued for several months. This was pre-COVID, okay. And that continued, and that is still today. I think we have about 10 odd vans which crisscross around the country. So that objective was not cost initially. It was to do it in faster pace and train them without making the technicians go all the way somewhere into even if it's a nearby city or a nearby town, wasting time, money, stay, expenses, arrangements, and it was becoming really cumbersome. Then, in any case, BS6 vehicles are still not there in the workshop. So they are also forgetting it pretty fast. So we started with that, and during COVID, very interesting innovations came up with technology. Today we have studios in multiple places where very high resolution cameras are there, and the technician only picks up his own engine and own aggregate in his own workshop, and they can actually connect up with the with our studio and actually do the same damn thing. It may not be for an absolute learner, but a person who's already tuned towards repairing engines for 10 years, 15 years, and you have to upgrade it to, say, a new CNG, a new LNG, a new model, it becomes very, very fast and much more effective. And they have been doing that pretty well. I may also thank many of our dealers who keep on challenging us on many of these areas, and they come up with the interesting ideas. For example, the latest idea is on the train the trainer programs, Because many a times, if you have a trainer sitting in your own dealership, it is actually quite effective in those refresher programs and reducing the overall need for long duration training. I'm just giving you some of the examples. There are many of them which at Eicher Trucks and Buses, with the help of our dealers and a lot of other innovations, these are the ones which are immediately coming to my mind right now. There were many other areas like on parts, inventory. Oh, wow. It's a wonderful thing. In fact, why do we ship parts to the dealers? For customers. So if the customers don't pick it up, we better ship it where the customers are going to pick it up. So we have our policies, I think if I'm not wrong, for the last 4.5 years, that we pick up from one place, and this reverse logistics is a pretty large business for Eicher. So all those people interested in logistics can actually interact. So it actually, we saw it as a cost initially for the OEM, for us, but it has helped us in actually reaching out the parts to the customers much, much better. So it is no questions asked, it's an electronic algorithm based, and we pick up and we ship also to the other dealer where it's needed based upon various algorithms. Okay. Not just parts. Okay, you said policy making, it has been a very different journey wherein it comes to the Eicher brand. For the last 32 years, I've been associated with it. So with this brand, so we see that a very unique kind of not just dealer council, not just annual dealer conference. There are multiple channels of formal and informal communication, and that is very, very helpful. For example, we have had this not a formally documented policy, but a practice of taking back aging vehicles if somebody is stuck with stock. Okay, for whatever reasons, could be dealers, some planning person's fault, or some models have stopped, or some other issues. Whatever is the reason. However, one dealership in one of the councils, I think this January itself, in Manesar, we had it, and there somebody suggested that we have to still pay the transportation cost. I've already spent money on the interest of holding it. I know it's not your fault, but then can you help us? So effective this April itself, we changed the policy, and that experiment is having own pros and cons, but we changed the policy and we said that if it's already in dealer stock for 90 days, nobody is wanting to keep it, we even waive off the transportation cost for the dealership. It's based upon a dealer's input only. I'll share with you many. We were sitting in Ahmedabad, and we were waiting for one of the heavy duty customers, and we were to give a trial, live trial we call it, a trial to that customer. And one of our Ahmedabad dealers, he suggested, Gil Saab, ye to jamega nahi, ye to bada mushkil hota hai. I mean, I take a very expensive asset, for those who know Mehul Bhai. So Mehul Bhai Dhulakia, he formulated a policy of demo trucks, which is running now for the last couple of years. In fact, it has further been tweaked and topped up to make it more friendly. And the dealers are here. You can actually check up if that anybody has any issue with the demo truck policy. There are many policies, and I'm not saying all the policies that we made with the inputs of various friends here and there were all okay and fine. But we are open towards tweaking, and I must clap. I'm very proud of being associated with all that Eicher Trucks and Buses dealers who are open enough to change whenever the OEM, when we also say something needs to be changed. And I think we must applaud all those dealers who do so, who give inputs and who are also open to take inputs whenever the need be.
Thank you. So, Amandeep sir, same question for you.
So Shavik, lot of questions in one question you have said. So I'll try and take one by one. The first one you said was on the dealer involvement in policy making. I can tell you from my experience of over 30 years in this industry that we've come a long way, right? Some of my older dealer partners were there. It was earlier a one-way street, dealer principal dealer kind of a relationship. We've come a long way. We now have dealer councils, we now have inputs coming in, we now have these kind of surveys that coming in, dealer satisfaction surveys. Do we need to do more? Yes, definitely we need to do more. from OEM side also, if I give you the OEM perspective, we are looking for inputs and ideas from your side. So what I have seen is that when we call for a dealer council meeting, when dealer come, they do give suggestions. But I think on your own also, these dealer councils can meet once in a while and then give suggestions, inputs on their own. Whatever they come out with, discussion among themselves as best practices they have learned from other OEMs, because you have multiple franchises today in various different fields. So we are looking for these and we welcome these inputs. So that's one. Second, I think FADA can play a role here, because sometimes dealers, I feel dealers may be hesitant to raise certain points that I may not be singled out by the OEM if I raise this point, right? So FADA with some forum where FADA can then, once these particular OEM dealers can give those suggestions and input, then FADA can take those on behalf of the dealers with the OEM. I think then that hesitation part will go off and we'll get more open suggestions. So that's on the dealer principal involvement side. The second was on the, I think, unsold parts inventory. That's a tricky one, right? Because all OEMs have this sort of that board behind their back, ki bika hua maal wapis nahi hoga, right? And I think it's a very obvious and easy way to say ki yes, buy back. But that's actually shifting the problem from one place to another. We are not solving the problem. One thing we must realize and accept is that in parts, there will be some obsolescence. It's like an NPA, right? For a finance company, there will be some NPAs, right? Now, our job is to see how we control those NPAs, and once these NPAs happen, then what do we do with it? Now, there are some things which we've done is that to open, with GST coming in, I think that taxation part has got taken care, where you open these kind of stocks to all dealers all across India so that anybody requires can take it. Second, a more punitive measure is that OEMs do not, any order coming from anywhere, from any dealer is not given that part unless that inventory from a co-dealer which has been declared as non-moving is cleared. So that's a punitive way of looking at it. Third is that as I said, NPAs, we must build in some margin on the part sides to account for such obsolescence that may happen, because as I said, this is inevitable. It will happen something, and we'll have to deal with maybe later on scrap them or whatever certain. But we have to obviously minimize that. So that was the second. What was your
warranty labor rates, sir?
Yeah, warranty labor rates. See, on warranty labor rates, warranty, if I see the cost that dealer has to incur there, it's largely on your manpower, which remains a fixed cost depending upon the base, number of bays you have a particular manpower that you have. I think with the increase in warranty, I'm particularly talking from commercial vehicle side, from 1.5 years, few years back, we have come to 6 years warranty, which means 6 years customers will keep, because we have seen in this industry that after warranty period, customers do not come back to the dealer workshop, particularly for CV industry. Now with 6 years getting covered with warranty, I think this problem, because as I said, your warranty labor cost is fixed sort of. So once you get more business in, once more productivity comes in from that manpower, what you have, and from the bay turnover that you get, that is going to help in coming times. We've not yet seen the full effect of that, because I think we started 2-3 years ago. So therefore, that full effect of that higher warranties is not yet come in. You will see the benefit of that going forward. On the labor rates particularly, yes, so that was from the OEM side perspective. If I now see from dealer side, I think there is a need to somehow link these labor rates to maybe the minimum wages in that particular state, so that at least the inflation part is taken care. Now, this as I said, is from the dealer point of view. So definitely there can be a suggestion on that side. We can think and work on that so that at least the inflation part is covered and it's transparently covered between us.
Thank you, sir. If I move to the passenger vehicle segment, most dealers have highlighted the inventory cost. So, eventually we dealers feel that we are not working for ourselves, we are working for banks. And the interest costs that, the interests that we are paying are, could be saved if the OEMs work with us. So how do you look at, already Mr. Gill talked about how in CV at Aisha they are looking at taking the vehicles back. So one big factor here is again the inventory and also basically the planning of, models that with the variety of vehicles, there are various color variants, manual, automatic shifts. So how do you see this? Obviously, also on the other points like policy making, parts inventory, these are the major concerns that have come in passenger vehicles. Mr. Banerjee, your thoughts on that, please.
Yeah, so I would like to start to answer this question from a very basic principle is that, how do you design at the back end to be able to fungible, to be able to meet to the customer requirement? I think that is the basic starting point. And what happens is that once we invest in capacity and crores goes into investing in capacity, basis certain demand forecast, that how much automatic, how much manual, which fuel type, diesel, petrol, these are all forecast basis that you create your back end, you create your supply chain, you create your manufacturing line accordingly, and then changing it overnight creates this inventory pile up. Okay, so this is how it manifests into creating redundancy in the entire value chain. So we did a study and we found out, and I'll give you an example how we are changing that. Whether the inventory is sitting at OEM ends or dealer end, first of all, I strongly believe that we have to make the entire value chain efficient. Okay, why should the inventory go up? I think we will have to solve that problem rather trying to say that sometimes it will go up, sometimes it will come down. Okay, I think we have to make the entire value chain efficient, including if you have a good OEM, so will your dealer viability will come in, right? So you need to also see, dealer's job is to also see that how do you make the OEM also efficient. Okay, so it's a mutual thing that we need to play. So what we have done is that we have studied and we have found out that there are 20% parts which are not common, and balance 80% of the parts are common across the variant. So what we are doing is we are building inventory of that 20% part because the demand may shift. And one recent example was our one of our flagship brand 700, all of a sudden the demand shifted to the top end, and in 1 month from the lower variant we had a shift of 80% and we were able to supply. So that's the beauty of creating fungible backend. Okay, so I think inventory will get solved if we are able to create, and that's more on OEM, that how do we create that capability inside our ecosystem so that we are able to cater to the right variant, right color, right whatever you said. Okay, so that the inventory doesn't sit and it keeps churning. So I think we are working to see that we are able to create that. What was your next point?
So yes, one was inventory. The policy making again is a continued concern into in
policy.
Policy making.
No, so I tell you, all OEMs work with dealers very closely. They do frame policy, in tandem with dealer and what is important for the end user. But what is important is, the quickness of implementation of decision. I think what is important in today's age and scenario is that how quickly you are able to take that decision, make it happen, even if it is 8 out of 10, 8 decisions right, 2 decisions wrong. I think the agility and speed by which you are able to discuss and you are able to formulate that policy and bring that into action. I have seen that, people do make policies, but by the time they implement it, so much of time that it goes that by that time, that policy which you are making becomes redundant because you take 6-7 months to implement a policy. So for me, it is important that do make policies. Policies will keep changing because we are working in a very, very VUCA world. We don't know what is going to happen, what kind of transformation policy, things which are beyond your control, which is the external ecosystem like the government and all brings in. So you have to be flexible to change your policy quickly and be able to implement that quickly. Okay, so policies cannot be status quo. It has to be reviewed and it has to be brought into action quickly. What was your third?
The training costs, especially if I just like to elaborate that.
Yeah, I know. And we are also, we don't have a right solution, but what we are trying to do is both sales, after sales, if you see, we are trying to bring in a lot of innovations in that area. My friends and colleagues here spoke about, multiple things that they are doing on the training front, but I think it is important for us to start using the digital thing more and more. We have seen that calling people to a central location, training them, it is waste. It is waste of a lot of time, productivity, cost goes in. So we have to democratize training. And in order to do that, we have to use technology. We have to do, somebody said, train the trainer. So we are creating cluster trainers who are going to the dealership training. There are in-house dealership training centers which are getting opened so that cluster of people can come and get trained rather trying to travel. I think over a period of time, there should not be any training cost. It should be built in a manner that it is democratized. It is, train the trainer and then people training and use more of digital medium. So that is how I see things evolving over a period of time, and I think again FADA is doing a brilliant. So many of them said FADA. I want to correct because I also learned consciously that it is FADA. So I wanted to interject, but I was controlling myself. So the point here is that how do you really look into the thing which is creating this ecosystem so that we are able to benefit both OEMs and dealership. And I think more responsibility lies on OEM because the kind of technology which is coming in, I think we have to invest a lot and create a platform for our dealers so that they are able to serve our customer better. Thank you.
The same question to you, Mr. Kamath, but also would like to add, like most OEMs are now, looking at growth by adding more dealers, eventually pushing inventories in the pipeline. Why FADA has been always now been advocating to look at the Vahan figures to really look at the market share and not push the dealers based on wholesale number market share. So so probably that will also solve the problem of inventories that the dealer is holding and plan a better inventory with the dealers. And also on the training, if you can also elaborate today, see at the sales, of course the product knowledge is a basic, but today, a lot of people are learning on, especially in cars and two-wheelers, from what they are seeing on social media. There are people talking about, and a lot of objection handling has to be done. So how do you see equipping dealers on training these concerns?
So I think both questions are very near to my heart. So I'll answer the first one on policy thing. So I think sustenance and from a viability perspective, it's very important to know where we are and how things are going. So I think last October, as a company, we took a metric of changing our focus from invoicing to road tax payment. And I think dealers here would definitely appreciate that now for the last 1 year, we have been only monitoring road tax. We have not been monitoring retail invoicing anymore. So I think that has really helped. That has really helped in bringing a lot of transparency in the system. We exactly know what, where and how things are going. That brings the issue of variant, what is moving, what is not moving. Because what you produce is what finally will come in your retails, because that goes to the dealer and then that gets invoiced. And then you start believing that that is what is selling. So I think that's very important, and this is a very important decision that we took from a policy making, from of course taking our dealers in confidence, because it was not very easy for us to move overnight from a metrics to change it to a road tax, and then how the MIS building and all happens. Second part you ask about product, yes, a constant revarianting, a constant changing of parts leads to a lot of inventory getting stuck at the dealer end. And that's where I think the timing, the criticality comes into picture. I think we have been constantly working on rationalizing our variants. What is selling is what we want to produce. And that brings us to the third aspect of it. How do we forecast? How do we predict right? Of course, the greed is always that, oh, this booking is coming more, or this car is selling more, let's produce this car more. But then, finally it all boils down. After some time you may see that gets inventory, and your entire supply chain gets aligned to that. So I think a balanced production cycle, and that's where we are introducing more, we are innovating again and again on the ordering system. How do we can change? We are not there, but I think that's the line of action that I think most of the OEMs are taking, where they are aligning their production more with what is in demand and seeing that we can adapt as fast as the customer wants us to. The last part is the training part. I think it's pretty complicated. The world is evolving, the world is changing, so as the dealer manpower. Maybe 5 years back, the customer advisor or the advisor who used to sell had different skill and used to come from a very different background. Today he is evolving fast. There are more opportunities that are opening for him, and it is not pretty easy to sell. When the times are good, maybe when there is a pent-up demand, it's easy. You just take a booking and you sell. But when it gets into real selling, you need to compete. And here where the agility of the CA, or I would say customer advisor, comes into place. So I think the idea should be on how we can support him, rather than we keep on training him. How we can give him support in which he can sell better. He can, for example, maybe earlier it was classroom trainings where he used to train and he has to keep notes, and with this notes he used to go and explain it to the consumer. Today with the technology coming in, it's the tabs. How can he use his tabs effectively to explain the demonstration to the consumer? Earlier it was what he talks in test drive. Today you can very well make a car talk for itself in test drive. So these things are evolving, and as the world goes ahead, we see that these things is what the industry should adapt and we should adapt, so that we can make his life easy, rather than giving him so much that it gets complicated for him. So I think that's the approach probably we are taking, and what I think the industry will also be taking as we go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Over to you, Mr. Diego. In three-wheelers specifically, since the data set was very less, but overall the challenge that the industry is seeing is there is an evident shift going from ICE engine to electric vehicles in three-wheelers, and the industry feels that electric three-wheelers would be the first vehicles, three-wheelers would be the first segment of vehicles that will be electric, again, those are the challenges that most of the dealers are looking at. So how do you see, and of course, the challenges with the e-rickshaws and competing with them for the passenger operations, how do you see circumventing that, and how do you see OEMs strengthening the dealers to overcome these challenges?
Well, okay, see, I start saying that when I came to India at first, 2017, I remember that time there was a declaration coming from a Minister of Road Transport that was announcing a policy that was supposed to convert, if I remember well, 100% of three-wheeler to full electric within 2025, and at least 50%, if I remember well, of two-wheeler within the same date. Then progressively it was extended to 2030, but it was clear at that point in time, it was the time of FADA 2 program, no? That it was clearly a must for entire three-wheeler industry to think electric, and think electric in a massive way for multiple reasons. And the main reason is that the cost of ownership of this vehicle and the cost per kilometer is by far the least among all the different powertrain solutions. If we compare diesel, petrol, CNG, LPG, and EV definitely is the lowest. And being this vehicle meant for livelihood and earnability of customer, that they are used to count every single rupee that goes out of their pocket, because it's what is based their monthly earning, definitely was a must at that point in time. And the confirmation is that for the first time, 2024, if you look at registration, monthly registration, the number of EV registered in three-wheeler has surpassed the number of ICE for the first time. That means that there is a consolidated trend that is not going to change. Say that, it is clear that there must be a coordinated investment and effort coming from OE and dealer to, to deal with this change. Because the level of technology applied to this vehicle, level of preparation or training required for the workshop manpower at dealer side is definitely completely different. The earnability out of workshop model is changing completely because there are less parts that are subjected to wear and tears with respect to a conventional IC model. So the earning out of workshop definitely are going down. So all these challenges definitely are there, and combined, as I was saying at the beginning, that the cost of inventory definitely has gone up because ticket size per vehicle has increased in a span of 25–30%. So, but this is a change, and we cannot do anything to change or to revert the trend. What we have to do is to work together along with government authorities to have a stabilization in terms of policy, and not to, have so frequent change in terms of homologation norm or incentivization norms. So if provided that there is a little bit of stability, I think that finally we can work along with our dealership network in order to stabilize the market, try to convert L3 customer to L5, so the so-called e-rickshaw to the auto rickshaw customer, being this vehicle more safe, as a matter of fact. And even more, most of them, e-rickshaw are working on still lead cell battery and not lithium-ion. So there must be a conversion implementing, for example, in UP, in Lucknow, we have done a convergent effort with our dealer there to massively try to convert the L3 customer to L5 as much as possible. And same has been replicated by other OEM. So it's a change that is ongoing, is something that we cannot, block, and instead we have to favor and boost going forward, but for sure the effort must be combined, dealer and OEM.
Thank you. I think we have already short time, and there are so many more questions that can be picked up and unanswered. Once again, I thank all the panelists here for sharing their thoughts. And thank you. I think the OEMs are handling the audio system here. I just wish that the best practices shared here by each in different sectors are followed by all OEMs, and bottom line is, yes, we are all looking for good customer satisfaction, but satisfied dealers will ensure good customer satisfaction and good profits for OEMs as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharvik Shah, for a wonderful session with all our panelists. And before you all leave the stage, I'm going to request for felicitations. Can I have on stage Mr. Mohan Himatsinka to felicitate Mr. Amit Kamath? Sir, if you are with us, please join us on the stage. Can we have the mementos, please? Yeah. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we extend our token of thanks to our panelists for this wonderful session. So, yeah, can you please walk in front of the tables? Yeah. For our next felicitation, I'm going to request Mr. Manoj Kurup to please join us on stage. Sir, if you are here, yeah, please join us, and request you to felicitate Mr. Baneshwar Banerjee. Can we have the memento? Mr. Manoj Kurup giving a token of thanks to Mr. Baneshwar Banerjee. Next up, I'll have to request Mr. Pranav Shah. Sir, are you there with us? Mr. Pranav Shah will felicitate Mr. Yogesh Mathur. Thank you so much, sir. Next, Mr. Sachin Mahajan. So please join us to felicitate Mr. Ashutosh Verma on the stage. Mr. Sachin Mahajan felicitating Mr. Ashutosh Verma next. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Dharma Teja, sir, if you can hear me. If you are with us in the hall, Mr. Dharma Teja. Mr. Sachin Mahajan, can I request you for 2 more minutes to felicitate Mr. Diego Graffi? Yeah. Thank you so much. Mr. Ashish Pandey, sir, are you there with us? Please join us on stage to felicitate Mr. S.S. Gill. Mr. Ashish Pandey felicitating Mr. S.S. Gill. Mr. Harish Suri, can I have you on stage, sir? Okay, instead I'll request Mr. Sheikh to please come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Amandeep Singh. And following that, I will be requesting Mr. Ashish Bamba. Sir, are you there? Please join us on stage. We will be requesting you to felicitate Mr. Sharvik Shah. Yeah, it will be great if you could come to the center of the stage and stay with us because we are going to request you for a group photograph as well. Now, Mr. Ashish Bamba, extending the token of thanks to Mr. Sharvik Shah. I'm going to request 2 minutes more of your time for the group photograph. Let's quickly have a group photograph of this wonderful panel that just wrapped up their discussion on the strengths and opportunities of Dealer Satisfaction Study 2024. Can we have a round of applause as they all pose for the photograph? And we move to our next segment. Alongside, we will be also clearing up the stage as we move to the next segment, which is going to focus on the FADA Academy. And in this segment, we will offer a progress review and strategic outlook. Ladies and gentlemen, there's lots lined up still. We have plenty of items on our agenda as we head into the evening of this wonderful 6th Auto Retail Conclave. And heading into our next segment, we will be focusing on the FADA Academy Progress Review and Strategic Outlook. For this, I'm going to request Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, former chairman of FADA Academy and Research, and Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, the current chairman of FADA Academy and Research, whose tenure is going to be from 2024 to 2026. Both of them will be joining us on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we quickly have you take your seats so that we can start with our next segment? 2 of the most dynamic past presidents are standing right next to me, and they are ready with their presentation with the FADA Academy Progress Review and Strategic Outlook. You cannot miss this one. I'm going to hand over the stage to Mr. Vinkesh Gulati. Sir.
Settle down.
Can we have your attention, please? There is no break in between. We are heading towards the next segment. Please settle down. Sir, ma'am, please settle down. We overshot the last panel discussion by quite a bit, so we need to be on time now for our next segments. Mr. Gulati, I think they will all listen to you rather than me.
Okay, guys. Can I request the WIF chairman to please request everybody to please sit down?
Rashmi, we are talking about you. Please settle down. Rashmi Kale, settle down.
Can I request you to please help us make people sit down? Okay. So, good evening, guys. I know it has been a long day, but this ARC or every ARC is like that. We have a lot of things to discuss, a lot of panel discussions to do, important topics, and this is also an important topic. So, Saharsh, can I request you to please ask people to sit down? So, as you know, we are talking about the academy. So, bit of sayings, bit of senior leaders' words I have taken to give you a thing. So, starting with so you all know our Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, "सपने वो नहीं होते जो हम सोते वक्त देखते हैं, सपने वो होते हैं जो हमें सोने नहीं देते." And in 1992-94, our Mr. Arun Sanghi, Mr. Bharat Sangvi, and Mr. SP Shah saw a dream where they thought about opening an FADA Institute of Marketing and Research. But obviously, there were a lot of other priorities at that time in auto retail, and they couldn't take that mantle ahead. Mr. John Paul, our past president, again tried to do that, but then again, a lot of issues, then COVID came and we couldn't. So I feel I had been the lucky one to actually get that activated. So when I left, when I gave my post as president to Mr. Manish in 2022, I got those 2 years to work on as academy chair. And again a saying, so Mahatma Gandhi says, जब आपका काम बोलता है तो शब्दों की जरूरत नहीं होती है. So it's better I don't speak. Can I have that AV which speaks for itself? Thanks a lot. A small summary. We had done some 8 courses in the past 2 years, done some 3 big tie-ups, IIT Delhi, Narsi Monji, and one more. Overall, in these 2 years, we had a revenue of FADA Academy of 1 crore. That is what we earned for FADA. Obviously, because it's just a start, it's still in a very nascent stage and our targets are huge. We have touched around 213 lives and most of them are GenX or WIF. So I'm very proud that while I was the president, I started both the verticals and I could, through its stabilizing with the academy going through. So 213 lives added, and the sense of achievement comes when at such meeting you meet the parents whose kids have gone through academy and then they praise you that it has made a difference. That is where. I still remember there was a Bombay dealer whose daughter came in and he had a problem that only daughter doesn't wanted to join. She came in for GenX, Sachin is here, they had a lot of discussion in the meetings. And after 2 months, the parent again met me, that father, and said, thank you very much now. She's going abroad for studying, but she has committed that she'll join the business. And that is what, when you feel you have actually made the difference, because as all industries, GenX are looking at startups and all those other things, where as FADA, we thought our duty is to lure them back in, because all those Ferraris and business class or US and UK studies had come out of that dealership only. So that's how it started. So frankly, as my time here ends, I carry with me a satisfaction of a job well done and the joy of shared success. And in that, I thank the full Secretariat team. Most importantly, Saharsh. Saharsh, are you there somewhere? Okay. I'll convey him. And Vikas, Academy Dean, who is also outside, so I'll convey to him also. They both have always been the support in my endeavors. So having fulfilled my purpose, it's with pride and gratitude that I stepped down today and passed the baton to a very deserving person, none other than Mr. Manish Raj Singhania. Join me with applause on welcoming Manish as chairman.
You know, I feel like a lucky guy. When I took up the presidentship, before me, I had an able and capable mentor. And now the baton of Academy is being handed from, again, this able and capable mentor. So he kind of makes my things easy. He has shown and paved the path of the Academy like a real pro, and he has really worked hard. Built on the Academy post-COVID, it was very tough. Ashish probably could not do it. But I think the true foundation of Academy has been laid down by Vinkesh. So thanks a lot, Vinkesh, and great job done by you, sir. So as he is passing on the responsibility, I will try to give my best, and a few things that I really want to delve upon. One of the biggest areas of concern with the speed of change in technology, finding skilled manpower to handle this technology, both at sales and service point. It is important that skilled manpower is available across geography, even to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Therefore, it is important that dealerships are engaged in developing training centers to both skill and train manpower in all critical profile. FADA is an integral part of ASDC. We are partners along with SIAM and ACMA. I really intend to engage on this partnership with them and develop training centers across the country. We'll also engage with them for training the trainers program. This will help us creating developing manpower and control cost. This is one of the biggest cause of concern at the dealership. We are ever expanding. Our manpower requirement is ever growing, and we we also have a retail industry to compete with, where a very comfortable AC environment is provided by the retail industry and a sitting job to attend to. And what we need is ever evolving and ever growing and ever well-trained manpower for this new technologies that would be coming in. So my focus, apart from carrying out whatever work or initiative Vinkesh has laid down, I would specifically focus on establishing training centers across the length and breadth of country, so that dealerships are able to throw out trained manpower in their own towns or in their state, and we continue to nurture and attend or provide the ever-growing need of manpower at the dealership. Secondly, FADA Academy has done a phenomenal work on database research. We have all seen the wonders of Vahan that FADA is able to create. We have created a very strong brand in research space. As chairman of FADA Research and Academy, I would definitely want to take it to the next level by introducing areas of research which will influence policy making by all the constituents of the auto retail ecosystem, especially the OEMs. The research would be undertaken in collaboration with globally recognized partners in this field. One of the topics touched upon in earlier sessions was a request to Honorable Minister of Minister of Environment for shifting of auto dealers from orange to green zone in terms of pollution norms. We'll collaborate with one of the IITs to establish and execute the same. One of the tentative topics that also comes to my mind is the impact of frequent changes in CI norms on dealership business. So these are the few studies, and on all these studies also, we are also getting inspired by our NADA, that is American Automobile Dealer Association, which continuously come forward with detailed study for the benefit of the auto retail industry, so that the OEMs, the financiers, and the dealers get the right perspective of the industry and act accordingly, not on a perception. So that's what we'll be working on, and definitely President is the part of my team. I would definitely create a team big enough to cater to what FADA requires in terms of research and academy, and then I'll take this baton forward to my best of my abilities. Thank you.
So I'll use this opportunity. Manish bhai ne मेरा बेटन ले लिया, लेकिन दोबारा मुझे फंसा दिया. So as you are all aware, I am currently holding the post of Vice President at Automotive Skill Development Council. So all these training centers will come under Automotive Skill Council. My request to all the dealers are, whosoever wants to become a training partner, please contact Manish bhai or me, any of the two, and we can take it further. In ASDC, we have taken a target of coming up with 100 training centers in a year, which will include the component manufacturers and the dealers also. And ASDC team is around. If anybody wants, we can still get you in touch with that. And this is the need of the hour, because the auto industry is growing at a CAGR rate of 4 to 5, 6%, which means 2030 will be at least doubling or tripling what we are doing today, which means we'll be needing at least 3 times of manpower what we have today. And even today, like Manish ji has taken the main goal of setting up training center, means we are still, the gap is huge, what manpower we need and what we have. So I invite each one of you, because this is the only way of moving out of poaching, moving out of giving high salaries to people, even if they don't deserve, because you are poaching them, and getting a regular line of manpower which can help you in grow. So I urge you, not request, I urge you, because this is the future. If you want to be in automobile, unless and until you have your in-house training grounds, it will be very difficult in the future. So request you to please get in touch with Manish bhai or me on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gulati and Mr. Singhania. Just a quick photograph of the two of you in the center of the stage. Can we have the photographers, please? Yeah. Yeah, maybe you can take the seat. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. It was fantastic to hear both of them, Mr. Rinkesh Gulati and Mr. Manish Raj Singhania, and the plans that they have in store for the FADA Academy. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And with that, we move to our next segment, which is another partner showcase. So for that, I'm going to welcome on stage Mr. Siddharth Bapna, co-founder and director, Blueverse India Private Limited, to kindly give his presentation.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's already extended, so I'm directly going to jump into the presentation showcase. I would like to start by sharing what is Blueverse. In simple terms, Blueverse provides automated and sustainable high-quality vehicle wash solutions with a 96% reduction in water consumption and costs. We provide asset-light, compliant infrastructure with trained manpower, like in the earlier session, which was just stated, is a major issue for all the dealerships, on a monthly pay-per-wash model, essentially a zero capex asset-light model. I'll present three variants with you in terms of what we are out in the market with right now. For the two-wheeler vehicle washing market, we have our Modular Pro machine, which essentially delivers automated two-wheeler vehicle wash within about 4.5 minutes, including water, chemical, and drying lines, and covers about 138 square feet of footprint area. And on an asset-light model, we can cater loads from 750 vehicles per month, going all the way up to 1,500 vehicles per month. In order to cater to the high-throughput locations, I'm happy to present our marquee innovation, which is the conveyor system. Conveyor is going to cater to all the vehicle loads which are north of 1,500 vehicle washes every month, delivering an average wash cycle time of about 2.5 minutes, delivering anything between 25 to 35 washes per hour, basis the optimization of the wash cycle time. All these machines are integrated with our water recycling and treatment systems, which are deployed without any civil infrastructure, which helps you to adapt the solution and scale with speed with zero capex investment. A pay-per-wash model that we deploy covers all your costs purely beyond water and electricity. Every other cost, including trained manpower, is covered inside it. Coming to our automated four-wheeler vehicle washing system, this is a rollover machine, and it again delivers a vehicle wash within 4.5 minutes. This we've deployed our first solution for MG Motors in Jaipur as their first green service center for MG Motor India. And we've deployed 3 stations for them, a pre-wash, an actual automated car wash, and the post-wash service center, along with the ETP, along with the trained manpower. Again, a zero capex, asset-light solution. How do we win together in quick 4 slides would essentially be you can get rid of all your manpower hassles. No more attrition issues, no more geographical constraints, no more seasonality issues, no more training issues, any kind of minimum wage rate issues that keep coming across, maintaining the consistency of the CSI scores, any spillage in water or chemicals, all that can be managed by our trained manpower. Coming to maintaining a consistency in the wash quality, which essentially is a function of manpower and automation. So the moment the manpower comes down and we deliver automated, so with our nozzle architecture, with the right quantum of chemicals, so it's not a variable commodity with manpower कि winter में आपने 5 मिनट में धो दी, आपने शाम के वक्त में कमती धो दी, आपने सुबह 15 मिनट लगाए, शाम को 5 मिनट लगाए, तो सारी consistency आ जाती है with an automated solution. So we can consistently deliver a high CSI score. And I'm happy to state over 15 months across OEMs, we are consistently delivering a 95-96% North CSI, hitting 98-99% CSI also in a few TVS locations. We've reduced the water cost and consumption by 96%. So we recycle, reuse more than 98%, but we end up reducing the water consumption after our top-up by 96%. So the dealership which was consuming 30 tankers of water, about 150,000 liters a month, has now come down to 1 tanker a month, delivering 4,500 liters a month. He was sitting at a throughput of 900 vehicles a month. He's now doing 1,450, 1,500 vehicle loads a month. And he's also been granted consent to operate basis our solution deployment for the next 10 years. Coming to the last bit, each and every solution comes integrated with a plug-and-play water recycling and a treatment system. This is modular and patented. And on an asset-light model, this makes you orange category compliant. And interestingly, can also be the pathway for dealerships to get marked from an orange category to a green category. Because, your obligations or your service score will not change. You still have to attend to vehicles. You still have to wash vehicles. Dry wash doesn't give you the efficacy of a wet wash. So can we deliver a wet wash with 98% recycle with a net 4 liters of consumption per vehicle wash? That can be a very, very interesting pathway for managing water waste energy and creating a pathway from going from orange category to green category. This is a quick overview of our IoT-enabled dashboard. All our machines are IoT-enabled. We have web applications, mobile applications that we empower all our OEMs, dealerships, ASMs with which they can monitor their water waste energy metrics, their financial metrics, every wash up to an SKU level, and even the non-financial metrics. Like we all know, BRSR has come into existence. All OEMs also now have to report across the dealership 75% downstream, and IoT-enabled transparent collection of data can lead to actual transformation of dealerships and eventually the OEMs as a cluster point. I'd love to share an actual video. Proof of the pudding is in eating it. Please, happy to share one specific case study of our site in Bangalore, where we've now been operational for nearly 419 days. We've delivered about 18,000 washes. We've recycled, reused more than 3 million liters of water. And in order to drive 3 million liters of water, we have consumed only fresh water top of 61,000 liters. So in water cost alone, the dealership has ended up saving more than 2 lakh rupees. And we've also collected each and every amount of hazardous waste that gets generated in the process. We collect, store, and dispose them as per the PCB control norms. Presenting Trijal Motors side.
Namaste everyone. I am Inder Lala, Managing Partner for Trijal TVS. We have been the dealers for TVS in Bangalore city for last 15 years now. And in last year, May 23, we partnered with the company called Bluers, who are providing the solutions for the washing of the vehicles. Since then, we have washed around 18,000 vehicles in the machine, and I just wanted to share some experiences that we had with the machine. The customer satisfaction index, which we call the CSI or lately the NPS, has also improved substantially, and the customers are leaving the workshop much more satisfied than they were earlier with the washing quality. And what we used to do about 50 to 60 washes a day, that has gone up to around 65 to 70 washes a day now. Besides that, the substantial savings have occurred for us in the water. The water gets reused here and recycled here, and the water consumption for us has fallen down from about 16 to 17 tankers a month to about 1 to 2 tankers a month. So this kind of 95% reduction in the washing of the vehicles by water has resulted into 95% saving of the water. Besides the saving in the water, there has been a meager saving in the electricity also, and the convenience to the employees is one more fallout of this. The last but not the least, the sustainability of the washing machine has helped us get the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board approval for the CTO and CT for next 15 years. We are thankful to Bluebirds for giving us this opportunity to work with them and be associated with a cause that is so dear to us for the purpose of ensuring the sustainability for our planet, which is need of the hour. We wish Bluebirds all the best for their efforts in their sustainability projects. Thank you.
This was a quick overview on our two-wheeler client testimonial. I will take another last 1 minute and close with a testimonial from one of our four-wheeler automated washing solutions. Saiji is sitting right here. We've deployed at the MG Center in Jaipur as well. And just sharing a few words from him. And that would be the closing of the presentation as well.
As you all will agree, that the biggest challenge in service center is related to washing of vehicles. This is primarily on account of three: compliance from government authorities, CTO from pollution department, and NOC for groundwater usage and monitoring. It's labor intensive and we have a very high attrition rate. Complaints from customer on quality of wash is also a major concern. Today, I'd like to share my experience as we have recently entered into an alliance with Brewers and have successfully implemented their car wash solutions with their advanced water recycling and treatment system at our MG Motors workshop in Jaipur. Brewers offers innovative sustainable solutions, which is indeed a need of an hour today. Their automated washing solution integrated with the water and waste management system is not only impressive but also essential for modern wash centers. It ensures adherence to regulations and compliance with Pollution Control Board norms while promoting environmentally sustainable practices. With the rising manpower cost, high attrition rate and increasing water compliance with cost, it is crucial for aligning business operations with environmental concerns for a better tomorrow. I am confident that this solution will lead to increase in customer satisfaction and increased footfall at our dealerships, driving growth. I would encourage all my industry colleagues to have an alliance with Brewers so that you can implement the same at your service centers. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Such a pleasure being here, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bapna. And with that, we are quickly moving on to our next segment, which is on FADA GenX milestones and path forward. For this, I'm going to invite on stage Mr. Sachin Shah, former chairman of FADA GenX, and Mr. Rishabh Sanghi, the current chairman of FADA GenX. His tenure would be from 2024 to 2026. As I request both of them to take the stage, and I believe Mr. Sachin Shah will take forward. No, Mr. Sanghi will take forward the session. You can share who's going to start first. Over to you. Yeah. There's a hand mic as well. Yeah? Okay. Do you have the presentation?
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day. We've been given 10 minutes for our presentation. We'll try and wrap it up in much lesser time than that. So request everybody to be patient and bear with us through the presentation. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today as the incoming chairman of FADA GenX. Our journey into the future of automotive retail in India is one that excites and inspires, and I'm privileged to be a part of this transformative era. As we step into this new chapter, I'm reminded of the immense potential that lies in our collective efforts. Our motto, collaborate, innovate, accelerate, is not just a statement, but a roadmap for how we will navigate the dynamic landscape of auto retail. Collaborate. In a world that is rapidly evolving, collaboration is the cornerstone of progress. By joining forces with industry leaders, technology partners, and innovators, we will forge synergies that drive our collective growth. The automotive industry is at the cusp of monumental change. From digital transformations to sustainable practices, innovation is crucial. We must remain agile, adapt to emerging trends, and challenge the status quo. Speed is of essence in today's market. We are here to drive momentum, streamline processes, and enhance customer experiences. By leveraging cutting-edge technology and embracing efficient practices, we will accelerate our growth and solidify our leadership in the industry. Our vision for FADA GenX is to be a beacon of excellence and a catalyst for change. Together, we will harness our collective strengths and navigate the challenges ahead. So FADA GenX today is a 170-member strong organization. And what we endeavor to do is to get the next generation in automotive retail, get interested into the business, into what we've inherited from our parents, from our uncles, from our family. We try and do programs where the Gen X are taken to various dealerships, people who've mastered the art of auto retail, people who've mastered efficiency, productivity, and excellence. Over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of programs, And I'd request Sachin Shah, the outgoing chairman of FADA GenX, to take us through the 2-year journey that we've had.
A very good evening. I think as the accomplished founding chairman of FADA GenX, it gives me a lot of pride and honor, to stand before you, having completed these 2 years. And I'd really like to thank at this point Mr. Vinkesh Gulati for, believing in us to make this happen, followed by the last president, Manish Bhai, and the entire team that was our support system, which was Amar Bhai, Bharat Bhai, and Mr. Sarsh Damani, the team at the Secretariat. I mean, for everything that we asked, we got a yes. And for everything that we did, the least that we got was very good. So I don't think that's something else that you need to perform when you have that kind of a solid backing. So I'm sure that the teams at GenX are really thrilled. And the actual what we wanted to achieve, last night someone just asked us, what did you achieve? I think we've achieved a long way where, the parents are really happy. And the GenX are really happy because they get to bond with someone of their age to get answers to their problems the way they want to hear. So I think this is going to take a really long way. And I'm sure that, Rishabh being at the helm of affairs is going to take this to the very, very next level. So we've just made in a short video on what we did in the last couple of years. I'm sure going to enjoy looking at it. Can we have the AV, please? Thank you. What we were able to stitch together in these couple of years was the enormous experience and the pull that FADA could get, to the GenX, and also through a lot of academics that we could bring it together that can make them much stronger, more upskilled, and future ready. So I hereby request Rishabh to take this forward.
For the way ahead, I'd like a couple of my colleagues to join us on the stage. Can I have Yash Agarwal, Manish Singh, and Prasoon Gupta? Surya Chaudia is not here. So as we grow bigger as an organization, from a 170 member strong team, we intend going to almost double the number by the end of the year. As we grow bigger, we need a structure which can take on the mantle and get more people on board and have much more structured organization. So what we intend doing is have zonal coordinators and have coordinators for various events. 3 of my colleagues here would be one of the coordinators. We'll have a vice chairman as well. So looking forward to working with you guys and this target of 350 people by the end of the year, though the target looks steep, but I'm sure with this team we'd be able to do it well before time. So just to take you through what we plan for the future going ahead is, one, to continue the executive learning programs that we've curated with SP Gen and Narsi Monji. Last 2 years, we've done one program with SP Gen and a couple of programs with Narsi Monji, and very proud and excited to share with you that Narsi Monji is already ready with the third batch, and they are inquiring how soon can we start the third batch. So yes, Narsi Monji is on the cards. Sometime in 2025, we're going to do that. Zonal meets, as I said, that we're going to have zonal coordinators. So for more inclusive growth and more inclusive organization, we're going to have zonal level meets, and the zonal coordinators are going to have membership drives to get more people on board. When we started GenX, we formed something called as affinity groups, where various functions of dealerships were looked into. So I think this is one area which I very passionately feel about, and going forward, we'll have affinity groups around body shop productivity, around salesman productivity, around finance and insurance business, exchange business. So we'll have smaller groups where a bunch of us are going to sit together and through various assignments come out with best practices for the auto retail, and then share our learnings with the larger FADA group. Dealership visits, I think we have some amazing dealerships, some amazing talent amongst us in this room, and we, in small groups of 15, 20 GenX members, we want to visit these dealerships, and we'd love to come to you if there are some best practices. There were a lot of best practices that we heard of today. If there are some best practices that we can learn from you, we'd approach you, and we'd like to come and visit the dealership and learn from you and your team. Well, GenX is not just about work. GenX is also about having fun. So I'm again pleased to let everybody know that each of our programs has to have a fun element to it. So we might have off-roading sessions, we might go for karting sessions. Each of our GenX sessions has to have a party. We might probably go for a party from here as well. So that's the way forward for GenX, and really looking forward to all of your support. I'd also like to thank Vinkesh Bhaiya for all the guidance and support, and Manish Bhaiya for all the openness to our ideas and agreeing to whatever we wanted to do for GenX. And last but not the least, Sachin, for always being there and being such a great mentor. And I think I have big boots to fill into. So, but really looking forward to this journey. And I think GenX is going to go to the next level from here. Thank you so much.
On time.
On time. Thank you.
Want to take a picture?
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanghi, Mr. Shah. And now that your team is here, we'll request you to please come to the center of the stage and pose for a group photograph. And dare I say, I'm going to invite myself to all the parties that you are going to throw for GenX FADA. It's the choice of the music in your presentation was also fun. So I'm sure that has got a few eyeballs. And people are really looking forward to your tenure and what you have lined up in FADA GenX. Round of applause for GenX. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here on the stage. With that, we are quickly moving on to a review, an impact review and future vision of women in FADA, or WIF. For that, I'm going to request Ms. Rashmi Kale, Chairperson of WIF FADA, to please come up on stage and share your vision with us, ma'am.
Good evening to all the dignitaries present over here, the guests of honor, and the FADA members. I sincerely thank the FADA board and the Governing Council for trusting in me and giving me this special opportunity to head WIF. A special mention to Mr. Manish Raj Singhania for motivating me and believing in me and actually helping me in taking up this responsibility. I would also like to thank my husband Rohit and my family for supporting me throughout my career, be it in professional life or while working for a social cause. A big congratulations to Garima for her successful tenure. I'm seriously missing her over here because she is the partner in crime and she is a big support to me. And the way she has performed last 2 years for whatever she has done for WIF is commendable. Without her, I wouldn't have been standing over here today. She has already set very high standards, and I will try my best to keep the organization at those heights and strive for more. Unfortunately, she is not here because of some medical emergency at home. But she has her video, so maybe after I finish, they will be playing the video that she had sent to all of us. Keeping the vision in mind, I would like to share with you all my initial plans for WIF. These are just some ideas which may need some improvisation later on, depending on the need of the hour. I was given only 2 minutes, and here I would also like to request the FADA board that WIF also should be given some extra time. Today I could not prepare, and GenX got 10 minutes, which was unfair, I felt. We should be given equal importance. So the future vision, can you just? So WIF to conduct 6 monthly All India meetings. I believe meeting every 6 months and sharing our knowledge would prove to be beneficial to all. These meetings will include learning sessions, dealership visits, with some bonding and relaxing time, as well said by the generation next, some party time. Even for women, we need some party time. State heads and RDs to identify women involved in auto retail and encourage them to join WIF. All state heads to help RDs in organizing in-person WIF meetings at state level. This will enable the women to come together and discuss about their good practices as well as some challenges. Challenges as in challenges being a woman in this industry and challenges faced by the dealership while working. Organizing in-person seminars and learning at state level for all verticals of dealership and encourage the mothers, daughters, wives, and sisters to attend and understand the business pattern better and to learn the market trends. And I will try my best to be a part of this seminar or learning session, and I will try to visit all the states as far as possible. I may not be able to visit all, but will try my level best. Lastly, regular online learning sessions, especially tailored for WIF. I am confident that these ideas would be the stepping stone to nurture our organization. I assure everyone here that I shall put in efforts to best of my ability and hope to live up to the expectation of FADA board and governing council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Rashmi Kale, presenting her vision for women in FADA. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to a very significant moment in today's conclave, which is the signing of an MOU with DigiLV, Meta Materials Circular Markets. For this, let me call upon stage Mr. Nitin Chitkara, CEO of Meta Materials Circular Markets, Mr. C.S. Vigneshwar, President FADA, Mr. Sai Giridhar, Vice President FADA, Mr. Amar Sheth, Secretary FADA, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Treasurer FADA, and Mr. Sahesh Tamani, CEO FADA. Can I request all of you to please join us on the stage as we set the dais ready for the signing of this MOU. Can we, can we please have you all this stage? We'll need the table ready for the signing of the MOU. And also leave some space for keeping the folder. Once again, one of the most awaited and significant moments in the 6th Auto Retail Conclave today, the signing of an MOU with DGLV. For this, I am going to once again invite and name our guest, Mr. Nitin Chitkara, CEO of Meta Materials Circular Markets, all the top office bearers of FADA, and Mr. Sai Giridhar will speak a few words regarding this partnership with DGLV.
Thank you. So while I was coming on the stage, I was asked, what is this DGLV? What exactly is this? Why are we signing this MOU? So we have I think we have a small video AV. Can we have the AV on the screen, please?
We are NMCL, India's first ever automotive circularity orchestrator, building solutions to enhance sustainability in the auto industry. Our ecosystem, partnerships and platforms are built to further the Government of India's vision of clean mobility through the vehicle scrapping policy. India's new vehicle modernization and scrapping policy is aimed at removing unfit vehicles, enhancing road safety and boosting the auto sector. It works by incentivizing vehicle owners with a certificate of deposit or CD for scrapping their end-of-life vehicle. The CD owner is entitled to discounts and benefits when they purchase a new vehicle. While buying a new vehicle, CD owners can get up to 25% off on road tax for non-transport vehicles, up to 15% off on road tax for transport vehicles. The new vehicle registration fee is waived off, and the new vehicle owners are also eligible for discounts from vehicle manufacturers. CD owners who don't wish to buy a new vehicle can still benefit by selling the CD on DGELV. Authorized by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, DGELV was launched by our Honorable Union Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji in December 2023. Since then, DGELV is proving to be an important catalyst in the implementation of the policy. DGELV is connecting CD sellers and buyers, enabling participants to negotiate and trade certificates across all categories of vehicles pan-India. To scale the impact and benefits of CD, DGELV has launched an exclusive dealer membership program in partnership with FADA. The membership program enables dealers to directly acquire CDs on behalf of their esteemed customers. Dealers can now make a positive impact towards sustainability alongside growing customer satisfaction and business. Here is a sample of the kind of cost savings you can offer your valued clients through our dealer membership program. Thousands of customers across states like Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab and more are enjoying CD benefits every month, and the numbers are rapidly growing as awareness spreads. Boost your sales and support India's push for a sustainable future with DGELV's dealer membership program. Join the government's initiative to replace old and polluting vehicles with new fuel-efficient ones, driving both your business growth and overall sustainability initiative. Contact us today to get your DGELV dealer membership.
You want to say something or shall I? So, I'll do it. So, in just layman's language, I'll just tell you this. DGLV is a platform which will be given to the dealers, wherein we can increase our sales. Now, how do we increase our sales? We all are aware that there are scrappage centers, authorized scrappage centers across India which are being established. There are a lot of brands which are getting their own scrappage centers. Like in Rajasthan, we've got 2 scrappage centers already there. They're up and running. In Gurgaon, we have a scrappage center. In UP, we've got multiple scrappage centers. So most of the areas, most of the states are now covered with scrappage centers. So the policy of the government is that if a customer is scrapping his car, depending on which category of vehicle he is scrapping, he gets a COD. COD is certificate of deposit. With the certificate of deposit, if he is going to the dealership for buying a new vehicle, he'll be getting some discounts on his registration.
So first discount would be the registration fees is 100% waived off. That's the central government fees, which is 100% waived off. Second discount which he gets is, depending on state to state, like for the state which I come from is Rajasthan, he will get 25% discount on his registration cost. So typically, the registration cost is approximately 10% of the price of the vehicle. So if the vehicle cost is, say for example, 20 lakhs, he is paying 2 lakh rupees for registration. So out of that 2 lakh rupees, he gets 50,000 off on the certificate of deposit. Now, what if I scrap my car, but I'm not buying a new car immediately? So that certificate is valid for 2 years. Now, what if, even if after 2 years, I'm not planning to buy another car? So what the government says is that this certificate is tradable. It's tradable on this DGLV site. It's just like a share certificate. A customer can buy this certificate on the website. It is a very transparent thing. You have to bid for this certificate and you buy. And the tie-up what we are doing today is we are facilitating dealers across India. It would be a platform wherein the dealers will become members on this site. It will be like a dealer becomes a stockbroker. The stockbroker has customers, for example, customer means people who are interested in buying vehicles from us. And we as stockbrokers, we will be custodians for those certificates and we'll be buying those certificates on this platform on behalf of our customers to facilitate so that we could sell more vehicles, whether it be two-wheelers, four-wheelers, even commercial vehicles are included. So all the vehicles which are being scrapped are included in it. And best part about this policy is that you need not scrap your own car. You can buy this certificate online. So we are targeting 500 members for the first year. And then if required, we'll probably open it for more members. Correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You want to add something?
Yeah. In fact, we have covered most of it. So in a nutshell, I'll say it's a 1.5% or 2.5% discount coupon enabled by government while a new vehicle is being purchased. So you can buy this discount coupon on DGLV. It's a nutshell I'm mentioning it. So you can definitely support sustainability altogether and also promote your business with this. So this is a absolutely win-win for all the dealers. So you should try to take advantage of this. Thank you.
And yes, sir. So no. It's sir. It's all these states have their own policies. Say for example, Rajasthan is 25%. Even UP is 25%. UP is 15%. Maharashtra is 15%. So from the ministry, from MORTH, the guidelines was that the state has to give up to 25%. So there are states which are giving 10%, 15% or 25%. But the vision is that the states at the initial stage, for first few years, the states were supposed to give 25%, but because it's a revenue-centric thing and it's dependent on the state government, but gradually most of the state governments will ultimately come up to the level of 25% in this.
Yeah, as of now, 22 states have announced. 16 states are already giving now discounts on Vahan portal itself. You need not do anything. While you are registering a new vehicle, you just need to enter the COD number, certificate number, and by default, the discount appears there itself, which you can offer to your customers.
So it's basically a 100% paperless process. You are not supposed to visit the RTO for applying for this rebate. While you register the car on Vahan, there is a window which gets opened that if you are applying a COD, you have to just click on that, put that COD number, and everything is done digitally. So it's like a transfer of a share certificate. You are not going to any broker house. You are not going to the. There's no physical paper which is required for this rebate.
Yeah. So just giving you certain statistics, in last 3 months, approximately 5,000 certificates has been actually used by dealers for passing out the discounts in different states. And this number actually is increasing. If you see last year when the policy was launched, in the first year, around 7,000 certificates were issued. This year, around 70,000 certificates are issued, 10-time jump. So we expect that certificates in lakhs would be available in coming years for you. you should actually take benefit of this for passing on benefit to your customer, because the government rebate, you can definitely pass on to that. By passing this benefit, you are also helping sustainability, because old vehicles are getting recycled when we promote this policy. So it's a request, you should actually go ahead and get the dealership membership. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chitkara and Mr. Giridhar. And now the MOU is officially placed on the table. I'm going to request Mr. Vigneshwar and Mr. Chitkara to please sit for the official signing of the MOU and then the exchange of the Can we please hear a round of applause? It's a fantastic initiative once again. And as Mr. Giridhar was elaborating, the crux of this entire MOU is that this partnership will support the government's efforts to promote the scrapping of ELVs, which are both unfit for use and high in pollution. The initiative aims to enhance environmental cleanliness, reduce road accident fatalities, and lower particulate matter emissions from older vehicles. The formal exchange of the MOU taking place right now between the FADA and DGLV MMCM. Thank you so much, Mr. Chitkara. While you settle down amongst the audience, I'm going to request all the office bearers of FADA to please stay with us on the stage, as we are going to now move towards felicitation of our partners for the 6th Auto Retail Conclave. And we will be requiring you all to be with us on the stage. Mr. Vigneshwar, Mr. Giridhar, Mr. Sheth, Mr. Agarwal, and Mr. Damani. To begin the felicitation of our partners, let's first of all call upon stage our title partner, Rose Marta. Can we please have you on the stage? The mementos for our felicitation partners, please. Our title partner, representative from Rose Marta, please come up on stage. Round of applause for our partners, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience, and we are quickly moving towards the most awaited segment as well. The title partners for 6th Auto Retail Conclave of the FADA, Rose Marta. Thank you so much. Now we move to our platinum partner, Acko Drive Service Center. Can we please invite you on stage as our FADA office bearers wait for you for felicitation. Platinum partner, Acko Drive Service Center. Okay, let's move on then to the silver partners. For this, I'm going to invite on stage Blueverse India Private Limited first. Blueverse India Private Limited, our silver partners. Can we have the representative? Okay, I think we have our platinum partner here with us now, Acko Drive Service Center. Can we have their memento, please? The platinum partners. I think you took a little bit of a longish break after giving your presentation. Yeah, the platinum partner memento, please. Acko Drive Service Center, which was brought just before this. And then we'll move to our silver partners. There it is. A round of applause for our platinum partner, please.
We just men.
Thank you so much, sir. So can I now announce the silver partners? First, Blueverse India Private Limited. Can we have our representatives? So please join us. Blueverse India Private Limited. Amongst our silver partners, HDFC Bank. Please join us on stage, sir. Silver partners, HDFC Bank, getting felicitated. We would also like to invite on stage the representative from HDFC Ergo to please come up. Amongst our silver partners, HDFC Ergo. So would you be having your colleagues or would you like to receive on your own? So at the moment we are felicitating our silver partners, HDFC Ergo. Silver partners, Yes Bank. Someone from Yes Bank, please, if you can join us on stage. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Don't let that die down. The night is still alive. We are just picking up pace, in fact, at this moment. All right, let me now announce our business accelerator partner, DGLV MMCM. Can we once again have you on stage with us, please? Our business accelerator partner, DGLV MMCM. Thank you so much, sir. With that, we are moving on to announce our bronze partners for the event. First up, ATS LG. Can we have someone join us on the stage? Our bronze partner, ATS LG, first to be felicitated by FADA office bearers. Next in our bronze partners, Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company. Our bronze partners, Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company, joining us on the stage. Sir. Amongst our bronze partners, we move to invite on stage ICICI Lombard. representatives from ICICI Lombard, kindly join us on stage, please. And RMI Insurance, can we have someone from RMI Insurance? Our bronze partner, RMI Insurance. Can I request you all to please put your hands together for all our partners as we wrap up the felicitation in this segment. And before we move any further, I'm going to request Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Treasurer FADA, for the vote of thanks. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal.
Ladies and gentlemen, our respected dealer friends, esteemed state chairpersons and dealer principals, as we come close to this incredible auto retail conclave, I, Pradeep Agarwal, the treasurer of FADA, would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made this tremendous success. First and foremost, my deepest thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways. Your inspiring video message set the perfect tone for today's event. We are also immensely grateful to our guest of honor, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Union Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Mr. Kumar Swamy, Honorable Union Minister of Heavy Industries, for the invaluable insights. A special thank you to Dr. V. Anant, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, for sharing your expertise with us. I also extend a special thanks to the leadership team of FADA, including our President, Mr. Vigneshwar, Mr. Sai, our Vice President, Mr. Amar, our Secretary, for their tireless effort and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Manish Raj, immediate past President, Vinkesh Gulati, the former Chairman of FADA Academy and Research. A sincere thank you to all the state chairpersons for your unwavering commitment, and a special recognition to all my dealer friends for your presence and active participation in this invaluable in making this conclave successful. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to the FADA office team led by our CEO, Mr. Sharaz Dabani, for the outstanding work in organizing today's event. Your efforts behind the scenes ensure the smooth execution of this event. I thank you for your dedication. Now a huge thank you for our partners for the unwavering support, the title partner Rosmarta, Platinum partner Acko, Business Acceleration partner Meta, Silver partners Brewers, SFC Bank, SFC Ergo, the Bronze partners ATS LG, Chola, ICC Lombard, MIB and Yes Bank. Your support has been instrumental in making this conclave a great success, and we are grateful for your contribution. Further, a big thank you to the Hotel Lee Meridian for hosting us and providing us such a wonderful hospitality throughout the event. Lastly, my grateful gratitude goes to all the delegates, panelists, and participants. Your engagement made today's discussion fruitful, filled with collaboration and insight. As we move forward, let's continue working together to elevate the auto retail sector to new heights. Thank you once again, and I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, catch your breath or hold your breath, whatever you prefer, because the moment has come, which we all have been waiting for. Settle your nerves. We are moving towards the much-awaited segment this evening, which is the presentation of awards. And we are going to begin with the Dealer Satisfaction Study Awards 2024. For that, I'm going to request once again all the top brass of FADA to join us on the stage here. And can I just quickly request Mr. Vigneshwar, Mr. Sai Giridhar, Mr. Amar Jatin Sheth, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Sahesh Damani, and along with them, Mr. Rahul Sharma from Creme Asia to please be present with us on the stage as we get ready to announce the Dealer Satisfaction Study 2024 Awards. And for the first category, which is the two-wheeler category, I'm going to also invite on stage Mr. Nikunj Sanghi to be with us, along with our FADA office bearers. Okay, the team is ready. Are you all ready? Can you bring down the music once? Are you ready for the awards? Is there any excitement? I still could not hear you. Is there any excitement for the awards? Louder, please. Yes. Should we delay it? All right. So let's begin with the two-wheeler category. The second runner-up, we have the joint award holders here. The second runner-up is first, Hero Motorcorp Limited. Round of applause. And
the champions, the champions. Hey, we gon' bow, never fall, the champions.
As we announce the awards, I'm going to request all the dealers of that particular award winner category to please stand up, give a standing ovation. So Hero Motorcorp, do we have the dealers here in-house? Can you please register your presence with a huge round of applause and maybe a standing ovation for the winners. So this is the second runner-up in the two-wheeler category. The first prize I have already announced, Hero Motorcorp Limited. Congratulations, sir. Are we ready for the second winners, the second runner-up, and the second prize for this category goes to TVS Motor Company Limited. Please join us on stage and can we hear a round of applause for TVS Motor Company Limited. Once again, requesting all the dealers to please encourage the company, the representatives here as they come to receive their award. It will be great if you could give them a standing ovation and a big round of applause. Dealer Satisfaction Study 2024 Awards, the first category, two-wheelers. We've just finished announcing two winners for the second runner-up in this category. I think there's a lot of discussion around the awards and the winners. So let's move to the first runner-up in the two-wheeler category. The first runner-up in this category is Royal Enfield, unit of Aisha Limited. Category of the Dealer Satisfaction Study Awards 2024, Royal Enfield unit of Aisha Limited, taking the awards at the moment and of course posing for the group photograph. All right, some work for the audience now. Any guesses for the winner in this category? Should I break the suspense? It's Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited. Big round of applause for the winners in the two-wheelers category. Please give them a standing ovation as they come up on stage to receive the award. Fabulous to see the entire team coming on the stage. That's the spirit. Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited for getting the award in this category. Four in a row is what Mr. Damani is telling us. This is incredible achievement. I think that itself deserves a big round of applause from all of you. Commendable work by Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited in this category. Many congratulations once again to the entire team. Mr. Nikun Sanghi sir, I request you to join us back in the audience. Thank you so much. For the next category, which is the passenger vehicle category, Mr. Bharat Sangvi, can you please join us on the stage? Okay, all right, I'm told that he's not here. So we'll move ahead with the passenger vehicles category. And the second runner-up in the passenger vehicle category is Hyundai Motor India Limited. The second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, Hyundai Motor India Limited. Limited for being the second runner-up in the passenger vehicle category DSS 2024 awards. Congratulations once again. Right, are we ready to know the first runner-up in this category? The first runner-up in passenger vehicle is Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. Please join us on stage to take your awards. Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, the first runner-up in passenger vehicle category. To the team. All right, many congratulations, sir, to you and to your team for getting this award. But that was the first runner-up in passenger vehicle category. Once again, some work for you. Any guesses for the winners in the category? And please be a little loud. Any more guesses? All right. So the winner in passenger vehicle category is MG Motor India Private Limited. Please join us on stage. Private Limited, the winners in the passenger vehicle category of the Dealer Satisfaction Study Award 2024. Many congratulations. Congratulations to MG Motor India Private Limited for bagging the award there. Right, we move to the commercial vehicle category now. For this, can I invite on stage Mr. KVS Prakash Rao? Sir, if you are here with us, please join us on the stage with the office bearers of FADA as we are going to announce the second runner-up in the commercial vehicle category. And the second runner-up in this category are VE Commercial Vehicle Limited. VE Commercial Vehicle Limited, please join us on the stage to take your award. Congratulations, VE Commercial Vehicle Limited. being the second runner-up in the commercial vehicle category. Congratulations, sir. Right, let's move on and announce the first runner-up in the commercial vehicle category now. And the first runner-up are Bharat-Benz Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited. Can we please have you on stage? Bharat-Benz Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited, the first runner-up in the commercial vehicle category of DSS 2024 awards. Congratulations, sir. So for the winners in this category, should I come back to the audience or not? Are you interested in guessing? So let's do the guess game. Let's try. Wow, that's a fabulous guess. That's the winner in the category, Ashok Leyland Limited. Please come up. And a big round of applause because I think that was a unanimous call even from the audience. Ashok Leyland are the winners in the commercial vehicle category. Congratulations, Ashok Leyland. It seems that you were the clear favorites to win the award in this category. All thanks to your hard work, the award goes to Ashok Leyland for the commercial vehicle category. Congratulations once again. Mr. Prakash Rao, I'm going to request you, sir, to please join us back in the audience. For the next award, I'm going to request Mr. Manish Raj Singhania to please join us on the stage. Mr. Singhania, can we please have you along with the other FADA office bearers? We move to the last award in this category, and that's Creme de la Creme. Okay, I think we'll first finish the photo off and then move to that. Congratulations to the team. That's all right, you are the winners. You can take the stage as well. Right, with your permission, can we move to the next category? That's Creme de la Creme. And this award goes to MG Motors. Please put your hands together for MG Motors. And request you to please join us on stage. The second award this night for MG Motors. Getting the award. That also summarizes for us the Dealer Satisfaction Study Awards 2024. Once again, just to run you through the winners in case you happen to miss the names. In the two-wheeler category, we had Honda Motorcycle and Scooters. In the passenger category, MG Motors. In commercial vehicles, Ashok Leyland. And now the Creme de la Creme, MG Motors. Mr. Singhania, request you, sir, to please join us in the audience. In total, 11 awards were given in that category. And now we are moving towards the presentation of the Golden Dealership Award. Can I just request you to please settle down so that we can proceed further in giving out the awards tonight. So the Golden Dealership Award, the entire top brass of FADA is here with me on the stage. I am going to request Mr. Akshay Malik, Dealer Principal of Malik Automobiles, Hisar, Rajasthan, to please come on the dais to take the award. Established on 1st January 1966 by Mr. Ramesh Mohan Malik with Royal Enfield and later expanded the business to add the dealership of brands like Kinetic Honda and DCM Toyota. Currently, the dealership is run by his son, Mr. Akshay Malik, and the dealership also represents brands like Suzuki two-wheelers, Toyota dealership and Honda two-wheelers. Congratulations on getting the Golden Dealership Award. Congratulations, Mr. Akshay Malik. And now we, ladies and gentlemen, reach the final award category this evening, which is the presentation of awards in Customer Experience Index Study 2024. Along with our top office bearers of the FADA, I'm going to invite Mr. Shailesh Narayanan, country head from FNS, to join our office bearers on the stage. The Customer Experience Satisfaction 2024 Awards, and the first category and my apologies, I'm also going to invite on stage Mr. Singhania and Mr. Gulati as well to be present for this award category. All right, Mr. Gulati, please join us, sir. Also, before we start announcing the awards, one request to all of you, the dealers of the concerned brands, please be louder, be more aggressive in your applause, in your acknowledgement of the effort of the brand, and it will be lovely if we could see you giving a standing ovation to the winners. So the first category is Overall Customer Experience Index in Mass Market segment, and the runner-up here are Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Please join us on stage. Motor Private Limited, the runner-up in the overall Customer Experience Index Mass Market segment. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. There's a slight confusion. We will have to restart this category, but obviously we are going to reach all the awards. Don't worry about that. I'm going to first start with the Sales Experience Index, Mass Market segment. Are we ready with the Sales Experience Index? think all good things come with a little bit of a wait.
Can I request Priya and Siddharth also on the stage?
Okay, it seems to be sorted now. Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment. The runner-up is MG Motor India Private Limited. Requesting you to please join us here. The runner-up in the Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment, MG Motor India Private Limited. Private Limited, who seem to be going back tonight with a bag full of awards across categories. This is the Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment, and the runner-up are on the stage. MG Motor India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for your patience. So the winner in the Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment are Kia India Private Limited. Please come up on stage to take your award. Congratulations to Kia India Private Limited for bagging the award in the Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment. Congratulations once again. In the Sales Experience Index Luxury Market Segment, we are going to announce the runner-up, and the runner-up are Mercedes-Benz India Private Limited. Please join us on stage. Do we have a representative from Mercedes-Benz? All right, then let's straight away move to the let's straight away move to the winners in this category, and the winners are BMW India Private Limited. Sales Experience Index Luxury Market Segment. To BMW India Private Limited as winners of Sales Experience Index Luxury Market Segment. Thank you so much for joining us on the stage and receiving the award. The next category that we are moving on to is Product Experience Index Mass Market Segment, and here the runner-up are Tata Motors Limited. Can we have the representatives on the stage? Product Experience Index Mass Market Segment, Tata Motors Limited are the runner-up. All right, then quickly let's move to the winners here, and the winners are Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. In the Product Experience Index, mass market segment are Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Congratulations to the team. Let's move to the luxury market segment of this category. In the Product Experience Index luxury market segment category, the runner-up are BMW India Private Limited. The team from BMW India Private Limited coming to collect their second award for the night. Congratulations for getting the runner-up in the luxury market segment in Product Experience Index. Congratulations to the team once again. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the winners in this category. And the winners are Audi India. Do we have them? Please join us on the stage to collect your awards. The Product Experience Index Luxury Market Segment winners. Congratulations, Audi India, for getting the award in this category. Don't forget to give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are running through these award categories. In the meantime, let's not forget to appreciate the effort that goes into it. Thank you for being here with us, sir, and congratulations once again. Okay, let's move to the third category now. This is After Sales Experience Index, Mass Market Segment, and the runner-up here are Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up in the After Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited taking their awards. For the group photograph. Especially on award night, we do not want to miss out on anyone who deserves to be seen here. Congratulations to the entire team for this award. Okay, so let's move to the winners in the category. The winners in After Sales Experience Index Mass Market Segment are Kia India Private Limited. Let's hear it for Kia India Private Limited. All the dealers particularly, if you can give a big round of applause. Congratulations, Kia India Private Limited. So far, the second award. And let's move to the luxury market segment here. After Sales Experience Index Luxury Market Segment, the runner-up are Mercedes-Benz India Private Limited. I believe they could not be with us tonight. So we move straight away to the winners. And this is once again Audi India, the winners in After Sales Experience Index Luxury Market Segment. Congratulations. The night seems to be getting better and better for Audi India, getting the second award so far, and this one coming in the After Sales Experience Index Luxury Market segment. All right, let's move to the final category now, and this is the mother category, the overall customer experience index in the mass market segment. I happened to announce the runner-up earlier as well, so this should not surprise you. The runner-up here are Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Request the representatives to please be with us on the stage. In the overall customer experience index mass market segment, the runner-up. Okay, so yeah, we finished, I think, at that time itself. So now the winners in the category. It's Kia India Private Limited. The third award. Your bag is going to be really heavy tonight as you carry these awards with you. Kia India Private Limited getting the winners award in the overall customer experience index mass market segment. Congratulations to Kia India Private Limited. It's turning out to be a fabulous night for the brand and of course for the dealers. Congratulations once again, sir. And finally, we move to the overall customer experience index luxury market segment, and the runner-up here are BMW India Private Limited. BMW India Private Limited, the overall customer experience index luxury market segment runner-up. The winners in the overall customer experience index luxury market segment, once again, Audi India, please come on stage to take your award for the night. Once again, third award for them in all the categories. Audi India has emerged the winners. So overall customer experience index luxury market segment winners on the stage taking the award. Presenting the awards this evening, but I'm going to request all the award winners if you can join us on the stage for a group photograph. It will be our pleasure to have you back with us here on the stage for this big group photograph on the night when we distributed 11 awards in the DSS 2024 category, 1 award in the Golden Dealership category, and 16 in the Customer Experience Satisfaction 2024 awards. All the award winners this evening coming together for this big group photograph. What an evening this turned out to be for several brands, several dealer organizations who've been in fact working very hard all along to reach the stage. Fantastic. A round of applause for each other as we come close to wrapping up this fabulous evening. And as we do that, I'm quickly going to remind all the past presidents of FADA and the current presidents to carry their photo frames from the president's wall, which is right outside the hall. At the same time, there is a QR code which is also outside this hall. You need to scan it. In fact, it's stationed inside the hall on my left. You need to scan it to get your photograph. A reminder to all the past presidents of FADA and the current presidents to not forget to collect their photo frames from the president's wall. There is a QR code on my left that you can scan. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure having you all with us all through the day. Also, appreciate the effort put together by Team We Connect and Vandana for making the 6th Auto Retail Conclave possible. Thank you to the entire team of FADA. And I request all of you to now join us for cocktails and dinner. Thank you.
Can we have the FADA Secretariat team on stage for a group picture with our office bearers? We'll request Brosan Mr. Vigneshwar, Mr. Sai Girdhar, Mr. Amar Sheth, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, and the entire Secretariat team. Can we assemble on the stage for a quick group picture, please? जी आइए आप लोग सब. अंशुल. Can I request FADA office bearers team to come up on the stage, please, for a group picture with the Secretariat team? Yes. Sai ji, Amar bhai, Pradeep ji, can we quickly have a group picture, please?